shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears, pray I reappear me stronger. Makes me stronger.
젠지 파이팅!
KT 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅! 피터 화이팅! 리스팅 화이팅! KT도 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We are back on a wonderful Thursday afternoon, and we have Gen.G up against KT. And this one, on paper, you look at it and you say, wow, Gen.G are absolutely going to roll them. Well, it's the last team in the way of the perfect round robin, the 9-0 for Gen.G, and it's KT of all teams, Chronicler.
Yeah, some very intelligent people might have picked this as their match of the week.
Yes.
I
Only Chronicler would see those lines.
Well, someone had to, and by someone I mean everyone, because everyone makes the same jokes, because we all make the same jokes all the time. This is kind of what we do here at the LCK.
Yes.
Which is why inevitably it's not going to happen, and KT's just going to get 2-0'd here, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And the real question on everyone's mind is, will someone take down Uncle Chovy? Because it's getting to be too much.
Yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to talk about is Chovy versus BDD. In many seasons past, this is a very cool matchup, and they're evenly matched in the head-to-head. It feels like BDD should be able to match up to this guy, and he has. But I don't know about this time, Chronicler. I think this is Chovy's year.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. I want it to be Chovy's year.
This time for real.
Well, maybe Gen.G chill a little bit and then don't do too well at MSI. I feel like generally that's what you need to win Worlds.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we haven't seen anyone Golden Road any time soon. Well, I mean, we don't know. Humble Life could do it, I guess, with First Stand. But as we all remember, that round 2, that ended the streak. That's what ended the supremacy of Gen.G. It was just KT. I still don't know how. No one really does. As Gen.G are seeking their 5th undefeated round. Absolutely disgusting. And this all coincides when Chovy joined the team. They started racking up in 2022.
Yeah.
And ever since, it's just been I'm not even joking. It's not even, it doesn't feel impressive anymore. And that's crazy. It is.
Yeah. I mean, they just do it so consistently. It's just kind of ridiculous. T1 did it. Gen.G looking for another one. I think it's going to happen. I actually do. I think this team, you know, probably the only team that's got a chance is maybe KT on a weird day, or realistically Humble Life Esports, right? And the first time they matched up, Gen.G absolutely rolled them. And that was right after First Stand. Humble Life Esports were coming off with a hangover. And I think it's going to be different next time, but we'll have to wait and see for that matchup. Canyon just 2 wins away from 400 LCK wins, the polar bear of the jungle, and he's sitting at 2nd place for all-time LCK junglers, and he debuted in 2019 spring. So here in his 6th year, of LCK looking to get it done.
One of the contenders for GOAT Jungler. That's still a title that obviously is very much up for grabs. I do think this hasn't been Kenyon's craziest split. He's still been good, but it also is really hard to rate a jungler when all their lanes just win all the time, and that is kind of what Kenyon excels at. I do think when it comes to a team that's just playing well, he is the most win-more jungler that we have. Like, if he gets something with a little bit of damage, right, the Pantheon comes to mind, the Nidalee comes to mind, as yes, he will laser eye you as a polar bear. That does happen all the time, particularly on carries. It's really when his team starts falling behind that he can struggle. But Cuz has not been having the best season, and we have to see Cuz really step up here today if this matchup wants to be even remotely close.
Yeah, it might just come down to the jungle. I mean, there's definitely other places to look when it is Gen.G on the Rift, but I think that one might be the most glaring, and that's saying a lot with, you know, casting a new guy in the top lane, Duck Dom in and out of the lineup, Peter making his way back in. It does feel like Gen.G kind of every lane is doing well, so you never really know where you're going to get that win. Maybe it's BDD, but Toby's having the season of a lifetime right now, not dying at all. We'll see if he can continue that streak as well. And there he is right now for Gen.G. Might just be another day at the office for them. Might just be another 2-0, as you mentioned. Or are we going to have the weird LCK spirits cook something up for us today?
We should know relatively soon. I think after the first game, we can know.
Yeah.
If it is a complete roller coaster, even if KT end up losing, which, you know, we all know they're capable of, could be a thing as... Yeah, LCK first in a lot of matchup. Remember when it was LCK Cup and we're like, man, Chovy not having, he's not looking so, he's fine, but he set a very high standard for himself. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Meeting the standard, setting the standard, great stuff. BDD, the one shining light, and I think I'm starting to get a little worried because we're seeing the cracks in his back. It's something that we see with Owner, it's something that we see with BDD.
Yeah.
Realistically, you can only maintain a form like that for so long before you just kind of crumble under all the pressure.
Yeah.
And I think with BDD, that moment is imminent. I don't think a loss against Gen.G should be what does it though. That should be fine, that shouldn't be too bad.
It should be.
But we know it's not always logical, Valdez.
You never know when it's going to hit you mentally, you know. I feel like it happened to many other players in the past, like even Dudu, remember? Like he was playing with Cuz in that Quantum Freaks roster, and he was playing well, and nowadays he's just not really up to his standard.
We have Cuz, we have Bulldog, we have the entirety of Nongshim 2022.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we just got to hope that he sticks with it, because on a team that's not performing that well, he is doing pretty well. I mean, the stats are up there, 3rd, 4th place. He's carrying his team at times. It feels like a lot of the KT wins have come just from him. And yeah, unfortunately for him, it is going to be his first time playing against Chovy here at the LCK. Obviously, they did go head-to-head at LCK Cup. But this is a different Chovy, as we have been highlighting. And it might just be a different feel in this one.
Now, things have been looking up for KT. The current roster feels like it's been the most stable one. I don't think casting has been necessarily a standout. I think that he's been fine, and he's been less of a, unfortunately, liability the way that Perfect was. And Peter is great, and we love him. And, you know, gameplay-wise, I think he's kind of where you'd expect him to be. He's better than we saw him last time.
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to suddenly be contesting for best in his role, but he brings an energy that this team needed. And when I walked into the arena earlier, it was dead silent. Peter walked on, and a girl just shrieked, "Peter fighting!" And you could see him like go like, "Yeah, you're gonna fight."
He's gonna fight, and hopefully he gets that fighting spirit into the team. And KT, you know, they're not in an awful spot. I don't want people to think that they're totally, you know, underground at this point. 3 and 5, looking for hitting that 500% mark, 500 win rate mark, right? Like 0.5. I don't know what you call that. It's very common in sports, but yeah, the 50% win mark.
Sports.
Yeah. I love sports ball.
Yeah, you do.
It's my favorite sports ball.
We can talk about sports later, fellas. There's a draft, ball. Come on.
There is a draft.
Stay focused.
Sorry.
I'm always focused, Valdez.
Absolutely.
So I don't know why you can't bring the same courtesy.
I just can't reel myself in sometimes, especially when I'm casting with you.
Sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. So draft.
The Nico.
I know, it's really gone up in priority. And is Peter our best Nico? I think he might be.
I think based on what we've seen so far, maybe.
I'd say so. I don't think, again, he's been our best support by any margins, but...
Remember when Chovy played Nico?
Yeah, well, he's the best Nico support. Let me narrow it down.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember when Kenyon and Showmaker did the Nico flexes. That was fun. As Chase is open, and Rumble and Gwen are both gone. Now, we have seen Jace slowly get punished a little bit. We saw the Yorick, which I don't like into it.
Nidalee?
That I did like, but that obviously requires casting to have a ton of confidence in his ability to play out that champion. If it's Ambessa, we'll be a little sad, so we hope it's not. That as BDD gets his pigeon. Oh, pigeon.
Chronicler lost his pigeon recently.
No, there was a pigeon on my balcony, and he finally flew out, and now I know why people call it empty nest. I get it. I didn't think I would, but here we are.
It's okay, Chronicler.
But it's BDD playing it. Surely that'll cheer me up.
I think it should.
It should.
I think Azir is incredible in the meta, and BDD is incredible at it. So I think that's great. Now, we are going to have Taliyah into the Azir, which is a very good matchup.
As the Taliyah has been a pick that I think has been steadily rising in priority for many reasons. Team fighting with it is extremely easily. Generally, you'll be able to pick it into matchups where you get to not be bullied too much early, and once you get to mid to late game, you gotta have a big impact. Roaming capabilities are there at any point in Click CC, makes you feel pretty OP. So into the Azir, I think it's mildly favored, but it's not a blowout matchup by any means. And BDD should be able to pilot this one nicely. Is it just going to beat the Scion? I'm not excited about it, but I think it's fine. I think that Keen, as far as like our top tier top laners goes, is the least purely aggressive. I think both Zeus in particular, but even we've seen both Shio and Kingen have like really aggressive performances. I don't think Keen necessarily plays with the same relentless levels of bullying, but we'll see. In this matchup, he can definitely get away with a lot as long as they track Cuz. So good luck to casting of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a decent way to neutralize the lane. And as you mentioned, you shouldn't get too punished by Keen, but we'll see. I mean, he's still a very strong top laner, and he might get it done. Alistar is going to be banned here from Duro. They haven't banned the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank doesn't feel very good into what KT have at this point, but Duro is the one guy it feels like Lens, you know, as well, but I have seen a little bit less from him so far this year, as MF is going to be banned, so a lot of focus towards the 80 carries. Still got Kai'Sa, Jhin.
Yeah, makes sense with that ban on the Alistar and MF, and then a Rel that obviously you could counterpick. Would have felt good. It's just going to be Xayah Rakan. It's not too interesting, it's not too crazy, but this is a Rakan angle, the likes of which we haven't seen often recently, because Poppy has sharply shot up in priority, and she is still up, and I do think it should get locked in. You're not playing the Taliyah, but the Poppy here I think is great. Works really well into both the Rakan as well as the Xin. This is picking for the team. I do see the logic behind this, but I think that Peter having the extra agency and keeping Duro down is definitely worth the sacrifice of your engage being worse, right? Rel is probably the best team fight engage support that we have when it comes to our ability to just with a single engage win a fight. But that's not going to be the case, and I do think the Poppy, it also takes it away, and it works well with the Azir. So I think it's a good call here from Peter.
Yeah, it takes a little bit more finesse, but you can still engage on the Poppy. We've seen a lot of people do it, even from the jungle. As you mentioned, a bit less reliable than Rel, just pressing all her buttons and flashing in, but you can still get it done. And if you're looking at the other side, they're kind of only relying on the Rakan as well for engage, other than Xin Zhao running into you. So it feels like a relatively lower engage kind of team versus team in this first game number one, as all the fans have come out to support Gen.G, it looks like, on this side. And here's the KT side. A lot of BDD signs. He gets his Azir in the first game. This is his time to, you know, to prove to us that this time will be different.
I know what the deal is. Yeah, you read that one, Valdes. I don't read enough Korean. I can only read the English words, and I don't get it.
BDD and Birth both start with B. Was BDD born for us, basically?
Oh, that's kind of cute, I guess. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's call it cute.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. It's fine. Well, here we go. Looks like we got our teams ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. Gen.G up against KT Rolster.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
Game number
30초
1
남았습니다.
between these two teams. KT the only team in front of Gen.G getting the perfect round robin. And we don't really know what to expect yet. Will KT make the roller coaster happen, or will Gen.G just get the kind of expected round robin win?
I
What do
just
you
want to
think,
see if
Chronicler?
Chovy dies. Imagine if he dies, but he gets executed. So there's still like discourse about what it means.
Oh,
No one has killed him.
Not the perfect game discourse. Not again. I think
we ended
covered
that
it.
one.
We covered it on the Pog State. It was a perfect game, we said.
Well, that was our opinion.
But then a vote out of 80 people decided that they didn't agree. I think it's a perfect game. But, you know, we added new objectives. Maybe they have to be included as well for some people. But for Chovy, I think if he gets executed, it shouldn't count.
So execute doesn't count because he's not killed.
But the thing is, the same people who think that the Groms count for perfect game will say, no, it should count because it's a 1 in the deaths column, and so he died. It wasn't to an enemy champion. That's not what we're talking about. It's more about...
Like someone actually killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it makes his KDA, well, obviously he died before that, right? So his KDA is not... it's not one of those situations where you can't really quantify it. But we are dealing with a situation where no one has killed him. So I'm with you. Although I would argue it kind of depends on how the execute looks, as that's the poppy early.
Yeah, Duro just not really respecting that at all. Nearly dies to the Ignite, and Duckdom and Peter are winning the lane down here at level 2. Very interesting how that was even able to happen. We've seen, I think it was Guma and Keria had an issue with this as well, where it's like, no, they're about to hit level 2, you have to back away.
Yeah, I'm not feeling anything. Don't you worry. It was nice. Well done by Peter. Good setup. But it doesn't mean that much. For now.
For now.
For now.
Yeah. You can get a little bit ecstatic later on.
Enthusiastic.
Yeah. Energized.
Trying to think of more.
Extra.
I'm always extra.
You're always
Valdez.
extra, yeah. Oh, little flip opportunity here. Gonna wait for the knockup from Duro, and BDD just kind of walks away. It's still a lot of damage that BDD did sustain, but he's got a cookie.
That's exactly the type of ganks that Daniel Ox Harrison hates. You know, you woke up, you damage, and you know that, in this case, there was a realistic chance of forcing a flash, but still kind of a drive-by from Duro as he was going to top lane anyway, as we do see. Interestingly enough, even with Gen.G being the bottom lane that was heavily getting bullied, they are still able to make it towards topside earlier, so they went for this swap a good amount of time earlier. The lane state here for Keen is looking really rough though. Looks like Duckdom should be able to set up a freeze just in front of his turret, and his jungler, and we now see Canyon running over, I imagine, to try and help him out and ensure that Chase can farm. Because you do really want that. And Carson is perfectly happy staying in a 1v2 because he is Scion.
Look at
Wave is
Keen.
pushing away from him. Yeah, that's what we talked about.
Nice. I'm gonna get rooted up here.
Gotta hit those.
Yeah.
They didn't.
He was pretty fast, you know. He's Jace.
Well, it's both. He didn't get stunned into the wall as well,
Yeah.
right? So kind of worked out for him there.
And we'll see if it does get pushed back or what Keen is going to have to deal with. Right now, we do have Casting in the top lane, just farming against 2 as well, but he's just going to hug his turret. Knockback hits. The stun does not. Chovy is all-time on a 14-game winning streak on Taliyah. So I'm not sure if that's he's never lost on Taliyah or if he's just on a 14-game winning streak on Taliyah. We'll try to get confirmation, clarification on that.
My guess is...
I would assume he's lost
Yeah,
Taliyah at some point.
Yeah, for sure. Because Taliyah has been has been meta for so long, right? Ever since she came out. Back then when she was slightly different.
But it says all time, so we'll have to get clarification.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's in any trouble here. We got Cuz coming down, and he's got the inside track, a decently sized wave as well. Bit of damage coming in. Cuz looks like he does want to get in on this one. The flash comes out from Keen, but he just gets crit down by the Jin. And his first blood over to the Nefiri already. KT proactive and ahead.
Interesting. Interesting. I wonder what it could mean. As he has lost, but he does have, even then, a close to 90% win rate on the champion.
Yeah.
So it's not perfect, but it is...
yeah, perfect is
very high.
Actually one of the top laners of KT.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware.
Yeah. Definitely not perfect.
A few champions that Chovy has higher KDA on. Nocturne and Fiora.
Yes.
But not nearly as many games, obviously. Tilia actually really high up there, considering the amount of games that have been played. Early kill for Cuz. That's looking good. Cuz, if he can get back to form, I actually think this KT team should be at the top of what we currently perceive as the East Side teams. With BNK, I think, still having the same level of explosiveness, but they're also not very consistent. If Cuz and BDD, well, again, BDD has kind of kept it together, but if Cuz can get it together as well, I do think that things are looking up. Keen is doing a lot of trading. I don't love this lane assignment.
No.
Like, I don't love that we're keeping Keen in this 1v2 where he is definitely diveable, because there's Poppy and Nefiri on the enemy team, both of which are incredible at diving turrets. And then we're also having Sion in a... Oh,
Chovy in a rough spot here as he might be going down. He's got flash, though, and he's just trying to walk it off. I think he will be okay. A dive, though, brewing on the bottom side.
Peter's like, I'll flash for it. I'll get him.
It's a very different vibe from the Bro and Brew type of brewing. And yeah, a lot of action down in that south jungle. I do wonder what is going to happen if there will be a collapse in here. Duro just kind of walking around, beating them into a fight. As Cuz goes untargetable, Peter getting pretty low though, has to flash away, and immediately the punish is coming out from Gen.G. They went a bit too deep in the enemy jungle, and wow, look at the damage coming up from the Xin Zhao as well. Chovy nearly dies, but he lives on a little bit of health, and that's going to be feats of warfare over to Gen.G. And for about 7.5 minutes, we had some fun. And now Gen.G are just going to run away with the game.
No, he didn't get it.
Yeah, hey, he won the trade, I guess.
He has Warden's Mill.
Yeah.
Lane's pushing into Ruler though, so I don't think he's too bothered. Yeah, that's why we didn't really have any emotions. We're just perceiving.
We knew. I like how Duro plays this, by the way.
I don't need like I like this play from KT, right? The idea makes sense. Peter comes from behind, but Gen.G is just a little bit faster. And it is actually a really big deal that BDD doesn't have his ult. If BDD has his ult, I think he swoops in there. I think they just take him down. And then secondly, Dogdom was way too far up, right? With Jin in particular. Imagine that fight. If Dogdom is further back, can just ult and BDD has his. That was playable, right? Poppy, like, just kind of a narrow jungle corridor. She have the Jin ult on top. But instead, Chovy even going in as well and then not dying. So yeah, Chovy's last loss was March 2nd, 2023. That is
on Talia.
That is 2 T1 World Championships ago. That's how long we're talking.
2023 seems like very recent time.
And it's
when you put it that way.
It's 3 Gen.G titles and 1 Hanwha title.
Yeah.
That's 3 titles ago, Valdez.
Just 3 titles ago he lost on Talia.
Hey, he lost the one last year by 1 game. Yeah.
Yes. That is true.
What does it mean?
I think Chovy's just really good at the game. I think that's all it means. But yeah, I like what you were saying about that team fight where it's like the idea at its core from KT was good. They want to push their lead. They got leads in the bottom side. Let's push into their jungle, take red buff, force fights. But all of the important little parts of it, like BDD not having ult or positioning-wise, just means that Gen.G will punish you. And we talk about this all the time. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. You give them a millimeter, they'll take a kilometer.
That's
people say that all the time.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. And Gen.G will do that. They will punish your mistakes. They knew the cooldown on BDD's ult. And they punished him.
Didn't even get Chovy's flash. That's the craziest part.
That's actually crazy. That he just held his flash the entire time.
It's like, well, not just that. He then just walked around a little divot because he knew that they might look to dive him. Just took his pots and got back to lane, and then joined the bot side play with almost no health. It was really like they had already won the play, but he just ensured that there wasn't any counterplay available.
Yeah.
Because with this Eclipse, he wants to fight, wants to brawl, understandably, as, oh, this looks maybe a little better for KT, because we do have Dokdom already on the way, a 5v5 possibly here.
I'm not sure if KT should really fight this one. They're going to engage onto a Xinjiao. That's not going to work. In goes Peter, he dies immediately, and now we got Neferi in a lot of trouble because just running away, the Jin ult does hit everyone, but it just didn't do that much damage at this point in the game. As a big decimating smash hits 3, but casting is alone, and it's just a free fight for Gen.G. They're going to get 5 grubs as well.
The last fight I liked in principle, but not in execution. This one, I'm kind of on. I don't really like either.
in either aspect.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the lines.
Yeah. Maybe you just got to look a little bit deeper.
I don't know if I do. Gen.G now almost 3k gold up. As we take another look here. So the angle on this fight isn't even that bad, but it's just so disjointed. Right, Peter goes in way too early. Then the Xin Zhao just gets to tank these Jin shots. Like, he doesn't care. Eats, I think, 2 of them. And then the fight's lost because Chovy is untouched. And Ruler isn't really threatened. There was ult, barrier, and flash. So if you engage on Xin Zhao, it needs to be super crit. Like, you can, we've seen teams do it, but it needs to be like poppy slam into the wall, immediate follow-up from the rest of the team, and just 100-0 him in the CC and take him down. Like that.
Well, they're going to try to do it again, but nobody's there. I mean, the follow-up is just not there. The damage isn't there. BDD wasn't there. And now Peter's just going to die. He's just free food. And I feel for Peter. He's trying to make plays, but like the coordination on the side of the KT is just non-existent. Dokdom is going to try to disengage code, and he gets denied. I am so happy about that. You have no idea.
Wow. Dokdom hater over here.
No, just a disengaged cone hater, but man. Yeah, this is kind of what Gen.G games have turned into, where it's like seeing and waiting and watching if the enemy team can do anything, and then it's like, oh no, Gen.G's just going to win again.
Oh, Peter. It's the idea that we talked about. Last engage, you get a little more leeway, but this one was clearly not it. Doesn't end up working out. But I do gotta say, I'm wondering if they couldn't have tried a little bit more, because Ruler was actually far off the fight. I think he had a numbers advantage here. At least initially is BDD.
Yeah, he's trying to go in, trying to punish Chovy, but now he's out of mana. That's a nice poppy ult to actually save BDD. I think if the Xinjiao Canyon was able to stick around, probably he dies. So, gonna save them from the dive. Meanwhile, trying to bully casting a little bit because is here, so not really finding an angle. And Gen.G just kind of enjoying about a 4,000 gold lead, almost.
Yeah, it's only 4,000 gold at 13 and 50, Valdez.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Only, yeah.
It's making me Mickey Mouse.
It could be worse.
That's not good. No, no, that's my line. Don't you steal my line.
Yeah, you're definitely the first person to ever say that.
I mean, specifically in the context of games that are clearly not good.
Yeah.
No, that's not. It's not true. It's just really any caster just tries to do that with varying degrees of success.
Yeah.
I don't think we can sell this one, Valdez. I think this one might be a little...
It's about how Mickey the Mouse can go.
All right?
That's how successful...
It might be cooked. It might be in some trouble with this game.
They're just this clean.
It's 4,000 gold.
Gen.G just look like they're on a mission, you know? They're never really... Uh-oh. Peter's going to get... Oh, no, he didn't get rooted here. He's just being run down, though, anyway. Ruler wants the kill, but not willing to chase that deep.
Could have.
Thought maybe he'd get the root down, but didn't quite land it.
Didn't end up going for it. I don't know, Veldas. Even for me, this is a tough.
Duck Dom engaged on. Now, Ruler doesn't have his Blade Caller, so he's just engaged on, and then he walks away. Now, Duck Dom steps back up, nearly dies. He does not have his flash, but he does have barriers, so maybe that's why. Trying to bait Ruler into something. To be fair, I mean, when you're this far behind, you do have to take risks. You do have to go for funky plays that look weird to try to set stuff up and bait the enemy team in.
For me, this is great. Because for me, all this is doing...
Chronicler, they're diving the second turret in the top lane. BDD's just dead. Okay, well, down he goes.
This is making sure that the expectations are as low as possible going into the T1 series. And guess who I predicted there?
Yeah, KT.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling great right now.
You're the only one who did that, by the way.
I don't know if I'm delusional or if it's actually good.
Maybe KT would have had a chance, but then you predicted them, so now all bets are off. Keen is very deep, but he's got flash, and so he just flashes over to Duro, who of course is controlling the enemy jungle 16 minutes into the game. Now, Gen.G, they're only 7,000 gold ahead here at 16 minutes.
So any new new cooking you've been doing recently, Veldas?
New cooking?
Yeah. I know you've been stepping up your cooking game. It's been inspiring to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately the last month I've been
working as you do,
focusing on, you know, hanging out with the baby
as you do,
making excuses for why I'm not cooking. That also takes some time. So yeah, I haven't really come up with anything new. We did make a good pasta.
Ooh, what type?
Chicken and you know, just garlic and oil.
Nice.
You know, the chicken from Costco that you get.
Oh yeah.
Just put that in. We added like string beans and peas as well, so it's pretty healthy. It sounds weird, but it works. It works.
Yeah, kind of lost me there, but I'm sure it's good. Like all those ingredients.
It adds like a nice. It doesn't. It just tastes like the rest of the pasta, but it adds like a nice, like crunchiness.
You gotta get your fiber in your
yeah, exactly.
Right? Oh, I get it.
We wanted to have some greens in there.
Oh yeah, I still have one batch of what I call. House might be dead.
Well, he has his flash, and Duro is flashing after him. They're going very deep for this one, but I think it doesn't matter. They can just do this. Meanwhile, Chovy is yeah, he had that prepared. He had the knockback ready for when Cuz gets over the wall. And Chovy just, I mean, for him,
the turret's still up.
Yeah. Casting's just ulting the other way.
Nice, get that wave, bud.
Yeah.
You got him.
Huge. Yeah, they have a bunch of Void Mites here that they can push with.
One more, come on.
Alongside of the Rift Heralds.
One more wave, casting.
Ruler took the aggro from the turret.
He can do one more wave, it's fine. He only has one death so far.
Yeah.
Could have one more wave. Sad.
Just...
Yeah, so the pasta I have currently is it's just green pasta.
Yeah.
Because it's just spinach, peas, and then like flavoring like onion, garlic, salt, pepper.
Is it black garlic?
No. Why would I put
I was just curious. I don't know.
I just want to break that whole conversation up again.
I was just curious. You're just very passionate about it, I know, so.
I haven't heard the black garlic memes in a while. That's why
we have to bring out the good stuff for a game like this, you know? Like the black garlic and a pasta. Sounds good.
Yeah, that's a chuckle-worthy. Like knocking him over 2 walls.
You got him with the chuckle.
Fellas, I don't think Chovy's dying this game. I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, okay, what if he dives the fountain on purpose?
I think,
at the end.
You know, pro gamers generally don't care too much about the milestones, but I think this one he cares about a little bit. Duro got stuck behind the wall. And he is going to get out.
To the best of us.
Or is he? Okay, the flash comes out. Yeah, he's getting out. Casting also is going to flash away. Meanwhile, Cannon's just doing his own jungle while Keen is pushing the bot lane. They're 10,000 gold ahead at 19 minutes.
He traded flash for flash. That's worth.
How did this game fall apart so quickly?
Like, what was it, 7-8 minutes in, they started to fall behind?
It was 7.5 minutes. That's when the fight happened in their jungle.
Yeah.
And then at 12 minutes, it was like only a 3,000 gold lead.
Just don't make mistakes.
In the span of 7 minutes, it's been like a 7,000 gold lead. More. Peter's going to knock away Ruler. And I guess he'll deny Ruler the kill. Chovy's going deep for one. Gotta be careful not to die, though, as meanwhile, Duro is going to finish off the Jin. In goes Cuz. He wants to get that kill, but Chovy's just so far ahead, this is not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, he knew about that.
Not this
time.
game.
Oh my god.
Yep.
This is just mean.
I mean, these players are just so crisp right now. They don't really... I don't know. They don't really miss a beat. You know, in the early game, KT did some nice proactive moves, and they got a lead themselves. But since then, it's been turning up all Gen.G.
Just diving.
Please
There's
analyze
no
this,
turrets, but
Mr. Analyst.
I can't believe you didn't say the line.
What's the line?
It's the Feldes line. Whenever I'm specifically confronted with something inexplicable,
Yes.
take it away, Chronic.
They're going to say it is what it is.
No, that's Aux's line.
That's another one.
That's not my line.
True.
We all have our own lines. I can't go out and steal other people's lines. That's rude.
I mean, you steal other people's seats all the time. Why not lines?
Okay, this is a meme that the populace at large is not aware of, and I feel like there's already too many slanderous accusations towards me.
I mean, it's
without
true, so...
without adding seat stealing.
They're not
to it, okay?
baseless, you know?
Yes, they are!
All right, we're diving Chovy. We're going to get a kill on Chovy.
He doesn't have flash.
BDD did get stunned.
He doesn't have flash!
Oh no! They're going to try to get him. He doesn't have flash, and down goes Chovy! And there you go. He dies. It is possible. He's human. And the rest of the game will play out normally. Gen.G are pushing mid lane, and they might just end the game now. Ken is soloing the Autocon.
This gives me the same feeling as when Rich killed the perfect game.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, just let them have it at this point. Like, it's not going to matter. Why would you do that?
It's about sending a message.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to beat us by over 10,000 gold, and it's going to be a really one-sided game. But
is it
we
time?
killed Chovy.
Is it time to have the Chovy's washed conversation?
Sure.
He died.
Yeah, he did die, so I think it's over for him. Maybe next year. We can all hope. Casting is just getting bullied. Looks like he'll be okay.
He's only died once this game. It's actually, I feel like he's died a lot more.
Same amount as Chovy.
Yeah, I feel like his damage taken stats are going to be off the charts.
He is Scion.
Yeah.
So Chovy, no ult, no flash. He had TP. I wonder if he could have TP'd at some point.
No, I don't.
Like right here?
Nah.
No, there's no way he gets out.
Wouldn't have made it.
Yeah.
Casting just catching him off guard.
Do I have to die like this? He's like, hold on.
Oh, he did care. You could see it. He's
He
like,
cares.
oh,
no. They got me in my 8th game in a row.
Meanwhile, Canyon is just so...
Yeah, what if Canyon wasn't soloing the Otacon? What if he was top lane?
Yeah, Canyon.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Why didn't he help out Chovy? Meanwhile, Peter's dead. And there is a fight going on. KT still fighting this one, and now Xin getting pretty low, but he does throw his ult in, and a massive shot, or knockback does come through. The seismic shove from Chovy, and that is going to do a nice amount of damage. But low health bars here on the side of Gen.G. Yes, they are very far ahead, but they got themselves into a wonky spot, and they're not going to overplay their hands.
They're scaling, though, Feldes.
KT?
No, Gen.G.
Oh. I see.
Yeah, they do have Xayah and Talia. Which
Well, KT have Azir
true.
and Scion.
I think Scion, like, really isn't... Eventually, he's not that tanky. Once you get, like, to full items...
Yeah. He does scale, though.
He does, yeah. I mean, he gets an incredible amount of health, but I do think you have good champions to cut through it, right? With Xayah and Talia. It's not really a situation where you... If Gen.G was playing like Jin, I don't know, what else do we got that doesn't do a lot of...
If it was like Ahri.
Yeah, Jin Ahri, then I'd be worried.
Yeah.
But now I'm really not. Can't believe Chovy just died.
That's the story of this game.
That is the only story of this game.
I was waiting for his Majai's Soul Stealer.
It was so anticlimactic. The prophecy said that he would not die until the next T1 Gen.G, and then he would die heroically, you know, and it would be like a whole big... No,
Yeah.
none of that.
The play stops, everybody gathers around
Yep.
his dead body.
Oh, or the Gen.G Hanwha rematch.
Yeah.
finally Peanut finds him and takes him down, and it's like a whole thing. That'd be
Yeah.
cool. Nope.
We paused the game.
He just gets Cyan ulted and unceremoniously dies.
Yep. BDD was stunned for like half the time. Didn't matter.
Happens to the best of us.
Still killed him under the turret.
All right, Gen.G, take the Baron. I know it's been up for 15 seconds, but I feel like we've wasted a lot of time here.
Top, Gen.G, you're wasting time. Let's go. We got a Baron to take. We got, you know, dinner served soon. We got to get to that dinner. That's kind of how it feels when Gen.G are playing.
Cuz steal this.
Well, he's going to be on the opposite side of the wall. And that's a big ult.
Wait, they can get it.
They can just
They can get it!
They can just take the Baron! And it goes to Jin! KT! They're not out of this yet. They are going to lose Peter. But they got the Baron. And now they're only 9,000 gold behind.
Why would you bring that up?
I'm just saying there's a chance.
Yeah. They got Baron. That's all that matters. Now they can wave clear for the next 3 minutes.
They can.
They can. Can they?
Yeah.
Can they?
Yes, they can.
But can they really?
Yes. Still yes. Yes. With Baron buff minions, especially with a cannon, it's just too difficult to chew through.
It leads into the Drake fight as well.
Yeah.
Where they'll only be like, what, 6,000 gold behind?
Yeah.
Optimistically. If they get like a turret, that'd be nice.
They're coming back.
Please, just one turret.
Gen.G have taken their sweet time with this game. I'll say that.
Oh, have they? They did start Baron 15 seconds after it was...
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
They should have started it with 0 seconds.
I do love the energy. I keep going back to this, but the fact that KT, they didn't hear no bell. They're gonna keep going. Peter's gonna look for these ults, and they're not giving up. KT of all teams knows that a 10k gold deficit is just a state of mind. 10k gold,
construct.
10k gold advantage is just a construct. You don't have to let it hold you back. You know, you can choose not to. Items
you
are
can
just
acknowledge it and move on.
Yeah, items are just balls of stats.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't make a play.
Just play better.
Just play better.
Just flush over the wall. And engage on them.
Yeah. Works for Pyoshik.
Yeah. For a second I thought we had DNF later, but it's actually Bro versus DRX. It's a different series. Trying to chase after Ruler here. Gen.G now are taking this a bit more seriously. They're setting up traps. They're hiding on bush. And they're going to throw out a wall here. Looking for BDD, who is going to knock in Chovy! And Chovy goes down. And all of a sudden, KT are coming back in this game. We got a Jin ult now. We're going to hold them down. But it does just a meager amount of damage here to... Oh, here comes casting. Choo-choo! Very nice angle. He's not going to hit anything, but in he goes. Going to force Gen.G to turn around. And this is a 4v5. The Peter ult misses, though. And so not a great angle. Duro goes in, goes out. And KT, they want to fight over something here. They need to get some standing gold on the map. Canyon getting low. He's got his ult, though. That is going to push them away. Duckdom getting extremely low himself. The knockup comes in from Duro. Ult from Cuz. They want to take out Keen here. There's now Redemption on the top side, but Keen is all alone. They're isolating him, but he kills them all instead. And Duckdom not able to finish the job. And they went just a bit too deep for this one. They saw the angles, they saw the lights, and BDD, he only gets the Rakan. It's a triple kill for Keen. And now we got TP coming in here as well. Chovy wants his revenge, and he'll take out casting with Ruler. And maybe now Gen.G can end the game. If not, they'll get an Ocean Soul at least.
It says a lot about the split that Chovy's been having that I sold that to Liao Wally and I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to see what his angle is. His angle was faceplant. It did not work. Complete disaster. But the rest of Gen.G also has colossal gold leads, right? We are talking about, before that fight, it was like, what, 3k for Keen? This Jace is an absolute monster. As the Nexus sure to fall. Gen.G had a little bit of fun with it, but it did not feel like they were threatened. And now they do have the powered up Ocean Soul. As why are we being mean to Doc Dom, guys? This Nexus is already gone.
It's about sending a message. And I'm not really sure what the message was from Gen.G. It felt like, oh, we're so much better than you that we're going to get a massive lead. Then we're going to throw it, and then we're going to win anyway. In pretty just
they feel like
casual fashion.
a quarter of their lead.
Yeah.
Was it like a third, maybe?
Yeah, it was about a third.
About a third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 3,500 gold.
Out of the
10K.
10K, yeah.
They were stagnating on 10K for a while.
Well, this is not boding well for KT believers. I don't think there were many for this series. But also it's Gen.G. What can you say, right? Like, I think KT showing signs of life. They're trying a lot. I actually think a lot of the casting angles were great on the side. I was actually positively surprised by how he played it out. Did it matter? No, it didn't. It did not matter even a little bit. It was an 11K gold lead. And like because of how insanely big the lead is, at like 15 minutes, that's a free 4K gold!
Yeah.
At 14 minutes!
They were that far ahead. Yes, they were. And they almost threw it away. And then they just took it back. They're like, no, you know what? We'll just win from here. And that they did. So props to Gen.G. I guess you could just do whatever you want. 1-0 to Gen.G, and we'll see what happens after the break.
안달리면 할만한 듯.
폼이 안 날라갔다 우리.
아젤 노공이야. 나 30초 뒤에 텔돼.
천천히
빼면서 가야 돼.
아직도 노공이다 지금.
용 순간다 보자. 15초 뒤에.
지지 말고 포킹하자 그냥.
나 2, 3초.
이거 미드 1차도 막아야 되거든.
미드 1차는
지금 상태 안 좋아.
여기 좀 물리다.
살짝 많이 맞았다.
싸워.
오 좋다.
사연 노플. 나 살짝 물렸고. 나 10초 뒤에 텔돼. 진 노플.
나 1초. 나 아직 본다 이제. 아직 볼게 그냥. 아직 볼게.
나 2, 3초. 아젤 노플이야. 만화 없다. 아젤 만화 없다.
아직 노플.
나 뒤에 텔 채웠고.
가면 끝나지 않을까?
가면 끝날지.
바텀으로 갈래요?
얘 노플이야.
바텀.
나 바텀 텔 탔어.
바텀으로 가죠. 네 어차피 시간 끌 텐데.
그러면 그래 탑사니까요. 이렇게 다 하면서 그 다음에 일단 아니 내리고 있어요. 맞습니다. 아니 교전의 시작 자체가 T1이 이길 수가 없는 수준의 시작이었어요. 딱 깎아버렸습니다. 에이스 띄웠죠. D 플러스 기어.
Leave for a vet, flying like a jet. I wish they just stayed like the boy was pushing weight. And a bait the case, so you know I made the play.
Tudo que ser, mas não teve sucesso. Virou, quebrou a armaguarda, vai ganhar tempo, vai dar aquela resetada. Morreu, pra cada lado por enquanto, mas Morteu. Mais uma bela entrada, garantiu duas eliminações. Fica 2-2. O time da Isurus tenta se posicionar. O Morteu já saindo do Ackerman. Garante a eliminação. É double pra ele. O Summit abandona a brincadeira. E a KT vai pegar a alma.
Put it in a way, but I still make the shot. Splash. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. Killing competition, gotta make it look pretty.
A 了一下，阿志也准备到位了。结尾穿刺一夹夹回撸网，而下面的阿志的剑魔妹是开劈往前，再配合无敌过的阿闪4个人，还有剑魔妹是 Q3 砍了下来，一路的往前进，贝蒂是直接杀手本能飞到了后排，而正面的法术涌动跟超负荷疯狂扩散，让塔楼完美的零换五。
What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not.
As well. What is his focus going to be? Hans, wrap around here. Will spot Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's a perfect predict! He's living in his head! He doesn't even pay rent! Oh my god!
I wish they just stayed like the boy was pushing weight. And a bait the K, so you know I made the play. Banging 808, drummer pointing at you.
용도 다시 치면서 도란 밀렸어요. 이거 진영 갈렸습니다. 루시드 안쪽. 루시드 고립. 용의 와.
내내 손에 잡긴 했는데 용은 또 T1이 오거든.
반격 떨어져. 우와. 지우가. 역하나 상대 대걸로. 우와. 모두 치고 다음.
근데 에이밍이 아직 있어.
그래도 에이밍이
있어. 들어와.
페이크 들어와. 어딜래? 그래 우리는 직격하는 거 알아?
Killing competition, gotta make it look pretty. Hit them where it hurt, oh man, I know they feel it. I can't take a
We'll
loss.
get the shutdown, and meanwhile in the base, Obscurin is met by a pop. Lots of TP's coming in as well by Humanoid. Fnatic looking for the win. It's all on Humanoid. Humanoid is dead. Nothing left, and Koi have done it. You'll take the win out of their cold, dead hands, and Koi never give up.
What a game!
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday for all of you watching. It is a happy Thursday for Gen.G and unhappy Thursday for Chovy's killless streak. It is over. No more. But they do get the win here. 1-0. Degon alongside Oxenwood did. Gen.G get the job done after kind of a disrespectful bot lane start here in the first 5 minutes here, Ox.
Yeah, there were some little moments, I think, early on where we saw them get some advantages, saw KT get some advantages, but it was very finite and didn't really manage to translate into something. But I think it shows that, you know, Gen.G are not an infallible team. It's just very hard to translate those mistakes that they can make into something bigger and very hard to maintain that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the draft from KT was stronger. It definitely showed up on the bot lane with the matchup. I think they could have the early advantage much easier with their plays, but I think they kind of failed to snowball in a good way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights here with the throw. I mean, first we start with the Chovy death.
No, it's ruined.
Unkillable Uncle Chovy. Again, he's got the Uncle Sam, I want you, Uncle Chovy pose. Boom. Someone kill him, and yeah, it was BDD.
What a fall off, honestly. Can we say, you know, he's died infinitely more in game 1 of today than he has in weeks. So I just, guys, I gotta ask, is Chovy washed? You know, can we say that? You know, not even 1,
Ooh, that's
He's washed out,
mate.
I would never say that. Ox sausage. All right, let's take a look at this, how this game shook out. After first early couple kills, KT tried to bite off more than they could chew.
So here, I think they had the info that they got the good trade on the mid lane, and also they have the bot priority, so which just makes sense to invade here. But they didn't clear the ward of the entrance, by the way, the jungle. So they knew that KT is invading here, and the main issue is that they are focusing on triple targets, which is pressuring mid, getting the red objective, and getting the kills from Peter play. So they cannot really finish the one play together. That makes KT in a really messy position.
And what's really frustrating is that, you know, BDD had chunked out Chovy and would have been there first, but he didn't get there in time. You know, they weren't ready to be responded to. So that health advantage that you would think, oh, well, it's going to be a 4v3, it wasn't a 4v3. In fact, the fight started like a 3v2. It was Gen.G hitting on the initial targets, and I think the concept was right. You got a good trade in mid, translate that into, you know, it's a small objective, but the red buff, but the execution was messy, it wasn't coordinated, and again, they didn't use that advantage. The whole point is, because Chovy's chunked, BDD should be there first.
And then after that, we get to see what Gen.G has done to every single team with the lead. Once they're ahead, they are so damn clean.
And I think a couple of mistakes here, it's just a bit too fast. Like, Peter has his ultimate, he ends up going in and using the tap ult, which I think is a mistake because you could have knocked someone away and reduced their numbers. You have the Scion coming in quickly, but look at Chovy's position. He moves into this unwarded brush, and BDD doesn't know what to do. He actually wards, panicked, but doesn't even get it in the brush. So the backline is threatened by Chovy. BDD has to back away. You can see as well the Jhin can't do anything outside of the ultimate. And in the meantime, the fight is lost. I actually think this was a good setup for the fight, but the lack of ward in that brush and also the execution was off, which is why it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ox, like especially Poppy. I mean, he played like Alista, you know? He jumped in and knocked off someone, but that's not how Poppy works. You just kick someone out to get the man advantage. That makes much easier for Poppy.
I mean, especially as you had the Scion ulting down. Like, that was a great engage. He was there first because you had priority. Like, that was your engage tool. If you knock a person away and reduce their numbers, I actually think that was such a winnable fight.
And this is what Gen.G does to teams. They'll take the lead at some point in the game and then force a team to make quick decisions where they skip some steps. And this is where Wadid wanted to break down the big difference between the successful teams and, we'll just say, the bad teams here.
Yeah, so I just want to focus on how they plan is that the good teams, the strong teams are always having the primary plan. So that doesn't change at all, right? So you play for Nash, then you play for Nash. You don't focus on anything else. If they come over the lane, then you punish them. But the bad teams are trying to change the plan every single time. I think that makes really hard for them to focus on one target. I think that makes a lot of mistakes for the weaker teams too.
Yeah, I think as well, when you have these situations where mistakes are made, something we was really talking about is that the stronger teams, you know, we saw mistakes in this game from Gen.G, and very easily just to stop the bleeding, kind of reset, not get bogged down in it, whereas some of the weaker teams really just, you know, they double down. They're like, we made a mistake, we got to bail ourselves out, and they just keep digging deeper and deeper.
Like, if you're bleeding, you got to stop it, right? That's how you work on the aids, right? Like, you got to stop your bleeding, but they're not trying to do that, you know?
Yeah, there's so much I think I can mentality. I think I can try to make this play. I think I can try and save my teammate, but we see the good teams slow down the pace, reset, and then go back to their guiding light of what the principle is. Later on, when we're in Worlds form, yes, we get to see some quick thinking across big macro plays, but right now, we have so many teams that are skipping the fundamentals where they're just constantly getting punished here. KT moving to the blue side, looking for a victory here. Where do you build off of this one, other than the first kill?
I mean, I think the draft was honestly fine for them. I think they need to slow down and really think about how they're approaching these fights, because the setup initially can be good. They have the conditions for the fight to be strong, but they rush it a bit too much, or they don't think about key aspects like who's positioned where, who needs to move over. So slow it down a bit, and if they have a draft like they had in Game 1, it's definitely possible for them to take a game with Gen.G.
Just play for one clear plan, and I think that's all. Like, you have to play for one objective, not for the kills.
Well, this is the final tune-up for these two squads before they head on over to the LCK Roadshow in Suwon. So let's send it back on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready for game number 2, as this is some kind of certificate that casting has earned Looks like it was created by the fan. KT moving over to blue side. Will it help them here? Did have Rumble? Ah, it's the Keen test certificate. Okay, that makes sense. Did he pass that one? He did. He played against Keen for like 4 minutes.
I think casting's been fine. I don't know if I would call that a great pass, but I do think that he passed like barely, you know? For Dutch standards, I think he passed.
Okay.
For Korean standards, I don't think he was close. We have a very well-known concept in the Netherlands where it's like, if you get a 6 out of 10 or 5.5, you're golden. That's the lowest. 5.5 is way. Yeah, it's a lot harder though. We can have this conversation when Gen.G is up 4K gold again, because I actually think it is quite interesting. But we'll save it for then.
Saved.
Well,
for then.
Maybe, yeah.
So Glenn's banned.
So we're B1ing Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble's getting B1 tier with the Kalista ban. That's just fine.
Otherwise you don't ban Aurora, right? There's no shot.
And, I mean, Aurora isn't the only champion that can deal with Rumble in the lane. A lot of range stuff can deal with Rumble. And I wouldn't put it past Keen to pick something weird. Or just something that can handle it that's a little bit less standard for the top lane. That isn't one of the top 4 picks. So Rumble definitely does get picked, but I am curious about the response to that.
Could just be Ambessa, which isn't interesting. But it is something that we've seen a good amount of in response, and I think that matchup is one where we're like, not excited about it, but it's fine, it's manageable. Victor and Skarner. Gen.G, I really often try to defend you as not being a boring team, but you're not helping me here. This is not...
I mean, they're just picking strong stuff.
Oh, I know.
They're just tier listing, you know?
Oh, that's what they do.
They didn't go for the Ahri, which I think... You know, you don't know what you're going up against. You could be going up against the Victor yourself. I'm not sure if you really want to index super heavily on an Ahri duo right away. Victor Skarner definitely seems a bit more open-ended. Lilia, the choice here for Cuz, and Yone.
That's a top side. That's a top side, fellas. That is looking good. BDD's Yone is great. You're playing it with an AP champion. Obviously, having double AP for Cuz and casting feels a little rough, but I don't think that they're going to be too bothered. And the combo is there. I don't know what we're going to name it, because Equalizer is just one word, so you can't really, you know, lilting Equalizer just doesn't quite hit the same. And there's Keen pulling out a Keen classic, the Rise top. Unless it's Victor top, which I would not put, like Keen would.
Yeah. I
can see it.
Can do decently well. Keep the Rumble at range. You can clear waves. But Rise definitely feels better because you have that CC. You can lock him down. As he's melee, it's much easier to just cycle your spells and make sure he's in a place where you can keep him at a distance. MF does get banned here. We're going to be focusing a lot on the bottom side. We had Elise, MF, Alistair, and Ezreal all banned last time. Still could all be banned again this time if the teams want to go for it, but maybe Gen.G leave Ezreal available, maybe try to pick it up for themselves.
Gen.G do want to go for something here that has a good amount of... It looks like they're aiming for Ezreal, but I kind of wonder if they're going to have enough AD threat if they do that. There's no tank on the enemy team though, so even if they do stack heavily towards the MR, I'm going to be too bothered, as that is going to be Ezreal, and then Docdom is going to pick something, and Peter's going to pick Rel. That's how I'm
Wait,
right
how do you know? See, Ruler's playing Ashe.
Okay.
But that does leave Ezreal very wide open for Docdom.
I like that a lot more.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I think Ruler on Ashe, undoubtedly going for a build that is going to do a boatload of damage. Already bolster. Not an easy game to play for Ashe though, because you are an immobile AD carry into Yone, Rumble, and Lilia.
Yeah. That's why I felt like the Ezreal would have been very good.
Yeah.
Instead, they just hand it on over. And that's okay. There's the Rel. No Poppy this time.
And this is where you slam the Janna.
Yeah. It's going to be Nautilus.
It's going to be Nautilus. Is anything
and
open? No. Oh, Brawl? Yeah, Brawl makes sense.
Lulu?
Lulu. Is this one of those things where we caught on to how broken Lulu was like 3 patches ago? And we're like, good enough. He's like, I don't want to play Braum. That's boring. It is boring. Very sad.
Yeah. If you're playing Nautilus and you get held down, they have an insane amount of damage on the enemy team. So the Braum definitely feels a lot safer. You do lose a decent amount of engage power, but you have a decent amount already.
Yeah, you have Ashe, you have Realm Orbs, you have Skarner. I think you're fine. Definitely, there are compositions where you see that and you need to have a conversation about how do we ever win if we fall behind. I don't think they're too bothered by that here. It is a scaling composition. That top side does not have a lot of beef early on. Like, they're scaling into, ideally, eventually, like they can lift a lot, but early on it's, they're eating well, they're going to the gym regularly, but they're not, I don't think they're going to be doing a lot of punching. Now that's what should happen, it's Gen.G, so they'll probably get only a 3k gold league now instead of 4.
Yeah.
It's not enough. Because I don't know what this matchup is right now, but I'm pretty sure it's like 90% win rate for Lilia. I need you to make it happen. I need you to not go down without a fight here.
This sign says, even if my life doesn't pan out, doesn't work out, I just hope that KT's games work out.
Oh, that's... I don't know about staking.
I think you're a fan of the wrong team.
There are better teams to pick for this.
But who knows? It's all about the roller coaster. Maybe they win game 2 from the blue side. Could happen. They almost came back in game 1. KT Rolster on blue, Gen.G on red. Let's hop on the rift for game 2.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Game number 2. KT versus Gen.G. Chroniclers match of the week.
You didn't have to remind me. It was a narrative match of the week, not a gameplay match of the week.
It could have turned into a gameplay match of the week.
Yeah, in game 1.
Based on the narrative.
KT did almost come back. They went from a 11k gold deficit to 8.
They did. They got a Baron,
Their early game was good.
I feel like there were angles for KT in that one. They just fell too far behind between minute 12 and minute 19. That's where the gold lead went from like 4k to 10k and really just hopped off a cliff. That one was the biggest issue in timing. BDD giving him the emote.
The deft emote?
I would imagine that's because he killed him in the last game. Not just because he took a little bit of damage from a Victor. It is Grasp Victor, by the way. So...
Yeah, I really think one of the big issues Victor's had is that he has been too easy to kill with double Ruby Crystal. So I'm actually really happy Chovy did this. Because now, with Bone Plating and Overgrowth and Grasp, he really can be sure that he is unkillable. Fellas, I'm not feeling good. So, about the Dutch education system.
Yeah, very curious about this.
Well, it's not that deep. The main difference is just that if you get an 8 out of 10, that's crazy good. Like a 9 is
I mean, that's how it is in some college classes, though, right?
Well,
where
it's like everywhere. It's literally every single thing. Like if you get like a 9,
I feel like that inherently isn't a bad thing. Though,
no, it's just different grading scale.
Yeah.
But it was really funny because Korea leans a lot more towards the US system.
Yeah.
Where if you put in a lot of work and you understand, you will get an A.
Yeah.
So when I came to Korea, my GPA shot up sharply. It was actually really nice.
Maybe you got smarter.
I don't think that was it. And I still, I played a ton of League. I don't think that was really the big difference maker. It was great, yeah. Because back then they changed that at some point because they're like, wait, hold up, wait a minute. You could just take your grades. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And a lot of those were into the Lilia. And I think Skarner has gotten nerfed so much. And outside of a specific counter pick, I think we should stop prioritizing him this much. Unless you ban Lilia, which...
Yeah, see, the problem with that for me is that, yes, he's a lot weaker, and he is quite weak, but he's still an engaged champion that's tanky from the jungle. And those will always have a place, you know.
They will.
And I feel like he's almost even more reliable than Sejuani.
Yeah, but I think Sejuani is a lot better.
Sejuani is a lot better.
Which is why
Garner is like, you press your R button in a direction after tunneling at them. And you're feeling pretty good. Or Sejuani, you actually have to hit stuff. Just ask Umpty. Why do you give me that look? It's true.
Why are you slandering the general?
I just, it was the first person that came to mind. I just, you know.
There's a lot of bro fans that are already preparing their bro tags in chat right now that were very upset with
Yeah, make sure you're, that's a good point. Make sure you're gathering your funds right now. You know, you could go for the safe bet. Maybe you bet on Gen.G and you say, well, I got to gather my funds for the bro tags.
Just got to try and amass as much as possible.
Yeah. Or if maybe you're very far behind and you want to take a big risk, go for KT, you know? It's a roller coaster. Maybe they get a win. Gen.G have dropped games so far, even if they haven't dropped series. Could happen. Or maybe that's your angle.
And really what KT need to realize is that just like in the Netherlands, again, you can get by with a 5.5.
Yeah.
A lot of cases. 5.5 is passing grade.
So what is like the best student in the class get?
Like if you have an average of 8 or higher, that's already enough. You get like a special certificate. 8.5.
Yeah, but like the top guy. Does he still get 100s?
No.
Or
No, it's not graded on the curve. There's no curve.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
but do they get every question right?
Well, sometimes, but a lot. The Dutch education like is very, or I don't know. It's been a long time, but back in my day.
Back in your day.
I can't believe I get to.
You're an old guy now.
That's great.
You passed 30, so.
I know. It was very essay heavy, so like there is no perfect answer.
I see.
So.
That sounds good and healthy. Yeah. I got a lot of.
It's nice. Well,
good scores on multiple choice tests that were extremely easy.
Hey, there you
With
go.
a passing grade of 75%. So pretty much everybody got
there was one of my, just to put it in perspective, high schools are a little bit more chill. In uni, there was a course with a 35% passing rate. That was including students that took it again for like the third or fourth time.
I see.
So they were like, they would be in their third year of law school and they would still have not passed criminal law. Shout out to criminal law.
So did you pass it?
It took me like 4 years, but yeah,
I
did it. Well, you have to.
There.
You have to.
Yeah.
You can't not pass it.
Well,
it was
maybe
dire.
You just don't get into criminal law. Maybe you just do something else.
I didn't want to do that, but it was part of the whole. It was just one course.
Is criminal law just known as like the most difficult?
Well, in my uni it was, yeah. It's just because specifically there's a lot of.
What about in general? Do you know?
No, it kind of depends on what type of person you are. You know, if you love puzzles, administrative law is great.
I like puzzles.
You would love administrative law. It's just.
But
puzzles.
I don't like law.
Well, then you wouldn't like it. But as far as it goes, maybe you can do tax law. That's just math.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's probably more down my.
That you could do. That'd be fun. You know what's a nightmare is property law. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
It's like if I sell
don't like
you
things that don't
if
make
I
sense.
sell you a house and then I go bankrupt and then you have also sold the house to someone else, whose house is it? Like stuff like it's
the
horrible.
person who bought the house last.
No. We're not getting. I don't want to get into it.
I think it's pretty simple, Chronicler.
It's
actually.
not. Well, I can
think
tell
property
you.
law is easy.
I can tell you for a fact it's not, and it's a horrible conversation.
I think I got it.
We should let it go.
I think I've solved it.
Hey.
Is there anything happening in this game? I mean, BDD almost died at level 2, but he knew what he was doing.
It's fine.
He's totally fine. He's only 5 CS behind. He was never really in any danger.
No, we're waiting. We're waiting for that.
Waiting for the danger. Who's the danger? You saw Breaking Bad, right?
I've not. I've only watched.
Where's Ox?
I think it's here. So maybe if you call
can
him
we,
enough time to.
Can we get a replacement real quick?
Well, I know that clip.
Okay,
I've seen the clip.
That's good enough.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, it's not really good enough, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Well, it's like me trying to get you to watch anime. I'm just shocked you've seen it. That's honestly the more surprising part.
Well, you guys were like, there's this great anime, but also you shouldn't watch it.
Okay, but that's Orcs' fault.
What was the name of that one again?
We both know Made in Abyss.
Made in Abyss, yeah.
That.
Oh, wait, he dashed into it! Oh, BDD! Not like this!
Oh no, not the face cam! Oh, that's so tragic.
He dashed right into it. It could not have gone worse for him. Things were just so calm. He was doing great in lane.
Well, I mean, he was already behind.
It's because we complimented him. That's
Yeah.
why. Yeah.
You can't even, like, it's not even really his...
Oh?
No! It
Peter!
Cool down!
Yeah. Well, no ignite. Ping enemy ignite. Oh, he missed a Q too. I think it's just over. Yeah, Cuz gonna find Canyon. The thing about this is that
every lane losing?
Exactly. The thing about this is every lane is losing.
나 이쪽 한번 궁 쐈어, 지훈아. 한번 연기 좀 해봐.
He says act.
맞다.
Oh, I got him. I think he just said, I'm going to put my arrow there. God Ruler is what he said. Kind of hits differently than Godnut, but we'll accept it.
Not everyone can have a nickname as good as Peanut.
Well, BDD's really taking a beating. And the issue with this is that Chovy is getting tankier and tankier.
I always try to relate it to solo queue, but that's the equivalent of, you know, you're struggling so much, you really need to win. You're on a champion you're exceptionally good at.
Yeah.
And you play against the mid laner that kind of body you last game, but like things are looking up. And then you get just hit by, in this case it was a straight arrow, but there's a lot of skills like that, you know, like a Lilia ball that just kind of lazily runs toward you and you get hit and you get slapped and you just die. And
Generally it's a Lee Sin Q.
Oh,
Second
yeah.
it hits you and you're like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, oh, that's fun.
Yeah. KT going for this. They get the one grub and Smite used. So, okay, this is Smite coming down from Canyon. The engage goes in, but that's on the two tankiest members of Gen.G. Now Casting does get a very nice equalizer, though, as Peter eventually goes down. And the equalizer does do a whole lot of damage, but Keen comes in, and Duckdom is out of the fight, and now Casting and Cuz, they might get this kill on Canyon, but I don't know if they're getting out. It looks like Gen.G, they want to dive Duckdom and maybe get some turret plates instead and just leave them be. Kind of a weird zoom out fight that we get occasionally. Cuz is coming back, but yeah, Duckdom's dead. The ball doesn't even hit, and Casting gets away.
I'm going to be real, I think you just go for grub. I think Duckdom is just, I'm sorry buddy, you don't have flash, you're just dead. That was a full health Victor, waiting as, Casting. He's toasting!
He missed both harpoons.
He's no longer toasting.
So, he was toasting, but he was not
he also, yeah, he's
missiling
pretty
very
fat
well.
now. Yeah, he can go back, spend his money, and then maybe if he hits his harpoons, he can do some real damage. I want you to watch what happens to BDD here, because it's a little rough. Just gets walked at by Keen, and then it goes from there. And then Peter, again, these engages.
Well, he might just die again. There's the stun from the Braum, and he doesn't have flash because they just fought before. So, goes in, not really sure how he got hit there.
Maybe Canyon, like, eat him in. I'm
yeah,
sure.
There's no ult that would have been off cooldown. So, yeah, probably just wrong place at the wrong time.
It's always hard. I don't envy Pete. Like, being the support on the losing team, I think, is really, really rough. As we take another look, yeah, I think he probably just face checks and gets... Yeah, there you go. Just weren't expecting Canyon Speeder at all. Maybe thinking he was going towards the grubs. Just dies.
You do have to respect that, though.
Yeah, you can't just face check.
No vision,
well,
you're behind.
So, yeah, as mentioned, I think the fight, it's another example. I feel like Peter's had a lot of these where the engage can be good, like the idea is nice, but you need your team to also be ready. Otherwise, you're just going alone and dying. But also, we don't know what the comms are. Maybe the rest are saying go for the engage, and then there's no follow-up. It's always hard to know. But that, yeah, that mid. Not really an excuse for that one.
Well, Duro's here. We do have an equalizer, but the Gust of Blows do come in, and
Cuz is on the
doesn't
way.
have his flash, so he might just die. The kill on a Chovy! They get him again in game number 2. Meanwhile, we have a sleep up in the top side. Can Cuz kill any of them? The burn coming in. He's got Leandri's. Keen goes down. And KT trade up on both sides of the map.
Are we gaming? Is it
Yes.
maybe? Is it?
Yes, we are.
Is it the KT roller coaster? Is it happening?
We are gaming. I'll give you
Events
that.
are transpiring as Peter goes in, finds Chovy. Chovy flashed for the kill on BDD, by the way, in the last fight, which is why he doesn't have his flash available. Didn't get it. And then here, we saw the beginning of this already, so a bit of a spoiler with that. Casting walks up, looking to trade with Keen. Duro, nice gank. That's the knock-up. And then here, Cuz, flash ult, or flash Q ult, I should say. Actually, gets a good amount of damage down. With the passive, I was a little worried that he might not get it, but he has his passive stacked, so ends up being fine. And that is a good amount of gold going towards KT top lane. Guess what? Last time at 14 minutes, it was like 4k gold.
Yeah.
There again.
Maybe even more.
All they need is a passing grade. Okay, they don't need a 9 out of 10.
A 5.5 out of 10.
5.5. 6, maybe, if they're really putting
I
all
would
that
say
in.
right now they're at about 5.5.
Yes. Well, they do need to keep winning fights, which
Maybe
is the
they're
hard
at
part.
6. Maybe they're at 6. Honestly, maybe I can give them a 6. Just, you know, Casting got ahead. Yes, he died, but then Cuz picked up the kill. You know, they got the shutdown on Chovy. They're keeping him in check. Really, the biggest gap is in the 80 carry role.
Yeah. Hey, BDD died, but that wasn't his fault. You know, the teacher didn't like him.
Yeah. Ducktom gonna have to use his cleanse. And Chovy, just for good measure, a little tap on the back. That's a block there. Nobody else is here in mid, so it's just a free turret for Gen.G. Feels like a little bit of an oversight. And now Chovy just going to be able to TP bot and catch the wave. So Gen.G get the first turret, they get the feats of strength. And they're enjoying their lead at this point. Again, as you mentioned, not as wide as game 1, but still feeling pretty good.
It's only 2k. It's playable. That's what I'm going to hold on to, Valdez. Because those were my topics for the day. And I blew through them in like a game and a half. I don't have anything else prepared.
It's better sometimes to not be prepared.
What's next? Coffee talk? I mean, we both love
that's
that.
very fun, yeah.
Yeah, for us. I don't know if it's fun for the people.
You know who doesn't drink coffee is Ox. He only drinks water.
I'm sure he drinks tea.
His bro and no, drinks water. He has drank tea though. I did confirm that. We got a fight brewing here. Speaking of which, both teams 5v5. Rift Heralds, leashed, and they're going in onto Peter, who is getting pretty low. That one is stolen by Canyon, and he just locks him into the wall. The damage not quite there to BDD. He does go back, and now the Braum goes down. Low health bars here for KT. They don't get the eye yet. Cuz not going to be able to deny Canyon from getting that, though. Here comes the Realm Warp. They go straight into casting a Ducktom, not carrying a single bed. And no disengage cone for you this time either. The engage cone comes in from Canyon. We got an arrow that is dodged and a rock. But it's not going to land. Gen.G, they win the fight.
I'm going to have to look again. BDD did 300 damage in that fight. A little more here.
Flashing on Ruler, and they're going to get him. That's 535 gold given to BDD's Yone.
Gold lead's the same when this turret falls. Good enough.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
The punish. He kind of knows, but not really.
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't have his ult. He doesn't have flash. And he has Cuz. Oh, a little dash away. Okay. Cuz gonna force the flash himself. Duro.
Ooh.
Just gonna taxi out. Pretty good. Chovy flash down.
I want to see what happens here, because I feel like this sleep from Cuz was crazy good. Why did it not lead to anything? So both supports are just supporter comboing. This equalizer actually kind of
really
insane.
Good. Yeah.
Ah, okay. So the big thing is that Canyon is zoning people away together with the Chaos Storm, and then Ruler cleanses. So I thought that they could have gotten more out of that, but on second thought, doesn't look like they get to do too much, and that's also the reason why BDD didn't get to do that much damage. And then Dogdom ends up going down. Obviously, we do know Costa survives, and then BDD held his ult just tasty snack. And the fact that Ruler flashes and just dies, that's a big deal. That cooldown not being available.
Yeah.
It's actually a game. I know we've been memeing a lot.
This is a game.
But this is playable for KT.
This is a real game. I mean, we have a Hextech Soul on the Rift, and
if KT like lose a 5-0, I just want to be very clear. That's just KT. Okay, that's not a curse. That's not a card that we all know that
I mean,
that's
you
a
did
thing
say
that
it
can happen.
right before it potentially happens. So if it happens, you know, cause and effect, Chronicler. That's the way it works.
I know you know that's not what cause and effect means.
But yeah, they're not going to immediately lose a fight. So you've got that going for you. Gen.G did get the first couple of dragons, which is going to be pretty nice for them. They don't have a lot of grubs. So I feel like KT are one big fight win away from potentially taking control of this game.
There is a lot of issues when it comes to... We joked a lot about the scaling last game, and it was mostly jokingly. Runa's going crit Ashe, and there is Victor and Ryze on the enemy team.
Yeah, 2 tanky AP mages in this meta.
That will also kind of 1v9 fights if left alone if they get to 3 items. But what if we just killed Canyon and didn't care?
I mean, I don't know if you ever do. And okay, it's going to be pulled out of the wall, and maybe you do now.
You have to sleep.
Yeah, sleep available, and Pale comes through. No help for Canyon. It's just a kill. And yes, you absolutely do, Valdez. Easy kill onto Canyon. I think he got a Heartsteel stack, though. So at least he has that going for him.
I know Ox would say worth.
Yeah.
I would disagree.
Otacon?
Yeah, why not? Enemy jungler is dead. Just make sure you turn. They have a lot of AoE damage. Do not get... I guess they're going to burst it down.
Yeah.
It's just gone.
They're just going to let it go. KT? They're in the game. Otacon for free? Well, they might have to pay with the mid-inner, but Equalizer comes down. Chovy wanted to stick around, but he's taken a bunch of damage. He is quite tanky, but yeah, it's the good Otacon as well. I mean, if they get Voracious at this point, I'm not really sure if you're forcing a lot of fights with no big objectives coming up.
Into Skarner, Braum, and Victor, good luck. That's not...
But with Runis,
I know.
You're catching up. You're getting levels. You're getting that adaptive force. You're coming back in the game.
Keen does have his Roa, which is why he is... but he's only up, like, even with Roa, he's not up that much.
Yeah.
Like half a level.
He's actually behind if he didn't have Roa.
Yeah.
So...
Interesting.
It's Runis Otacon.
Level up for Cuz.
Get a bunch of...
It's like a level and
pedals.
a half.
They're feeling pretty good.
It's the pedals.
Their whole top side of the map is ahead on levels on everyone that's not Keen. But they don't have that OP item, which is Roa. So Gen.G will have 2 guys potentially ahead.
Ox says not worth, even for the Heartsteel stack.
Wow.
That's how you know it's really not worth it. I have seen that man flash in arena for Heartsteel stacks every time he can.
Yeah.
Every single time. Like, we're already losing, and he's just flashing in, and he's getting, like, the clang. And then, it's like, yep.
I guess it's only worth if Ox does it. Maybe that's why.
It's also arena, so you do get, you know, flash on a much lower cooldown. But it is the best game mode. Even the pros play it. I saw there was a pro lobby where, like, half of the pros from the top 2 just ended up playing arena. That's very fun.
That is fun.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
It is. You would know if you joined us.
Yeah, maybe one day I'll play it.
You're not being too busy taking care of your
I don't have
crowd.
much to be busy about. To be honest, so not a whole lot going on. Not a whole lot going on at this point. I feel like Gen.G are definitely waiting for the right moment instead of randomly dying.
KT, we kind of need you to win this next team fight so that we get to go crazy.
Otherwise,
it's fine if you lose.
It's not going to be good.
But I feel like we haven't had a lot of roller coastering yet. It's last one was obviously just downhill. That was not even a roller coaster.
There was a little bump in the road.
It was, yeah.
It's just like a speed bump.
It was a free fall, and then a little break, and then free fall again.
Yeah.
But in this one, it can still happen, though.
Yeah. We're still having some back and forth. It is still a game so far. Little arrow is going to hit. That hitbox was insane. Casting is going to flash away. And the follow-up with Engage Braum just gonna miss. But now even heal used to try to take him down. And do they even get him? Looks like eventually they will, just barely gonna take a bunch of damage. Meanwhile, we got this dragon just given over. Gen.G say, well, if you want one Hextech dragon, we'll just take your base instead. They're gonna get a bunch of turrets off of this. They get 2 in mid, it looks like, and 1 in top, potentially, for the trade of 1 dragon. I'd say worth.
Yeah, it's a big gold swing. That's a really big gold swing. We'll see if KT get this. They do have 5 grubs, so I think they should be able to. It's not the end of the world. We trade a dragon for a mid lane turret, or it's 2 mid lane turrets, so it's not really worth, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, do get this. So that's what, 2.5k? Gold lead still. About. As casting, yeah, could have avoided this by just flashing. The hitbox on Ash Arrow can be a little wonky. I don't...
Got hit with the lollipop.
Yeah. Ends up going down. I think he thought he was okay once he got past the first turret. Out onto his equalizer. If he first that down earlier as well, I actually think that they might not have been able to chase him quite as deep. But they did, in fact, were very, very, very certain that they could kill him. And they're like, yeah, just keep on going.
Duro did use literally everything. His ult, his flash, his heal.
Man with a mission.
That's what you got to do on Engage Braum.
Well, the real success is not playing Engage Braum.
Yeah, but once you find yourself in this position, you just, you got to pull out all the stops. Maybe looking towards Cuz to make a play. He has his arm guard. Casting. Doesn't look like they're going to go deep for that one.
Thank you, Doctom. Without that spot, Canyon might have been able to catch him as... Okay, I think that was a little optimistic on the ball there. Maybe just go for Canyon.
I mean, they're still chasing.
Still chase. Every time I see this matchup, I become more convinced that picking Skarner when Lilia's open is just not... It's not worth it at all.
It just doesn't feel very good.
Well, it makes sense, because she is extremely mobile, out-farms you really hard, and she has actual damage, even though you're a tank. Like, you go Heartsteel. She's gonna go Leandries, and she's a built-in Leandries as well.
Yeah. Hide on bush.
Doctom knows. I don't want this to be one of those games where nothing happens. You know, it's like there's tension building.
Yeah.
And then Gen.G
KT die one time and then it's over.
And then the game just ends immediately. Yeah, that's why I've seen that too many times, Veldas.
You're trying to channel your energy against that.
I don't want that to be our game.
Well, we have another series.
We do have Bro DRX ahead of us.
That one should be fun. This one has been fun. It's just been a bit one-sided. Now it's casting waiting in the bush, but I mean, he's gonna equalizer. Does he win the straight, actually? It's a lot of turret shots taken, and the torpedoes as well, and so Keen is just gonna take the safe way out and not try his luck.
Do appreciate casting. He's be like, you know what? Not killing him.
Yeah.
Just get out.
You think he made that sound as well? Yeah.
I know. He seems pretty locked in. I think he wouldn't say anything. He would just say Realm Warp down.
Like, I'm just going to get the wave instead. Probably a good idea.
Keen is level 16 though, so the cooldown is actually pretty comparable, which is crazy. Because normally when you think of Equalizer, it's a really short cooldown.
How about the difference in levels in the jungle?
That's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. Yeah, it's 2 full levels.
Yeah. It's 3.
Well, it's...
Yes, with the XP bars on, which we do have on.
But it is free.
Yeah, it's 3 for now, because is enjoying his lead very much. The arrow, not going to hit this time, no lollipop.
Man, a Rel and an Ash Arrow. Remember when we saw the blast, there's woo.
And you see the gravity immediately come down. Chovy was ready for that. He knows how tanky he is, and he has an arm guard, so even if he's frontlining, he can absorb engages so very well. So either they 100-0 him, which is quite difficult, or you know, he's just going to live and do a ton of damage to you. It's a ward here on the Dragon, or the Baron rather, so KT is waiting it out.
They don't know.
Oh, they're going to throw in an ult. And that's going to give them the information. They just keep them at bay. Just say, well, we're not going to engage into you. Casting on a ward, they know where he is, waiting to equalizer. And they're looking to punish, actually. And that didn't work very well. The KT, meanwhile, they're just pushing mid. They're going to get the turret. KT playing this pretty well in the mid lane. But Gen.G do have position on the Baron. Might look to just start it.
Come on, KT. Let them take it. They have so much AoE damage. BD finishes his shield blow. That's a big spike. But they're doing it right now, Valdez.
Yeah, just chipping away at it. They have a Skarner, so he can tank almost indefinitely.
Is it not just gone?
Yeah, the arrow goes in, and 3 people on it. The damage is there, Cuz going around the right side. He has the angle, but he's not going to take it. Does not flash on into that one. Try to engage on the rise, not going to work out. And now the stun comes in on a BDD. He's pulled in. The follow-up is pretty lackluster, but eventually he does go down, and Peter will fall as well. And Ruler, he's just untouched the entire time, doing insane amounts of damage. The Chaos Storm as well, burning away, ticking away at the KT health bars. So Gen.G, it was looking a little bit precarious, but then they just won the entire fight and got the Baron.
We were afraid of this! This is what we didn't want to have happen!
This is exactly what you said you didn't want to see. Sounds like a curse to me, Chronicler.
There's no our teams well, Valdez. As we take a look, we have Casting and Keen kind of duking it out, but the moment it comes through, the engage needs to be crisp. And Peter, again, like, he uses so much in an attempt to get on top of Keen, but Keen then stopwatches. There isn't any real immediate follow-up. Peter ends up going down, as you mentioned, Ruler just in the pit, unbothered, untouched. And not enough value found there for KT with that fight. That might just be it. That might be the gold lead growing again. It's now 5K.
Yeah.
Oh, Feldas, not like this. Not like this.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G's comp from ahead is just, it's so difficult to fight into at this point in the game, right? Like, the Rise and the Victor keep you at bay forever. You have an incredibly difficult to penetrate front line with the Skarner and the Braum, and then Ashe just gets to do whatever she wants. A little engage here, but the Lance is going to miss. And they have Baron, and I don't even think they would have been able to follow up on that one either. So Gen.G just keeping them at arm's length the entire game, it feels like. Not necessarily rushing this one. A double impale comes through. Peter trying to disengage, but it's not going to happen. The Chaos Storm is already gigantic. Big Yone ult on a 3, though. And, well, he's not going to die, but yeah, he looks cool in the ult, at least. Gigantic Chaos Storm coming on through. And Chovy, he died in this game as well, but only once. His KDA is still incredible, and he should be able to take out BDD eventually. I would imagine. He's got Zhonya, so no reason to not go for this. Takes him out, and that is the 7th kill on top of it all. And Gen.G take a relatively straightforward game number 2, and they get the 2-0 here tonight. KT, no roller coaster. We had some mild speed bumps, we called it, but that's about it. The expected result comes through. Gen.G take the 2-0. And they move on to the undefeated round robin, 9-0 so far here in the LCK.
This second game, a little more competitive, a little more back and forth. Some decent moments from KT, but in game number 1, we knew very quickly. And in game number 2, I think we also knew all along that this was likely, as they've done it again. Another undefeated round. Chovy's 5th.
Yeah.
Because he's the only one on Gen.G that's been there for all of those.
Very true. And he did die 3 times today.
Wow.
Which we talked about. Yeah, very unfortunate for his deathless streak. You know, knowing Chovy, he'll probably have another one in the future. And by the way, Canyon, with this victory, does pick up the LCK Jungle 2nd place, 400 wins. The 2nd to ever do it. Peanut was number 1. You can see all the players there at the LCK who have done it in the other roles as well. Yeah, been unfortunate for BDD. He had some moments on the Yone. It felt like he was handling Chovy pretty well, especially in game 1. Game 2 was a little bit more difficult because he's playing Yone into Victor.
I do think that once he got hit by the arrow, he kind of... his impact in fights, we've seen BDD do a lot better. Right, but you can't fault him for it. As Duro, as always, good man, vibes, always looking like he's just having a giggle about something. We don't really know what, but he's always...
he's just having a good time.
He's having a good time, and it makes sense. He is on... I think he's definitely holding his own. But let's also be real, as far as it's the same that we had with Paze, right? Where I think Paze was exceptional, but also this is about as good as it gets when it comes to teammates that you get. As Dora gets to play with Chovy, Keen, Canyon, and Ruler. And Ruler, still not in peak Ruler form, but I do think that he is also slowly trending upwards. Particularly in the LCK Cup and earlier, I think he was really rough. But his ass performance, it is timeless. And if it was a POG, would have been a no-brainer Ruler vote for me.
Sure, yeah.
But for POM, I don't know. I really thought Keen was just amazing in both games. So I went for him. But if it's Chovy, I wouldn't be surprised. If it's Ruler, I wouldn't be surprised.
Imagine trying to play Yone into this. You try to look for an angle, you get flash engaged on by Skarner and burnt down by 3 scaling carries that are ahead and have Baron.
And a Brom that just autos you once.
Brom's in the front, Skarner's in the front. We're fighting. We win this. Look at Yone.
Giga Storm.
It is quite sizable. It's got some thickness on it for sure. Chovy eventually does just take up EDD. I will get him. And there you go.
Right?
That's all they say. That was it. That was the end.
I do think Casting had a great Rumble game. Great ults.
His ults were really on point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not. It's much easier said than done, as we have seen. I think Cuz also...
We have definitely seen
pretty
much.
We have seen a lot. We've seen a lot of Rumbles, so I think it comes with the territory. For PUM, is it just Chovy again? I couldn't after the throwing yourself into 5 people to Liel. I'm like, you know what,
Yeah, I don't
Chovy?
think it's him, honestly.
Not today. But his
He played well,
phase was
but...
incredible. You can't go wrong with Chovy. That's just the reality.
Yeah, I feel like there were better options this time around.
I would say so. Maybe Ruler?
Yeah.
Is it Ruler?
The Ruler or Keen, even Canyon.
I was a Keen. Yeah, I'm a Keen voter, and I even think Carsten did well today. Actually showed up. Just Keen's impact in the fights, the Realm Orbs.
Realm Orbs were good. The Rise looks very good into Rumble. You really neutralize the lane. You scale arguably better. You handle Rumble comps really well.
He's the only one that actually plays that, right? Says does,
as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least with any amount of consistency.
Yeah.
Or
regular.
Like
Urgot, although his Rise feels like it's good.
Yeah, please no more Urgot.
His Urgot, I love.
No Urgot. No Urgot. No Yorick. None of this. Okay, just no.
How about Nidalee top?
Nidalee's fine. Nidalee's fine. Yeah. She actually makes an impact in the lane. Yeah.
Otherwise,
I think it's not that difficult, to be honest. To play
I think it's
top.
a lot easier than jungle.
Yeah,
that's valid. That's fair.
Just poke them down, you heal up, you hop away. It's not insane, but we'll see who does pick it up or what does happen. We do have the POM interview ready to go right now, so I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the POM reveal. We didn't even reveal it yet. Forgot about that. Getting ahead of myself, and it was Keen.
That Jace was... I love Keen. I think his team fighting is such a big part of why Gen.G is as good as they are. It really reminds me of when in 2023 JDG had 369. I think we also see it when Gen.G did lose. It was against Hallman Gang 5 because Keen wasn't there. Just got completely obliterated on the Ornn. No Keen, hard to win. But if he's feeling confident, his team fighting is crazy.
No Keen, no win. He's feeling confident. He always looks good in regular seasons, I think. As long as he can show that same top highest level in like big playoff matches, finals, stuff like that.
That's. I don't want to have that conversation yet, because we'll have that conversation, because we need to when it comes to Gen.G. You know, when we get to not the playoffs, but as soon as we go to MSI, which, let's be real.
You think Gen.G are going to MSI?
Gen.G's going to MSI.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think so? How about Home Life?
Yeah.
I think our top two are pretty solid right now.
Yeah, we don't know. Everything could change, you know. Back in, what was it, LCK Cup Week 3, some of us, not me, not Wolf, thought that DK was actually going to be our first stand representative. I would never actually.
You didn't think that? Really?
Well, I think that on a gameplay basis I did, but I also remember saying a lot that I would not be surprised if they just randomly dropped.
You wouldn't be surprised, but you thought currently gameplay-wise
at that point they were. Because also Humble Life was a lot worse. Early on, Chovy was playing. Last I heard, 17 hours of TFT a day. The reports just keep going.
That's a lot of hours.
Well, I mean, it started with, I think it actually was.
I heard it was 25 hours.
So yeah, it started with a few, then to 8, now it's 17. And who knows, Chovy, maybe he changes and manipulates time so he can just play TFT for 25 hours a day.
He builds the Zhonya's hourglass very often, so that does help. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Now I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Keen on the side of Gen.G. Finishing the last match of round 1 with a victory, Gen.G has secured their 5th consecutive undefeated round-robin record. How do you feel? Now being able to be a part of the team to achieve this great milestone makes me feel great. And in the last interview, Chovy mentioned that Gen.G tend to lose to KT, that you'll have to stay sharp. So what did you focus on preparing? You know, every time we were doing really well, and last year included, I think KT was the one to really hinder us. But, you know, I feel like KT, given that they're doing really well, especially BDD right now, he's actually really consistent. I think we were really wary on BDD and mid lane. And in game 1, there was a incredible super play by you. So here's the replay. Your Jace was on the verge of dying, but you were able to pull off a double kill here. You know, I really didn't think that I would die here, so at first my positioning was basically, oh, I won't die, so I was pretty forced into their entire setup. But honestly, I did feel a little scared. So did you stay calm during the entire moment? Yeah, I mean, I really did think that I would not die in the end. That's really it. So looking at the replay, did you think that your play was pretty cool? I think it was decent. And in game 2, Top Rise made an appearance after a long absence. So what is the backstory on this? During the ban, because Aurora got banned out. Just looking at the matchup, I really felt like Rise is something that is pretty viable in the matchup. So considering how strong Rumble is in lane, what do you think about the Rise Rumble matchup? You know the old Rise, when you used to have a shield, I feel like there was a lot of counters, but I think really in the end it's really about skill shots and how you play. It's the skills matchup. And Canyon has reached his 400th LCK win, and he's actually watching from the analyst desk right now. Would you like to congratulate him? You know, Canyon reaching his 400th win, that's something to congratulate him for, and it just feels like he's been in the scene for a very long time. Congratulations, Canyon! Now that you have secured an undefeated round 1, in the upcoming Saturday, you'll be in the Suwon Convention Center for a Saturday showdown against D+ Kia. What is your mindset going into this match? Of course, we'll put in a lot of effort to ensure that we win. And I hope that a lot of fans are able to visit for this homestand match. And that's the end of their interview with Keen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. Yeah, as it is Keen getting the one there as we take a look at the POM. And stick around, we have Canyon being interviewed on the Korean broadcast, and Deer will translate that one for us as well. That's what we thought. Okay, that makes sense. This was a comprehensive victory. We knew generally who wasn't going to get voted, except by Soup and Chijijik. So left media, that was kind of weird. Chovy died, he can't get POM.
No. Yeah, so if this is a little bit confusing for people seeing it, basically the tie break is between the Korean analyst, English analyst, and observer. The tie was between mid and top, and out of the tiebreakers, only top had a vote from, whereas mid didn't. So Chovy didn't have a vote for the tiebreakers, whereas Keen did, so that's why Keen won the tiebreak. If you're a bit confused why there's that one vote that's highlighted that goes towards Keen, so that's how the tiebreaker system works, and that's why Keen ended up getting it. But I think it makes sense. It was quite split all over the place. A lot of people contributing to this win.
Yeah, everyone deserves it. I mean, especially Keen with the outplay. It was sick. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Ruler on Ashe and Xayah, and the arrows are sick, and I think just played a really good game.
Yeah, I especially really like his Ashe game in the second game because I think he managed to lead the game with his ultimate. I think every play that Gen.G made was from him. So
yeah,
which I was really like, and that was a revenge shot from Ruler for Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy. It was kind of Joey's fault a couple times. He's disrespectfully staying under tower.
I mean, now he's unleashed, you know? Yeah. Now there's no pressure. So he's like, let me die, you know?
When you can get an Ashe that can make those types of picks and not waste those arrows, it is game-changing. It's very game-changing. Because everyone can miss the ones that are pretty up close, which he did on Rel in the mid lane a couple times, but that's okay. Who else do we have here for the POM? Good effort casting, but you're not passing the test yet. The Keen test, right? Because it's the Keen test?
Yep.
All right, casting.
Pretty self-explanatory. I mean, Keen is a big bar to pass, and yeah. I mean, casting played well. I think that's the point he's trying to make.
Who can pass the Keen test, by the way? I don't think you can actually pass the test.
Zeus.
I mean, I guess only him. But out of that, who can actually pass that? No one.
Oh man, that was good. I agree with Dan here. Keen, stop being so good, Helio says in all caps, which is why we yelled it. He has been great. This whole team's been great. Honestly, I really love that vote. Just the fact that everyone gets the shout out there. If you want to beat my team, you'll have to get through me first. Canyon having a good day as well. You know, maybe not in the...
Some Skarner moments.
The Skarner moments.
He was really... They had to get through him, you know? He's beaten up by the end of it, but he held strong.
All right, well, standing by right now is Mr. 400 win himself, Canyon. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer, and we are joined by Gen.G's Canyon, who has reached 400th win in the LCK. Welcome, Canyon. Hello. I'm Gen.G's Canyon. You've just hit an insane milestone. 400 wins in the LCK. How do you feel? You know, previously, Keen was sending me a congratulatory message. And he said, oh yeah, I've been in the scene for a very long time. It does feel like I've been here just on a marathon for a very long time, just being in the scene playing. And in the process, you have played so many champions. And who's been your all-time favorite champion so far? First of all, I would usually say Nidalee, but maybe back in 2021, when Hecarim was a pretty hot pick, I feel like Hecarim was really fun to play. What about Kayn? I really like Kayn. Yeah, of course, Kayn's up there. A very fun champion to play.
좋습니다. 그래서 자막이 또 있다고 하네요.
So there is some graphics here with all the champions. Yeah, you did mention Hecarim, and it does actually go up there. And Canyon has such a wide champion pool. Let's see, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Hecarim, Rel, and Skarner, you're not really picky with your picks, it looks like. So how are you able to play such variety of champions? I feel like given that there are so many things that you have to consider, like the pocket picks, you just have to be proficient at playing pretty much every champion. And lately, Xin Zhao is actually a very rising pick right now. So, you know, we noticed that you've been using the secret agent Xin Zhao skin. You know, it's my skin, so is that sort of like a shout out to me? Have you seen this cosplay? So because you have been using that skin, you know, I really thought that it was really about me, just giving me a shout out all the time. No, that wasn't intentional, but I guess.
네, 죄송합니다. 아니었던 걸로 합니다. 네, 그리고
Just kidding.
19년도 스프링부터 지금까지 이제 케니아
And
선수의 6년간
you have been competing in the LCK since 2019 spring, and that's 6 years and counting. Compared to when you debuted, what is different now, like such as your mindset or maybe the game style?
프로게이머 초반 때는 게임을 좀 많이 못했다고
No, in the early career
그래도 이렇게
of my professional career, I really thought that I wasn't very good. And after 6 years, just looking back, I feel like I'm just, I have improved in many different aspects. And back in 2019, you know, I was watching your matches back in the army during my military service. And I thought that, I really seriously thought that you're really good back then too. And given that you're saying that you didn't consider that you were very good, that's very refreshing to me. And you've won it all, the LCK, Worlds, MSI, and now you've become the second jungler in the LCK to reach 400 wins. So are there any other records or milestones that you're aiming for next? You know, it's been a while. It's been a long time since I last won Worlds, so I really want to win Worlds. It looks like you're getting closer to your newest goal. And for the in-depth analysis, let's throw it back to the professionals at the space. Thank you.
Okay, dear, from one professional to another.
I love how it showed the champions he'd played at different milestones. It started off like Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and then recently it's like Rel, Skana. Right now he's just like, yes sir, Chovy, I will play thanks to you.
But he's getting the wins, he's racking them up, and is one of the greatest junglers the LCK has put on out. Let's take a look at the highlight from our last game that we wanted to pick on off. It was this Baron play. KT a little late, then they bite off more than they could.
So yeah, look at Keen here. I think this shows that why he deserves a POM. He knew that when the Lilia is gonna flash in exactly, so that's why he Sonya'd earlier. He predicts it, and I think that's the key here. That was the key here to win the team fight for Gen.G.
I mean, yeah, because the Rise represents a lot of damage, and that was actually a close fight. You know, this game was not super one-sided. I think a little bit more misplays if he didn't time that right. Even if he was late and he ended up going into the Zhonya's asleep, that could have been a difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, that was just insane prediction right there. You can never expect them to flash in, so you pre-enter Zhonya. Like, it's so insane, no?
You know, he saw the owner play, and he was like, you know, I've seen this before.
Yeah, you know, it just makes Gen.G one of the best, if not the best team in the world, because in game one, they out-macro them, play them around the map, play with their food a little bit. Here in game two, it was close. KT was in it. They weren't playing like a 3-6 team, but they get out hands there at the last second, and then the game's over. And that's what Gen.G can do. They can beat you either way as they sit 9-0, 15 points above 500.
And my big question is someone in the second round robin going to be able to take them down? Because the HLE match was not close, you know? They are the team closest to them in the standings, but that matchup was very one-sided. The closest one I'd say was T1, but T1 are a little rough right now, so they are still in such good form. I think it's difficult to see who specifically will be able to take them down, but you know all the teams are going to be trying.
Yeah, Gen.G has no weak point at this point, so I'm kind of sure that Gen.G can just win every single game in round 2.
Yep, that's true. I mean, I will say it would take a pretty crazy prediction at the LCK Roadshow. Maybe if someone predicted D+ would beat them, but we'll see later on. All right, we've got Bro versus DRX. History in the making. Congratulations. LazyFeel stepping on in. He will be the first non-Korean player to play since franchising in the LCK for DRX. Just quick thoughts there before we toss with it.
Oh my god. LazyFeel, he's filling up Teddy's spot, by the way. It's not because Teddy is sick or something. He's just picked over Teddy. I think that's the main part.
I think some of the LCK Cup performances kind of really signal why this makes sense. I'm excited to see what he can do, but obviously a huge achievement for him as well.
All right, Bros versus DRX. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. silver tears and pray just we are here tomorrow. The wind is calling my name. I whisper all the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear like
Magic is more than sunshine and rainbows, girl.
take way less time than that. I've been in the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
DRX 파이팅! 오케이 브리온 파이팅! 오케이 브리온 파이팅! 파이팅! DRX 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got OK Savings Bank Brion up against DRX, and I'm still Valdez with Chronicler. Our first match was very one-sided. KT tried their best, but their best was not enough up against the mighty Gen.G, who went on to have an undefeated round robin with that victory, 9-0 now. And now we go into this one where Bro are actually the favorites coming into a match up against DRX. Don't get to say that every day, Chronicler.
Is that even still true? Yes. Yes, it is. They are the favorites.
Yes.
And they should be a lot better. But does that statement not fill you with dread? Because we all know the Bros, they don't care. They win and lose in whichever way they feel like. They are above KT, even though right now their game score is worse. How did they do it? These and other questions will be all answered today, because I do think there is a gap between Bro and DRX. But if DRX perform the way they did in LCK Cup and Bro do the same thing, then all of a sudden we're not ready to trust. Well, D-Gun is. But D-Gun is always ready to trust the Bros, and the rest of us need to be
only against DRX
a little bit more convinced. But they did just beat T1! I don't know what that means, but I do know that it's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
It's a good sign. I think Hype in particular is finally starting to become challenger Hype, and that is something that I think we hadn't seen thus far yet.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
You know, Hambach needs time to brew. So does Hype. They have been brewing for a while, and they look good. I do think that those three players in the middle are looking pretty good. Morgan not quite hitting the same level, and Paulo, I feel like, isn't quite hitting as hard as when he first hit the Rift, so needing a little bit of extra time.
What about the Morik, though? That was good.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It won
Yorick.
the game.
It was Yorick.
It won the game.
Yeah, well, we have another sub for today. It is the return of the Vietnamese prince, Lazyfield, and now he is officially debuting in the LCK. Can Lazyfield, having claimed victory over Bro in the LCK Cup, step up as the team's saving grace?
Historic day. Actually, a really big moment. Obviously, for many of the fans that watch LCK Cup, it'll feel a little like, but he played. Yes, but this is the real LCK. And in all those years, he's the first coming up here today and replacing one of the all-time LCK greats in Teddy, who unfortunately hasn't been able to perform consistently. And we'll see if Lazyfield here is going to be enough to bring the resurgence that DRX need, because I do think Brion is better. I also feel like DRX should be better than what we saw in the last couple of games.
Yeah, maybe the addition of Lazy Field kind of gets them into a spot mentally where they're like, hey, we're better than this, you know? We can take these guys today. But this man in the mid lane for Bro is performing to a very high level, actually. It felt like he was the first one performing well. Then, you know, Hambach began to catch on a little bit. And now Hype caught on a little bit as well. And they've got something brewing over there. Yucal, unfortunately for him, hasn't quite had the season that he had in the LCK Cup. He has gone up against Closer, who amongst all the mid laners, first in kill participation, second in damage percent, and also CSD at 14. It does feel like he is putting up the numbers, and he's backing it up with fantastic, consistent play, whereas Yucal needs to get back on the horse.
He's been great. Closer has been performing consistently. It's been a pleasure to watch. As you mentioned, I think it's top and support that are kind of the bottleneck for Bro, but DRX have been on a support roundabout where we just keep going in and out with Plata, who unfortunately even Ox isn't super excited about him. And Ondale, who we've seen a lot of and just has never really able to consistently make it work. As man, sure hope that Hambach keeps playing after round 1 is over.
Yeah,
I would like that.
Yeah, we did talk about this a bit on the POG state. We'd be very disappointed if you subbed out.
If I'm mad that Croco comes in, you know it's a mistake.
Yeah, no,
like,
it is.
But it's fine. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe Hambach's been great. He's been one of the best parts of the roster, obviously eclipsed by Closer, who is having a wonderful performance. And I want to see if we can see Yucal falling out of his chair in awe of his own gameplay. Because that's what they need today, because I don't think it's going to come from Rich. With Sponge, you know, maybe if he gets 2 kills early on, it's just, there's two types of Sponge. It's either great, it's SpongeBob, or it's, you know, the dish sponge that you definitely should have thrown out a little bit.
It's got some green spots on it.
Yeah, you're like,
But I gotta use it. I don't have anything else.
I am a spongiest fan of the first hour. Me and Atlas lost our minds over this guy. And I just want to see that every single game. And hopefully between these two teams, we know it's going to be slow. We know it's going to be low. It's Bro and Brew time, baby.
Yeah. Bro and Brew on the cards. Bro and DRX. Varus and Vi banned away. Banning Jace on blue side. Always an interesting thing to go for. But both Morgan and Doran decided that, hey, we don't want to play Jace. We can't. And they just didn't for a whole 3 games. That actually happened. I was very disappointed.
I just now also thought of a great Bro and Brew topic for when First Blood hasn't fallen in 18 minutes.
I'm excited.
This is going to be a banger, Bell. The Fairy taken away. That's one of the Sponge champions that he has actually performed very, very well on. Does mean that a Sejuani possibility remains. That's another champion that Sponge often heads towards, and maybe Morgan wants to make sure that Hambach can play that. Sejuani would make sense, but Xin Zhao is strictly better, so I'm not too surprised that gets locked in instead. Very versatile. Hambach gonna pick that one up.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, great first pick. You can go forward, you can go backwards, you can create space, you can attack. You can kind of do everything with this champ, and he's in a very good spot in the meta. What are we going to see on the side of DRX? Still a lot available here, as it's obviously you know, the first game of Fearless. Nothing is Fearless banned yet. Kalista left up, and so they're gonna play Kalista.
Oh yeah, you love to see it. I think Talia blind is somewhat of a risk. There are some champions that can outrange her and actually make her early laning phase rough. But I was ready for the Talia and Poppy slam into Lazyfield doesn't actually get to play the game at all. So I actually really like this pickup here. And if Brion don't prioritize that Poppy, they can just ban it. Or they can pick it up even on 3 or 4. Obviously gonna have the first pick coming out of the second round of bans.
There's an issue with this though, is that they leave Rumble available.
Yeah.
You know, Ahri could have been played as well, something that does well into Talia. Closer just elects to go for Azir instead. Azir very strong.
Rich Galio angle? That's a Rich champion.
Yeah, or Aurora, or Ryze.
I'd rather see Rich on on Galio. Rich, I know, I don't want to see you. No. You need to do a lot on Aurora.
I'm willing to wait and see. I feel like it's got a very good lane, and Rich is, at times, he's struggled in lane. I feel like his team fighting is all right.
I think Rich is a player in the same archetype as Doran, where I'm like, I don't think you should handshake the carry versus carry. I think you should look for something else. But we'll see. Maybe he proves me wrong, and then that'd be maybe happy as well, because Rich is a great player. It's always been fun to watch. We do have the AP topside locked in, so maybe some AD jungler bans. I could see a Viego ban. What else do we have here that synergizes well with the... Anything with point and click CC really would be good with Taliyah. But there's not that many left. Viego is the main one that you think of. Otherwise you get to like Volibear, that type
yeah.
I don't think it's the end of the world. But that obviously is extremely all-in on the early game.
That's also very out of the meta, and this is the LCK.
Well, I've been told by Kobe that Volibear is always relevant. Okay,
well, you know.
Hey, they're lost picking. Clearly setting up for something. It's Viego. It's Viego.
It's Viego.
It's Viego.
Kalista Alistar is a very strong lane. We don't see it very often. It doesn't quite have the same bite as like a Kalista Nico or a Kalista Renata Glass or something that has range.
Oh. I was looking
Kalista
towards,
Varus.
Yeah. Looking towards the Ezreal. But Jhin works extremely well with this comp, right? He's so much damage. You have other big AD threat as well as Palu. Gonna go towards Nautilus, and one of his favorites, has played it a ton.
Yeah. Nocturne.
Aurora Nocturne, I kind of like it. This is nameplate's on. I'm worried for DRX, but I do think this is that's the reality. But I do think this is a good comp. Provides you with, it's more conditional, but it is still a way to lock down targets so that Taliyah can throw them back in. You have a really good side lane threat, and then you have the Aurora Nocturne combo. One of the biggest issues with Aurora is getting backline access. With Nocturne, that becomes a lot easier. I can see the logic behind this composition. I don't mind it, but then I look at what OKManBro have, and it's closer on his Azir, and then just absolute S-tier champions across the board. Really, the only one where you're like, yeah, is the Nautilus, which is still great.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like our AD carry meta is also very much in flux.
It's utility, right? We're playing so many top lane carries.
Yeah.
So just pick, even Kalista you can argue has a ton of utility with her ultimate.
We see a lot of Kalista games where she does like 7k damage, you know.
And she still feels strong.
She's strong, she wins lanes, she threatens a lot. And she also threatens a lot of objectives as well. Endure hardship, become a dragon.
Well, they did win Worlds, so true.
Yeah. I'm good for it. I think that makes sense. We'll see what dragon actually gets played in this game, if any. Here comes OKManBro's composition. As you mentioned, you pretty much like everything here, and it all kind of works. On the side of DRX, a lot of flanking potential, a lot of global threat as well with the Nocturne Taliyah. Let's see how it works. Let's hop on the rift for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 1. And already we're getting into the action. LazyFeel is definitely a guy who can get pretty aggressive. He is a Vietnamese player, and I feel like the Kalista is really going to suit his playstyle. Now, if he does go a bit too ham, he can absolutely be punished by the insane amount of close-range threats on the side of Bro. Like the Nautilus can really just do a number, right? If you just press your ult, it really just forces you to either totally disengage or accept the fact that if you get hit by that ult, you're probably dead. So there's a very fine line you have to walk in these team fights. So it's a really tough test for LazyFeel, I'd say.
Yeah. you do just die if they press... Until you have Wit's End, I guess then it's not as bad. But if they press Nautilus and Rumble ult, how can you play the game? You can't, but I do think that this wire, I actually really like the composition with additional threats. So if you go too hard on the Kalista, with Taliyah, Nocturne, and Aurora, there's so much additional damage available. As we're going to take a look at some of the early laning here.
Lazy feel. He missed a minion. Flash on in, looking for the kill and a hype at level 1. And it's not going to happen because it's level 1. A lot of summoners utilized here. Andil loses his flash. Trying to put on pressure, maybe to hit level 2 first. Should be able to, based on this lane state. But Hype and Palu smartly will just back away, unlike some of our other bot lanes who are still figuring that out.
Level 2 power spike is definitely not something we've been talking about for... What was the first time we saw Alistar Tristana? That was the combo, right? The level 2 power spike.
Like
season, I want to say season 2?
20...
Maybe season
11?
1? Yeah.
Too far ago to even remember.
Atlas would know. He'd be like, back in my day.
Yeah. Also Papa Smithy would know.
Yep.
It's like, I remember a game between Dignitas and Fnatic where... It's not a very good Papa Smithy voice, but...
No, it's fine. He is, I don't know the English word, but like you can't imitate him.
No, you can't, yeah.
Can't be done.
Unimitatable.
Yeah, exactly. So, my conversation topic, because we will have plenty of time to discuss it.
Bro and brew.
Starting with these two teams, we can branch this out to really any team. If they were a drink, what would they be? And I'm talking like matcha, hot chocolate, coffee, and then you have the different types of coffee, right? Like what is the... So, I think Brion, it's got to be something that ages well, like a kombucha, you know?
It's like a it's like a chamomile tea or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very relaxed, very calm.
It doesn't create any stress.
Warm,
you enjoy
herbal.
You're always good.
Well, we're just running at them. Apparently, Palu does not get his Aftershock off until, well, right now. He's not doing much, but Andil also pretty low and might just go down here, but the rest of the team is on the run. And so first blood is given over to the Jin, but now the follow-up comes in from DRX. He's got the fear on the Hambach. There's the knockback, and that's a couple of kills for the Kalista. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Rich having a bit of trouble in his counter pick lane. Not sure about that. But DRX won the fight regardless.
Short trade, not too hot. Andil goes down, but that is 2 kills on Lazy Field. Which is about where you want to be as Kalista. Immediately the swap comes through toward top as well, and it makes sense. Zin's out, definitely strong early, but Azir trying to make an early impact, not something that you're really going to excel at, as we have a waiting cow. Is the cow real? We'll never know. Yeah. Andil was just there for a second.
Disappearing cow.
Sponge, he's happy though, because he picked up 2 assists, which obviously is ideal. As this all starts off with Andil going in, and it looks a little bit over-aggressive initially. A lot of sums are invested. And Hype is able to actually take down the cow, but then in this longer trade, sums are already blown, so Sponge applies his red buff. And then the flick back from Yukel to ensure that Laserfield picks up a second. And teams, DRX, great. Good call. Bro, why are we trying to fight an extended early skirmish into lethal tempo Kalista? Why are we doing that?
Into the unwarded Banana Brush with level 3 Nautilus with no items. Yeah, no, that just didn't make any sense at all.
And this is the downside, you know, even no matter how nice it is, if you brew your tea for too long, it's not good. If you serve it too hot, you can burn the tea.
Yeah.
It makes it bitter. They burned the tea there.
Yeah, I didn't very much enjoy it.
So what's DRX?
DRX...
It's like a drink that was because they were a hype, right, in 2022, and then kind of died down.
Yeah. And now it's like... It's very... It's a bit
You know what they are. They're Dalgona coffee. You remember when everyone made the
Dalgona coffee.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's something that we're very much hyped during their time.
It's still nice. You can still make it.
Yeah.
It's still
just
fine.
Nobody's really talking about it anymore.
No.
Hambok's just he's getting bullied here on the Dragon.
Hambok, I know you have healing, but you don't have that much. He's just that.
He's just going to die. I mean, he didn't have flash, so either he sticks around or we do have our fellow bro fan here on the space, Digon. He's not very happy with these plays, and for a good reason. I think that bro they've gotten a little bit confused here at the beginning of this series, you know? They brewed their coffee for just a little bit too long.
You got to be careful with your herbal teas. You can't serve the water like boiling. I'll let it cool down a little bit. All right, so DRX is Dalgona coffee.
Yeah.
If you don't know what that is, by the way, you're in for... It's when you mix instant coffee and sugar and it turns into a magical foam. It's great.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I think KT is like a vodka Red Bull.
I wasn't going to go with alcohol. I think KT just...
It's very up and down, you know?
Just combine as many energy drinks as possible.
Yeah, and that also works.
Both the energy spike and then the subsequent calm down.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thanks, LazyFeel.
My favorite part is like, his teammates will not know that happened.
Yeah.
Because he didn't say anything.
Didn't even make any noise. The noise, the clapping didn't even make any noise.
He's too locked in. And I get it. This is a super high stakes, like high pressure scenario for the player. Yeah, I know, again, you've already played in Low Park, you've already been on this stage, but it's not the same.
Yeah. I mean, for LazyFeel as well, I mean, his Korean is getting better, but he's also obviously not a native Korean speaker, so maybe he wanted to say something, but it didn't immediately come to mind, and he's like, well, I'm just going to clap, you know? I'm just supporting.
It's also safe in Korea, just do the clap. It's very popular.
Yeah. Somebody's having a birthday,
so Gen.G,
clap along.
Gen.G's boba, that's easy.
Why is that?
Because you had tiger sugar and they're tigers.
Well,
are they not?
I don't know, because boba, I feel like
it's just
either
universally
you absolutely love it, or you're like, why the hell would anyone eat?
Oh, so it's DK.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. DK can be boba.
So Gen.G are
I feel like Gen.G are just water.
No. Oh.
It's just...
No, Gen.G is maybe Earl Grey. It's not the most interesting, but it's so good. It's so...
But that's what water is.
Yeah, I guess.
And it's universal. Everybody can enjoy it. Even though it is very straightforward.
Is T1 just coffee? Just any... Because the most popular, right? The most universally beloved, it's just coffee. Is that it?
I guess so. Cola?
Yeah, cola makes sense.
I think cola. I don't know. A lot of people aren't drinking too much soda nowadays, but not everybody drinks coffee either.
Well, you have different variations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Humble Life is matcha.
Why is that?
Because you have to be a little bit of a hipster to like Humble Life. You know, maybe you were already a fan of them in 2021 when they had Chovy and Deft on the roster.
Yeah.
And they're still, at this point...
What about when they had Viper and Lehens?
Well, yeah, oh god, yeah.
That's a true hipster.
Yeah, if you were with them since then, when they were 10, that did happen. Yeah,
I think that works, actually.
I think that the only problem
Some kind
is
of
that,
hipster drink.
Well, now they're popular, right? Because they have Zayas and Peanut and a ton of other players that are just
They
Viper.
could be like kombucha, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that's not popular enough.
Closer, flip back, he's dead. Yep, nope, just standing in front of the level 6 Nocturne and disrespecting the Talia, and you're just going to die. Didn't even flash. Just died
as well.
Giga Chad.
This is what we were worried about coming into the day. It's exactly what we mentioned. Yes.
I wasn't that worried. I just kind of expected it.
Well, worried because Bro have been a lot better thus far. I'm not saying worried as in like. It also for me means that DRX is actually playing to their strengths because Yuka has been great. Sponge is good when he gets kills, and right now he's a Nocturne that I'm pretty sure has free stacks on his Ultimate Hunter, which is basically the dream. That's where you want to be.
He didn't say anything else except mid, like 4 times. Yeah, the Nocturne's vibing, having a great time, farming out of control, but then showing up at the right time for fights.
So Nongshim is noodle broth? I don't know.
It's just noodle broth. I mean, there's no other option really. Right?
I know that's not technically a drink, but you know when you make like a mug of just broth? when you're feeling a little sick and you're like, oh, I need some.
Yeah, if it's like chicken noodle soup.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just learned from G-Sun that Nongshim once sold a tea bag that is just, it just makes broth, like soup broth. So as cursed as that sounds, I think that's exactly what
exactly
Nongshim is.
what, yes, that's perfect.
It just fits them so well.
All right, so Bro's Chamomile, KT is shotgunning 3 different energy drinks.
Yeah, you're along for the ride in one way or another, for better or for worse.
What's B&K?
Well, we'll have to wait on that one, Chroniclers. Rich is in a lot of trouble, just 100-0, no chance for him. And so, bro, they prove they can do it too.
Just that.
Yeah.
We'll see, the contest is going to come through. Might have to hold a drink conversation. No, okay, Bro is back in, it's okay. Because for B&K, I'm thinking like sand.
No.
Because it's a sandstorm. Well, you can do like...
Yeah, but it's not a thing.
No, but you have like Turkish coffees. You heat them up in the sand.
Okay, well that's not sand.
Well, that's not that. The drink isn't sand.
Well, that's what you said.
Well, I mean, we can also go with like coconut. You know, like coconut water.
Coconut water?
Yeah, because you're
Why?
on the beach. There's a sandstorm. You're thirsty. There's a coconut.
I don't think there are very many sandstorms at the beach.
Well, I know that, but what do you got then? Are they like a spicy drink?
They kind of are because, you know, they still have this reputation.
Oh, you know what?
For being just relentlessly aggressive, even if they're losing.
They're hot chocolate, and then someone was like, you know what?
Spiked.
I've heard hot chocolate. It's actually a thing, like hot chocolate with a little bit of cayenne, like a little bit of.
Oh.
And then someone did that, but then accidentally the cap fell off, and you just have too much spiciness. And you're like, is this supposed to be this? And they're like, yeah.
It's like a wasabi flavor.
That's how they. It's just cayenne pepper in your hot chocolate. That's how they like it.
I don't think very many people like that.
Well, no, they don't.
It's probably one person in chat who does, though.
Well, I've actually tried. It's surprising. If you do just a hint, it's nice. I know. I can see you're not convinced.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. If anything, you would put salt in it. Because
you put salt in
enhances
everything.
Okay,
put salt in everything. That's fine. No, you get just a hint.
At every stage, right? You gotta put salt.
Very good. Look at this man.
I'm learning.
Professional chef. So
Ando really wants to dive. And he's gonna get it. The flash comes in, the knockback as well. And once again, Morgan's like, well, there's no point in me flashing now. I'm just dead. And that is the combo that DRX have drafted. It works again.
I'm loving this play from DRX. It's actually so clean. Every single time the cooldowns are up, we are pushing our prio, right? In this case, it's UCal. We've seen it happen across the map now. Get prio, set up, sponge ults in. No counterplays. Oh,
any wall hiders?
Oh,
he saw him.
Rich,
he saw him.
knows.
Okay.
Rich, I feel like you saw him and then still walked forward a little bit. Oh, it's like back cancel? Don't do it. Don't do it, Rich. Don't fall for it.
He could have done it. I mean, he is Aurora. But he doesn't know exactly.
Yeah, we only got DN Freaks left. And I don't want to tie it to the current season.
What about last season?
Well, last season they were fine, right? Last season, like the last
yeah, I mean, they were okay.
They've been never been crazy, but they've been solid. Like Dr. Pepper.
Maybe something that's really fallen off in recent years, you know? Because like the org itself it does have a lasting legacy.
Yeah.
They've been very successful. They've gone to finals in the past, and as you mentioned, they haven't been 0 and 8 DNF forever. So I think they do deserve
what would it be?
Some amount of credit, but this year not.
I'm not so sure. Drink that fell off.
What's something that's really American?
I don't know.
I don't think it exists. It would only be like a big cola, but that doesn't really work. So
I'm trying to think of a hot drink that was like really popular and everyone drank it, and then some people were like, yeah, kind of done with this.
Yeah.
We'll give it some thought.
Yeah, we'll have to bro and brew the.
We've had 7 kills.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the correct drink for DNF.
Oh,
we'll have to brew it up. Yeah.
Just think about it.
Yeah. With our Nongshim spicy soup tea bag. We're just doing the Rift Herald tier for DRX. They are ahead enough, I feel like, and especially with the Callista. They got very
control
nice
the brush.
turn. And yeah, the banana brush, they are just going to go for a full turn. The target selection, not exactly the best, and the peel is actually pretty nice, but do they have the damage? The answer is not quite, as Yukal came in from behind and also just ripped them apart. There's the knockup once again. Anto going to find another, and it is an absolute slaughter in favor of DRX. They get 4 kills off of the back of that play.
Although they kind of kill Sponge there, but I think it's fine. They'll take it nonetheless. Got the kill on Morgan, thanks to that as well. Yeah, it's not...
Yeah, not a great game to be a Bro fan at this point.
They're on blue side. Their draft was great. This is not a drafting issue.
No, it's a play issue, for sure.
They're taking another look here. It looks a little scary initially because they do go in, but the equalizer just doesn't quite get enough damage down. And Humbug, despite being Zinzao, still just kind of dies. Watch this. Anvil, no! But it's fine. It's not the end of the world. And you take the trade, right? Doesn't really matter that much. Sponge got his stacks, got his kills anyway.
Yeah.
Level 11. Look, Zilt's available up again.
Yeah, I mean, a Nocturne that gets the ball rolling is, it feels very win more, you know? You can be kind of everywhere. You get longer range on your ult. You are more fed. You've got a strike breaker, so you can kind of just go for whatever target's out of position. It's like when a team's behind, they don't have a lot of vision control, but when you're behind and also against a Nocturne, you never have any vision control because you're always at threat. It's hard to put down wards. You can't do much. And by the way, it's an Infernal Soul, so DRX are just getting this for free, and there's absolutely nothing that Bro can do about it. They didn't even get the Rift Herald, by the way. They're like, nah, we just wanted to bait you into a fight. They could get
What
this
about
soon.
DNF being pumpkin spice? I feel like that's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, I think some people still drink it.
No, it's still there.
Yeah.
But if you compare it, I feel like 10 years ago, the hype was
That's
sky high.
I think that's fair. That makes sense.
Yeah.
To me.
Well, there we go.
We don't have a better one either, so.
No, I've been giving it a lot of thought as well.
I can tell.
There you go.
You're very invested.
Especially the matcha one I'm really happy with because it's also like, it's just good vibes, you know? It's nice, it's green tea. And then Humble Life, it's just good vibes.
What if you like the team, but you don't like the drink that represents them? Like me. I like Humble Life Esports, but I don't like matcha.
Well, you could just make up a different one. That's also fun. This is not a exhaust. This is our
Maybe
list.
Humble Life can be pumpkin spice because they're orange. Maybe they're orange juice. Well, that was interesting. Yukal just going to flash away from that, and now Sponge is against 3 people, but doesn't seem to care. Will he care? Yes, he will eventually, but now we've got Rich here, and he will finish off everybody as Jin ults in onto Yukal. So that's going to be a big one for Hype to pick up, but Rich still picked up a triple kill on the bottom side of the map. Very messy fight. DRX still ahead.
Still big win for DRX, right? You get the 3-for-2. Rich gets to push. You get to take control of this. Okay, I was about to say Lazyfield. Is he actually going to be able to? He's not. Picking towards Otacon. Oh, DRX. DRX. There was one lesson that we keep learning.
I mean, KT did it. Why can't DRX?
True. Take another look. Clearly not ready for the amount of people. Nice flash there by Yukal to set it off. Then Sponge, actually really well done, gets the spell shield specifically on Palu's ultimate, but there's 4 people there, so obviously he does die. And then even with Hype setting up shop, Rich does just kind of take everyone down as, yep, this is just gone. So good call from Lazyfield. Perfect KDA still, by the way.
Yep. Meanwhile, Yukal part of every single kill in this one. 12 for 12.
Kind of insane.
Yeah. Sponge, 11 for 12.
Yeah,
Those two have been part of almost everything.
Maybe Humbug and Sponge are just the same player, and whoever gets the early lead just does this. Like
yeah,
that kind of...
They're kind of similar.
Right? I do think Humbug has been consistently hitting higher highs, but
yeah,
in terms of playstyle, that does feel somewhat of a crossover there.
All right, we're ulting again. This time onto a Xin Zhao. who is alone in the top lane, gonna get feared up, and here comes the wall as well. Not much that Humba can do except flash and try to get away, but the knockup comes in, and UCal is eating turret shots, but he's got the voracious Atakan. Should be going down, and so will Sponge. Closer collecting a lot of gold. Andil, nice setup there. But yeah, just getting a couple of kills here is DRX. They will lose their buff, but just trying to get some value out of it.
Hey, that's fine. If that plays end up working out and Bro is a little slow in the response on the other end of the map, then you can get an inner there. Instead, you trade 2 for 0. Obviously, it's more like 2 for 1 with the money that goes over. Is it actually... Oh, that's really funny. It's actually just the little ghosts and then the Scryer. Sponge makes sure that he gets the fear off, but Humbug obviously stays alive for a good amount of time thanks to his ultimate. And then here, Closer sweeps both of them up. Sponge actually kind of weird, and it gets pushed against the wall, goes back in, but still ends up dying. And then Bridge just walks in and says, kills? For me? Nice. Swoops it up.
That's kind of been what he's been up to this game. He's kind of just jumping in when he would like to pick up kills. We do have a pause. Don't really know what this is about. Maybe something happened in the last fight that they want to get figured out.
Maybe they're not happy with their drink choices we gave.
Yeah. What are you brewing right now? Just water?
Yeah, water.
Yeah, me too.
It's water. It's
water
or,
drinkers.
Water or coffee. Some tea.
Yeah, that's usually me too. Sometimes I go for the 0-calorie sodas.
Ooh.
Lazy Feel is having some display issues. Maybe it's his glasses. They're a little bit fogged up.
Tense situation.
I don't... A display issue. It's been a while for that.
This music reminds me...
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Of when you're like loading in. Oh no, when you're like loading into a game and it goes like the tip.
Is that your final answer?
Oh yeah, that's way better. Yeah, yours is better. I take it back.
Oh, I don't know, Regis. It's for 500,000. I'm not sure. Well, it looks like Hambak's brother. It actually does look like Hambak. So
I can
there
see
you
it.
go.
Coming to check out the bros. This first game, not done just yet, but not looking great.
This music is getting pretty
It
hype.
also reminds me of a Phoenix Wright investigate or like a testimony. When they're doing a testimony for the first time, you're like looking for the mistakes. Like, I wonder.
Yeah.
What angle
it's a
are they
very
gonna take?
like curious kind of song. It's like it sparks curiosity. Like, what's going on?
It builds tension. Yeah, Jason is saying newsroom also like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, all right, and now for breaking news.
Yeah, great at that. Newscaster.
I mean, we are play-by-play casters.
Yeah, I don't think
let's.
Oh yeah, wait. Can you do it sports style? Let's go over to the field.
Yeah.
Or standing by.
All right, now we're here in the downtime and we have a segment prepared for you guys. Let's check in down on the field. We've got Digon standing by. Hello, Digon. How's it going down there? How's the vibes with the bros at the moment?
Yeah, thanks, guys. The bros are brewing. They are definitely brewing, but not quite exactly going how it planned. Earlier, I did say I do hope the bros win, but I hope that Lazy Feel is doing well. I think Lazy Feel is taking the second part a little bit too seriously right now. He has not died yet, done really good. So I hope that the bros are able to do it. All we can say is, folks at home, time to pay your bro tax. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Digon. We'll take it from here. And that was Digon standing by with the bros as they are feeling pretty good.
I was really wondering, have those taxes been paid? Because so far, I'm not seeing it. And I know bro fans.
It's a clear lack of interest
wins
right now.
Don't matter, right? They got their win against T1. Bro fans, they could not get a win for the rest of the season. You think they would care? No.
No.
They wouldn't.
They already fulfilled their purpose.
They've already done what they needed to. But it would still be nice. DRX, still 20 seconds on other con.
Yeah.
Looking, which we haven't discussed because we've really been quite distracted. Take full responsibility for that.
Wonder why.
We are 20 seconds of an Infernal Soul, and I feel like for the DRX comp, that's pretty good.
Closer? Okay, well, we're just going. Okay.
I think that was an oopsie.
Yeah, you know, I think I agree with you. Yeah. After considering it for quite a while there, I think.
Oh, you can't just give a well, we cannot give...
Are they just going to give Infernal Soul away?
We cannot... Okay, they know.
They know, but like now there's a wall and there's a Callista on the enemy team. I think it's just... Yeah, it's just gone. They're just giving it away.
That's it.
They just gave away an Infernal Soul. Sponge is still going to go in. I mean, he's got Infernal Soul, so why not? They're still so far ahead. Bro! You're brewing for too long. Take the teabag out. It's time. It's time to drink the drink. Instead, they're just losing. Ambak's got his ult, so at least he'll live. Rich flashing in. Oh, and the burst! The Infernal Soul doing some work. And does the game just end here?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, the Q comes in. The barrier is not enough. Zukal puts an end to that noise.
Rich! I apologize. I'm sorry, buddy. My bad. I didn't believe in the Faker of Hots. I should have.
You weren't familiar with this game.
I was not familiar with his game. I saw him locking it. Now, was most of this lost hitting? Yes, but who cares? Great game from Rich. Great game from DRX.
All right, flash on in. Big ults from the support, but it's not going to matter. They just get burnt to a crisp. And down they go. And there's still 8 seconds. I think that's enough. They're just autoing this down. The attack speed comes in from Lazy Feeling, yeah. That'll do it. 24.5 minutes. As down goes the Nexus. DRX, a very one-sided victory to them.
And Lazy Feel might not have been the main character in that one, but still a perfect KDA in his debut game here at the LCK. But it was all about the mid and jungle. Zukal and Sponge got an early lead, never let them play the game. At any point, even Ondil, I think, having a great showing. The Alistar actually working up quite nicely. And the team fighting from DRX looking miles back. And this is DRX we saw a lot of. Zukal giving Sponge some confidence, giving him a old shoulder pad. It's a big win for the bros. I think understandably that wasn't particularly close, and this is supposed to be one of the matches where they were the favorites.
Yeah. Maybe they're not used to it.
25 minutes, not even, right? And no one would have been surprised if you at the top of the day told that DRX was going to win. But I would expect it to be a back and forth. I wouldn't expect it to just be kind of a one-sided beatdown. And that's what it was, Valdez.
Well, that was game one. And we'll see if Bro can wake up with some sort of extra tea to help them out. But at the moment, it's not quite working out. And DRX are looking clean. Maybe the cleanest we've seen since the LCK Cup. Guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
아, 근데 노체일이 있긴 하다. 근데 이거 럼블에 궁풀이 다 없어. 럼블 궁풀 다 없어. 럼블 박아줘. 형 TV 뭐 있어, 야. 럼블 박아줘. 내가 박을게. 럼블 풀은? 럼블. 잡자. 끝내봐. 형님들 끝나. 저 맞자. 끝내봐. 자 이거. 아 이게. 오자. 나 버스야. 오케이 레이디 삐루. 나 버스야. 자 잘했어.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. You got to see history in the making. DRX get the win, but more importantly, in the context of history, LazyFeel, the first foreign player to win since franchising has started here in the LCK. Deathless, a deathless debut as well, but that wasn't really just the main story of this one here, Ox.
Yeah, I think mid-jungle, a big reason why they were able to be successful there, and I think the composition that we saw DRX had just caused so many issues for the opposing side.
Yeah, we could see the pressure, how much pressure he has right now after Rich getting killed. Like he was just clapping, you know, without saying anything. I mean, I could see he is really focused on now how he want to play around the team. I think back in the day when LazyFeel filled up for Teddy, they had some kind of communication issues, but right now from their game, I don't see any issues from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy. The lights go out on the opposing team, start hitting the person that Nocturne goes on. A good draft here by DRX, but let's take a look at some of the key moments here. 19 minutes.
This is one of the difficulties of playing against this comp, because here we see them trying to set up a play on the Talia, who's typically a good target because she can't wall to where she already is, but the Nocturne flies in and immediately causes so much disruption. And even though initially it looks like it starts to go a little bit in favor of the side of Bro, you know, the Jin gets some good kills, the cleanup ends up going in favor of Rich, and he gets so fed here, and what started off as like a good play attempt backfires quite quickly.
That was pathetic play on the bottom side, because you can always expect them to flash that Azir combo. So you start up with other abilities like Nautilus ulti or like target CC that actually gives you 100% guaranteed gank, but starting with Azir ulti doesn't give you 100%. So like, I don't know why they try that. Maybe I think they have some lack of issue of shot calling, but that was pathetic.
I also think that in that situation, you can't kind of commit to the play. You have to fully commit or you don't make the play, because you know the Nocturne's going to turn up. It's not a situation where you like burn the flash and go, okay, back away. You don't get that luxury.
Yeah, and that's what it felt like all game for the pros over for the Herald fight, and then later on in this one here where we waste that Herald.
Look, so I think this is really messy. I think ultimately the reason he didn't go for the tower was he figured he would just die if he did, but why is Azir the one taking the Herald? You're throwing the Herald down when the whole team are there to respond. They obviously wanted to use the Herald to force them out the river, but they have no vision here. So they're kind of just stuck in a position where they can't approach the dragon. So what do? They just watch it go down, they stand there, they wait for them to pick up the Infernal Soul, and then obviously they're going to engage on you. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to give up this Drake, then you can do other things, like just go top. Yeah, it sucks that you give up the Drake and give them Soul, but if you're behind, you have no choice. So you gotta choose at least one thing. You engage on them or do something else on the other side of the map.
That's the thing, like they were behind at this point. If they all just forced their way into the Dragon Pit and fought, there's a good chance it goes wrong, but at least they're doing something. This was just them kind of supervising the Dragon take, and it was like the worst of both scenarios. Just pick an action and commit to it.
I like that. They were supervising. It's like at a construction site, there's the one guy, hey, Sponge, you got it? Yeah, you got that thing? Okay. All right. Thank you for doing that.
Just one guy, you know?
You can
maybe like 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
The whole team there. I liked what you said earlier in terms of not respecting the gank range, and that happens on either side of the mid lane matchup. We saw that on the Azir, which has a little bit further range, still getting punished. And we pointed out here, Talia's been so much better at it.
Yeah, so the point is that whenever DRX tries to gank on the side lane, they got ganked so many times. So it's like a solo queue, you know, you cannot expect your teammate to escape ganks. They're gonna get ganked, right? That happened in the game 1. And I think maybe that's the power of the Talia, because whenever you set up once, then the follow-up is so easy, it stuns and it deals so much damage with the Talia. So I think maybe this is the reason why also Chovy picked Talia over Azir in the game 1, the past series. So maybe we can see more value on Talia over Azir nowadays.
I honestly think Talia and also Poppy have been 2 picks we've seen really perform well recently, and I think it's because if you look at how teams are playing, we've almost always got engaged supports in the bot lane, and so many of them struggle to make headway into those picks. So if you're wanting to close down on the Talia, and whether you're playing an engaged champion or you're trying to shuffle as an Azir, it's so difficult with the Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, it's only game 1. But this type of decision-making and the lack of cohesion, the lack of a clear game plan is miles away from the team that beat T1 and did a you know, a higher level Baron dance. They couldn't even just line up on the same side of a Talia wall here in game number 1. We got a little bit of time. The broadcast was asking about it. What kind of drink are the bros? What do you think the bros are when we take a look at the drinks that we would associate the LCK with?
It's a matcha tea, you know, slow brewed. You got the green color, you got the tea that's brewing slowly. I think that's the vibe I'm going for.
I don't know. I don't know if you can drink bros at this point. I would drink Gen.G lemonade instead of that.
I see. Yeah,
I can't really imagine.
Only a top tier guy. That's right. Give it to the G2 co-streamer to say I only take top tier drinks.
So elitist.
I know. Jeez. Well, let's send it to two guys that would be great to sit down and have a matcha tea with. It would be Mr. Brendan Valdez and Mr. Chronicler.
Yes, thank you, Digon. The matcha latte.
Well, okay, so they didn't pay attention because we already gave the matcha drink to someone else.
Yeah. They did not pay attention to what the assignment was.
Who are we even putting in any effort for?
The viewers. The ones who paid the bro taxes, you know?
Oh, thank God.
Not those guys.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, spirits seem pretty good still on the bro side, at least for Humbach. And they're still on the blue side. So now you can say, okay, well, we just reset. We pretend like game number 1 didn't happen because game number 1 was a disaster for bro. I think our space did a good job of highlighting just how wrong it went and all the different levels. And for DRX, it was very straightforward. You know, you just kind of press your button to engage, and from ahead against a team that are kind of just walking about, you're going to enjoy yourself. So let's see if game number 2 looks any different. We do have the Poppy ban. It was banned in game 1, but that was in the second phase. But a higher priority on it here as we change up our bans in the second game with all the new bans from Fearless.
Wonder what the outcome is going to be. Do you think that we have seen DRX is very, very clearly a team that when they're ahead are doing well, as I've been told directly by Ox that no, we were just wrong.
So Varus really left up.
Well, it's already interesting. And there's no Kalista, which has been kind of the handshake. Could see what, like Ash Renata, I want to say, but Nico's still open. Seen that matchup really be a struggle. So maybe you'll let them have Varus Renata, but that kind of feels bad. Yeah, Ash Nico's fine though.
Just pick Renekton. When in doubt, and you accidentally gave up Varus, you just pick Renekton.
Yeah, take it away from Morgan. I think it makes sense. He is the Renekton guy.
I think in game 3, maybe this would make sense. I think for a game 2, picking Renekton here on red side, I'm not a big fan of.
So you can also, so now they can't pick Skarner, they can't pick Mbessa. I don't hate it. I can see the lines.
You play Sion.
I think you still kind of get bullied.
Oh, you're not enjoying the Lilia very much, but
I do like that.
Okay. Or maybe you play Ornn. Wukong gonna come through with the Ahri, which, you know, if Wukong's hovered first, you almost assume the Ahri comes next.
I do think you just slam Ezreal here, and then you're just kind of fine. No, that's no, lazy feel. I know the combo's cool. No!
What about the combo, Chronicler?
But you're playing into Ahri Wukong!
Yeah, but about that combo.
About that combo?
Yeah, about that combo.
I can't, though. Like, how often are you going to be able, as MF, to actually channel an ult? Well, I got to count, but I don't think it'll be a lot.
If your team engages, maybe.
Maybe. You know, Lazy Feel, you didn't die in game 1. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust your judgment. You do have a lot more agency in the lane with the MF than you have with the alternative, which would have been the Ezreal. Obviously, you do have to pick it up there, otherwise it's definitely going to get banned away.
Yeah. It's this final ban here. Banning away mid laners from UCal on the side of Bro, but banning away supports on the side of DRX. But they didn't ban Renata Glass. They just take away Rakan and Nico, which is really shot up in terms of those support tier list rankings. Corki.
So then they pick Renata here? No, Renata isn't real. Okay, well we are picking... What? Palu, Renata is real! I'm telling you! They banned Nico! They're playing a full short-range comp, with the exception of MF.
Well, maybe Palu's just not that confident on it. There's the Scion. And that's going to be the choice. So you're Renekton first pick. I do wonder how much mileage you're going to get out of it. I mean, it's frontline, it's stun, it's lockdown. Definitely good follow-up and good frontline for the MF. But what is this support going to be? Looks like a Braum.
I don't hate the Braum. It does make sense with the Varus. This is going to be then most likely the on-hit variety. And you are also playing it into the Braum specifically into the MF, where obviously you can block a lot. I was pretty hesitant last time we saw the Ryze come out. I think it wasn't that also Ryze and Lilia? I'm not sure. I feel like it was Ryze.
Sure.
I think it was Ryze and Victor. But that was fine. And
Are you talking about for Keen and top lane last series?
No, because that was with that wasn't with...
That was with Victor.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
But not with Lilia.
Yeah. But I do think that what we have here, maybe I guess it was on the other side. Doesn't really matter. Suffice it to say, I think DRX are still pretty happy with what they have. I think they have a strong 2v2 in top jungle, something that they can play towards if we see Morgan still struggle with the matchup.
First round, last match. We're looking for the Brion win.
That's a pretty scary SpongeBob. It frightens me a bit.
It's like his head is almost too big.
It's the eyes.
And the eyes are very...
The eyes.
Yeah.
The other SpongeBob, though, he's dripped out. He's gaming.
I think it just has sponge on the back. Wait, what is... Where's this shark coming out of? Dralaleo, dralala.
Yeah.
Isn't it a T?
No, because it's DRX.
Whoa. Very clever.
No, yeah. I feel like that one was pretty obvious.
All right. Well, let's see how this goes. Game number 2 on the cards. Same sides.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go. Game number 2. And already Ondel has taken some damage.
Worrying trend for the Rel.
We very much expected Bro to come in and take this victory.
I was on the fence.
Well, let's take a look at Chronicler's prediction.
Well, I predicted Bro. That's fine.
Yeah, so the expectation from you was that Bro were going to come in and take the victory.
Well, yeah, but I think the way that you said it, Veldas, matters. And you made it sound like we were very confident.
Now, there is one guy, Wadid, who knew.
He was a DRXer.
That DRX.
Well, let's not... I still could see Bro win. I think last game was... Really, between both these two teams, I think whoever gets out early just wins. I don't think either team has comeback potential.
For me, it's really just the way that Bro played out. All 24.5 minutes of that game, that was worrying for me. I think that they just were kind of asleep. And they didn't show that Bro fighting that we're used to. So I'm a bit worried about that. Now, if they can turn it around and they look much better here, then it'll be a different story.
Walk.
Yes, but grasp stack. And Sion does not care.
Not bad. That's my favorite. If you don't know the meme, that's Noguri at some point explaining why the Renekton prio is so high.
Yeah.
And it's Camille, and Camille, he's just drawing in paint, and it's just Camille 0-3, and Renekton going walk, which is the sound of his W. Which makes sense. That did happen.
Was he just trying to say that he wins lane?
I think he was just trying to say that, yes, Renekton will just dunk on Camille.
Generally true, yes.
Yeah. Well, eventually you don't.
Yeah.
But for a really long time.
For quite a long time.
If you fall behind, though, it is kind of...
Yeah. Also, with the early lead that you have, you can generally extend your winning lane for even longer. So it just gives you a lot of prio, gives you a lot of potential to make plays happen, to be proactive, to win the game of your own accord, which is what we like to see. Oftentimes we show a lot of criticism towards teams that just kind of sit around and lose. I feel like Bro weren't necessarily doing that in game one. I feel like they were out of their chair and losing. You know, they weren't just sitting around. They were actively taking fights that weren't exactly good.
Yeah, we weren't seeing the bro magic. That's what you're... That's
the bromance.
Yeah, I'm with you. Didn't see anything bro up, except I guess their own Nexus. I don't know if Morgan's really diveable, but they might just want to threaten, force a bit of a response. I think Sponge making the right call. If you have anything that can reset turret aggro, I think maybe you can go for that, but what about here?
We'll dive in the bottom lane on a lazy field. A little bit of bullying as the aggro is taken here by the Braum, and Palu is just going to die. There he goes, first blood over to DRX, as now a kill is traded back, and Hype has to flash away. They did deny a decent amount of farm from Lazy Field in the bottom lane. Looks like maybe even more of that on the way. But they didn't get first blood, and also Hype is down a flash.
Can keep canceling the back though. We'll see how much Hype actually ends up being up when all is said and done. I'm also not sure what the wave state is. Looks like it is pushing back into him, but maybe Lazy Field can... Yeah, that's another full wave gone. So successful dive for Brion. Still, I feel like we didn't have to. Maybe we could have played that slower and just denied his Yukel, showing why movement speed is the best stat in the game. The good old walk strategy.
Yeah, he was walking in a straight line.
He walked into the queue. It's fine. I'm kind of... So we have Apollo starts off, stacking the passive, and then I think Arndil doesn't actually connect onto the with the Q, because if he is able to get a little bit more done with that, they might lose 2 people instead of 1. I think DRX actually, or Bro rather, got kind of locked out with that one. Could have been a lot worse. And now that we have seen the next crash come in, still a lead for Hype. But interestingly enough, Lazyfield actually up in experience. So down in gold, but up in XP because of how that whole situation played out and the cancel from Arndil.
Hype missed a lot of waves that were just dying to the pushing wave of Bro as he was trying to back. So yeah, they denied some of those waves to Lazyfield, but he caught a little bit towards the end. So feeling pretty good about that. The gold is not a huge difference maker at this point in the game. But DRX still ahead on that gold, funnily enough.
We will know after the first skirmish how this game is going to go, is my feeling. Because both these compositions, even more so the Brion one, if your early skirmishes with the Ahri comp don't really go well, like I think the comp actually scales fine in team fights because you have Unhit Varus, you have great front line with Braum and Sion, and you have a Wukong as well. But just with how that first game went, I'd be a little worried. Is Yukel going to just blitz in? He is on the ward. Might be in trouble here.
I mean, the charm has to land. It's not going to land. He just runs in a straight line with Phase Rush and says, well, see you later, nerds.
Walk, walk.
Yep. That also happened. Meanwhile, Morgan just farming Grasp. All 3 grubs did go over to Sponge and the DRX guys.
Sponge had a back in him. I think he could just base, but Rich is getting further and further ahead. And I know it's not a problem yet, but he is going to, I hope, get an early cleaver. And then Sponge is going to get Leandries.
What about Yomu's Ghostblade? Or no,
he has a
Edge of Night.
Oh, God. Well, it's fine. He won't do that.
Zeus build.
Oh, yeah. What was
Warden's Mail and Hex Drinker.
Ghost.
Edge of Night.
In.
Yeah, Hammock pretty deep in here, and he's getting quite low. The sleep comes down, and that's a free kill onto the enemy jungler. And now this Lilia just running around Lazyfield. Yes, he's pretty low. They take him out, and so will Arndil go down. And Sponge just hops away. Doesn't want any of it. Felt like he could have stuck around, but not going to happen. Palu does also live, and Bro somehow turned that into a winning fight.
Gonna have to see a replay for that one. Rich, you need to be careful. If Morgan... I actually think he had a kill window there. Because you can go for the ult and then go for the Q combo, and I think you just, with shield pop and wraps, you just kill him. You do lose if he gets the ult, but I think it was an angle there for Morgan. I don't know what happened there. That looked so rough for Brion, and then it was fine. So maybe it was just because Sponge exited the fight a little early. So looks good here. Engage comes through. They're ready for the fight, right? So a lot of damage on the Humbug. They're actually able to burst him. Yuko, I like this, doesn't take the Realm Warp because, you know, he can just get on top of there. And then here, it's Hype getting the resets, which is rough. But so I understand where Sponge is coming from. I think it's fine. He doesn't have that much mana. If he gets hit by the passive, he also dies.
Yeah,
but he would have gone
at the moment.
He is. He would have gone Polo as well, but I don't think you'll take that trade. The downside is that Hype is now big, and we have aforementioned already stated that whichever team gets ahead early is probably going to win. I'll see if that's actually true or not. But so far, Brofen's feeling better. So maybe I feel like Deagon is right now with a light thumbs up. That's kind of the
light thumbs up.
And I don't think we're there yet.
Is that like slightly angled, or is it like the thumb isn't fully up?
No, it's like
yeah, so slightly angled.
Yeah,
right?
slightly angled.
Yeah.
It
makes sense.
It's not down. It's not halfway, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Hype
sense.
Does also have to play Varus, but his setup is really good, right? You have so much backline threat with your Wukong and your Vi, and you have double frontliners to just stand in front of you and be a beefcake.
Yeah, I think you're totally fine this Hype in this game. I think you should very much enjoy it. And
well, there is
see
a
if
crocodile.
You can carry it.
The crocodile and the blue man are a problem.
Yeah. But as you mentioned, you know, there should be a lot of space made by the team.
Creating space.
Yeah, creating space. Zoning ults that can be utilized. Oh, we actually have the Roa Ahri build coming back here for Closer. Not the Malignance.
I don't love that. I feel
it's
like
going to be a lot tankier.
Maybe it's because, yeah, the interaction specifically got nerfed, right? And I get it because it's kind of the, if he has Roa and I don't, I'm going to be down a level, which will suck. But you are also the sole AP source. If you go just damage Ahri, you will just one-tap people in Charm. Might not think he needs it necessarily. As a TP comes in.
This is actually Closer TPing up here.
Yeah, makes his way over. Roa done. Interesting, Valdez.
Yeah, this is a
very different game.
Interesting game brewing up here. Bro, certainly they have the lead, and they could just run away with it if DRX don't get back on the horse. But a lot of the gold is just on the one guy. Yes, we do have a kill for Closer, but you see that Yukal isn't that far behind, only about 200 gold. He's farming very well. Looks like he should be able to get a plate here. So absolutely still in the running, even though he doesn't have the kill that Closer does. Palu trying to steal a big Raptor, but that's against a jungler. And Closer is just bullying Rich in this matchup.
Yeah, Yuka doesn't have the damage to actually cut through Morgan. And Rich obviously doesn't get to actually get close against Closer, so not the nice matchup. And they swap back. Do like this. You see Yuka just for a second there show up in mid lane. Saying hello. Before he orbs his way to top, there's the Cleaver. Love to see it. Cleaver and Leander is now done for Rich and Sponge.
All right, Edge of Night next.
No. No, I know even in solo queue it's always playing, by the way.
Yeah.
Like he's committed to that.
It wasn't a one-time thing.
No.
It was like, no, I think this build is good.
It's Ghostblade, Ghostblade Shojin Surrealdas.
That's
the core. He is fast, and he does one-tap people.
But that's not what he built in that game. He built an Edge of Night.
Yeah, I think he built Surrealdas 4. But he did build it.
Yes, he did. Yeah. And then he built Hexdrinker and Warden's Mail.
Yeah.
More survivability, just like the Edge of Night.
Yeah.
Could have built the Cleaver. You were talking about movement speed. We have a Cloud Soul coming in here. Each team get a Drake apiece. We're very much in Bro and Brew territory. we're just hanging out, you know.
Well, clearly we didn't do a good enough job according to our spacers, so I hope that they can provide us with their own list. That's exhaustive. Oh yeah, I saw that. So bro, is Jisun said Yoruba mate. Mate is, I want to say, South American tea that you drink out of like a tiny, I don't even know what the correct, I know there's a specific term for it, but I can't think of it right now. But it has like its own specific cup, and it's very thoroughly brewed. As Lazyfield gonna cleanse?
Yeah, he cleanses, nearly dies anyway. So he's gonna have to back away, gets 1 CS, but now his presence is really not felt. The Varus, I mean, should not get close to the Varus with how fed he is at this point in time. But at least he got his BT just on time after that. So next time he'll have a shield and he'll be able to heal up some of the damage that he took.
Oh yeah, it's called a gourd. There you go. Thank you, Jisun.
There you go. I don't know what that is, but sounds cool.
Yeah.
Looking to dive the account? Nope, not gonna happen.
It is Rise.
We're just hanging out.
It's Brion brewing.
Closer has been very good with his charms. He's been good.
I like it. We just hope that bro don't take the edge of too much, you know? I don't want them to think that this is one... Oh yeah, fellas can see a picture of it. I hope that... Yeah, it's cool, right? That this isn't one of those games where bro just brew a little bit too much and all of a sudden they're down 2 Drakes and they're like, how did this happen?
They got lulled into a false sense of security.
Well, they skill really well, but I prefer their comp, but I don't think you auto-win, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I kind of get the
I like their comp more, but at any point, if anyone on bro oversteps, that isn't Braum, and even Braum without his E will die.
Just engaging on a Hambach here. That is a very nice Magnus Storm, but it's only Yukal doing damage. Now Hambach's going to go in, followed up by Closer. Meanwhile, we got Sponge just dying on the bottom side, and eventually Ando goes down as well. They never really had any business taking this fight in the first place, as maybe they get Hambach. No, they do not. And he even gets a double kill on the back of it. It's 4 for Bro and 0 for DRX.
No more brewing! We are drinking, and DRX wasn't ready for the drink to be served. That was a blowout. That
you were
fight
so right about the team that gets ahead just wins.
Yes, because both teams will just go in. Why are we engaging onto Wukong? I do not know. I also...
And Braum?
Yeah, and then unfortunately Sponge like goes in. Watch how quickly he dies. Good up from Paulo, and then the ultimate from Lazyfield wouldn't have made a difference, but I think he could have maybe killed Hype. And then Yukal, just a little more damage, and he gets a double. Clean flash from Hambach. Resets for Closer, and we knew, Veldas, that this was going to be a free gamer.
It's a Rise with Rod of Ages with like 2 stacks.
Yeah.
And they're forcing a fight into Wukong Braum.
Yeah.
No protection for their MF.
No.
After Sponge just kind of goes in, dies, doesn't even flash.
Yeah. I don't see your point.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, did Bro do it better or did DRX?
Well, DRX is not giving up.
And neither did Bro. We're going to try to fight for this one. They do have the smite good for the side of Bro. Big engage for Ondil, but now the Scion comes in. Taking some peel, but the Croc is going crazy in the back line. They pick up 1, but Closer lives on such a low amount of HP. That's how we got Yukal! He's just diving the turret by himself, 1v3. And he gets 852 gold for it.
Okay, DRX. Clearly not done. They're getting angry. That's, what, a 3 for 2? 3 for 3? But you get shutdowns, so it's worth. That play from Yukal, that's something else. All right, let's take another look. I think Bro could have just let this go, but instead they go very aggressive, and then Ando with a great engage. I want you to watch the amount of damage that Rich does here, as well as the fact that Sponge does actually get his
4-man sleep. Yeah.
4-man sleep, kind of crazy. And I want to hear the comms. Wow, he's just locked in. If he hits the Q on Closer, I think Closer also dies by it. I don't know. He does have Roa and Merc, so maybe not. but maybe the 1Q could have been enough. Imagine if he picks up the double shutdown. Would have been crazy. Still, bro, fun in this game. But that's how it starts, Valdez. It's just one fight, and then all of a sudden you lose another.
I mean, DRX were kind of out of the game, it felt like, after the, not the last fight, but the one before it in their own jungle. But now it feels like anything can happen. Especially when they demonstrate, like, hey, this is how we're going to win fights. You know, they layered everything. I think that Bro really got caught in a rough spot where, as you mentioned, they, like, pushed in for the Rift Herald. And that just meant that they all had to go through the one corridor to escape. And rather than escape, they all just ended up grouping up for a Rel and an MF and a giant crocodile. Not to mention the Lilia with the 4-man sleep.
The Crocodilian is a problem, as I say that. Morgan is not too impressed.
Yeah, still Scion.
Yeah, exactly. He has 850 extra health. Sunfire, getting towards his second item, also has the... I can't even think of the name. The chest plate that gives you Grievous Wounds.
The chest plate.
Well, that's not what it's called. I should know this name. I've known this. I've said this a million times.
The chest plate of Grievous Wounds.
That's not...
That's what it does.
Well, that's not
if I say that, people know what it is.
Built into 4 mil.
Grievous chest plate.
How am I blanking on this? Anyone knows. Everyone
starts with the B. Everyone
in chat would never, ever make this mistake. But you know what it is.
Starts with the B. The next letter is R. Kind of like my name.
That's Brendan.
Yeah.
All I can think of is Brendan. Bramblevel. There you go.
Yeah, had to spell it out, but now Hype in a really rough spot as the Rel TP's in, and down he goes. Hype, the one guy who was really fed on the team, and now he's died twice in a row. Here comes the Croc as well. Big peel coming out from the Wukong, but still, Palu's going to go down. And DRX are just being more proactive, even from behind. UCal is running the ship.
I got lulled into a false sense of security because the whole Bramblevest situation.
Just like Bro.
Just like Bro. Hype just... I'm getting worried. I'm getting worried, Veldas. I made some very strong statements regarding whoever gets ahead wins, and yet here I am. Watching DRX.
Proving us wrong.
They really might. Blue Man group now also showing up in top. Clearing the wave. Lazyfield, please be careful. Looks like he is okay.
Yeah. That's a big catch-up mechanic as well, just getting all the pedals.
Oh, yeah.
You know, all the levels. Everything just kind of gets shored up in a big way. Like, Closer's up 2, but Yuka's about to hit 14, and he has Rod not fully charged. So
I want to take another look at this. What happened? So it's Sponge that gets the tag.
Bowling ball.
And then the bowling ball. And then the immediate ult from Yuka and Ondil. Actually just set up by Sponge. And then it's not the bowling ball that knocks down the pins, but it's Ryze showing up with his buddy.
It's Ryze's shiny head.
Yeah.
Because he's bald.
Because he's bald.
Yeah. Looks like a bowling ball. I like it.
Oh, bald. Ah. That's good.
Yeah.
You know what I love?
Lazyfield is ahead on levels.
Yeah, because he has 46 plants.
It's a lot of plants.
I don't know how many Bro have, but I don't think it's close.
How many plants do you have?
5?
Wait, why do you have so many plants?
That's not many plants. Double digits is
one.
Plant.
I have one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised that we have one.
Yeah, I am surprised you have one. I don't think 5 plants is that many. 12 is the case for Bro. So that's double digits. I think in League it's not a lot. I think in real life, 12 plants. Even then, people whose entire apartments are basically just plants. It's nice.
You don't need to live that way.
It's what? No, it's soothing.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you could just, go outside as well.
Not the same. You know, there's actually a lot of plants that have like air purifying capabilities. It's nice. It's good.
I have an air purifier.
Well, yeah. But you could have a plant do that.
I could, but I'd rather not. I don't need the plant.
Well, the plant doesn't make
I'm not about the plants, Chronicler. You know this. Especially the ones in League of Legends.
Yeah, no. Oh, that's... Sorry, I forgot I was talking.
The pedals,
Second hint.
the pedals are good.
The pedals are
good. They create action.
We like
what we
pedals.
like.
So Bro are still 3k gold up, but it doesn't... You know, it's one of those games where you don't really feel it.
The majority of the gold lead is 2,000 ahead for Hype. If he just dies at the beginning of every fight, do they really have a gold lead?
That's what I was saying earlier. I do think that Bro comp skills better, but it's not a given if people just walk up and kind of die.
Yeah, Morgan has taken that to heart. He says, I'm going to walk up and
Why are we trying to save him?
And we're trying to save him.
Just let him die.
Here we go. All right, big engage though. They're going to get on Dill, but they're running straight into an MF Bolts. As Big Sleep coming in, going to hit the 2 frontliners only though. Sponge trying to get away. Yucal wants to do the DPS. He's got a big shield. And the Croc finally shows up at the exact right time. Bro, you were lulled in between a rock and a hard place. And now the chase here. Will they get Palu? I think eventually they do.
Why are we trying? Just let him die. You could give up the dragon.
I think we need a Degon cam for this one.
No, don't do it.
5 for 0.
Don't do it too. No, Andil died, but like it doesn't. It's a fight. It doesn't matter. Look, imagine what happened. Just let him die. He dies. Who cares? You give up Drake. It doesn't matter. Your team fight's amazing. Why are we trying to salvage? Just look, Lazy Field. And this is with a bad TP from Rich.
Yeah, look at how far away he is. Yeah.
He's nowhere near. He could have TP'd on the control one right there in the brush.
And he finally gets here, and everybody has like 3 health. DRX won this fight without the Croc.
나이스!
Nice.
And he's the only one that died. And guess what? Giving up that 1 Drake doesn't matter for the game at all. It's a second Drake. No one cares. Losing that fight, 5 for 1. Yukel's getting death cap soon. I'm shooting up into the sky when it comes to the voice. I'm exasperated, Valdez. I wanted to
get over the wall.
Yeah. Well, they kind of did.
Yeah, they did. Figuratively flash over the wall there. I think that Bro went a bit too far. I think that they were like, we're ahead, right?
That's a great understatement, Valdez.
We should fight anytime we get an opportunity. And Sion's not that important, right? All right, nice charm here, but immediate cleanse comes in, but the chains, and now the counter engage here from Andil, just trying to create space. I think Lazy Field was fine, but Andil just going to go down.
That does feel a little unnecessary, because I think Lazy Field was indeed fine, so it Flash as well. So they're going to try... Okay, Yukel does have TP. I'm like, ooh. They're going to try and get Yukel's TP. Yukel just wants to get this turret, but yeah, I think he has to show up here. This is still risky. Sponge, crucially, does not have the Flash available.
Just got to join the fight, and it's just going to be an ult from Lazy Field. It doesn't really hit the pit, but catches the guys that are running. The smite is good. Pretty simple there. And now a 4v5, but Lazy Field's not in the fight. It's actually a 3v5 as Lazy Field tries to get over, but can't. Down will go the Croc, and Yukel and his buddy are just going to TP away. And it's just the 1 kill. And the Baron, more importantly here for Bro.
Could have been worse for DRX. We're very close to losing multiple members there, but still, really big win for Brion. They are clearly not letting the pressure get to them. I say after that earlier bot side play, that still scared me. Lazy Field, obviously very fast, gets the cleanse, and here, I think Andil was not ready for still the tenacity. Because that play makes sense if you think the MF will die in the chains, but because of the tenacity, he gets to walk it off.
Yeah.
So he was fine. And then here they try to go for the play, but Lazy Field obviously can't realistically approach. Hype is waiting in the brush, they don't have any control. Definitely an overforce from DRX, and it's just a nice ult from Yukel to ensure that. That was close, by the way. Morgan was ulting, or queuing rather. But now, I think Bro are just fine again, because they will get Ton here.
Yeah, we're kind of all over the place on the gold difference graph.
I don't really know what's happening, and that's okay.
Well, right now, Bro are ahead. So they're the ones that are winning.
Okay.
I'm glad I could simplify that for you. Closer is level 17. He's about to get his own death cap.
You know Rich reached the patch notes because he went for a build that actually makes him tanky.
That's crazy.
For the extra damage, he's level 16.
Yeah.
That's gonna tick like crazy.
It is. It's gonna do a lot. It's got a decent amount of bonus AD as well. And
there's IE, that's big.
Yep, IE comes through. But will they save this inhibitor is a question. We have Rich posturing forward, but I think, yeah, just a couple more autos get it done. And that's the bot inhibitor. It's pretty nice for Bro. UCal was able to hold down mid as it was only Morgan here pushing, so...
Yeah, there is still a death cap rise on the enemy team.
Yeah, but about to be death cap Ari as well.
I would rather have the rise. Very confident on that.
Maybe. I think that they're both good, you know? I think that closer, his Ari has been phenomenal.
It has been.
And he's making plays. That's the kind of Ari we like to see. Not just like throwing out a random Q that only hits one direction and then you're just running away with Spirit Rush. He's like going in looking for charms onto vulnerable targets and actually making plays. And if he has Death Cap, yes, he has the Roa build, but now he's actually blowing people up.
How about a fight to flip the game? Huh?
How about third Cloud Drake fight?
For the game.
For the game. Yeah, it's not quite Challengers, baby.
Not for because for that we need Elder.
Exactly. It's just kind of like Challengers, maybe.
How have I never used that line? That's so good.
Yeah. I mean, if both teams actually flip over a Cloud Drake.
It's also Call Me Maybe, you know? Like something, oh my God, Valdez.
And this is crazy.
I'm disappointed in myself. As we could also just push. Either team can give up this Drake, but I don't think that's what we're going to do. I don't think that's what
we must flip over this Drake. Now we have a Realm Warp, which is going to get the Croc into the back line. And a little engage does come in. They try to turn on the Rich, but he is quite tanky. Not tanky enough, though. He gets burnt down. And now DRX are just running away. And the mobility of the Ari comes back in. Does a ton to UCal here, who nearly takes out Closer. But instead, it's just going to be DRX that are falling by the wayside. They couldn't quite let that third Drake go over. It was not allowed. And they made that very clear. But that does mean that they are going to lose the game, as Bro, with this one, will look to push bot and end.
Unseen Croc was not the deadliest. He just died. I'm still very confused as to yeah, they want to deny. I don't think it really matters.
It's just like Sponge ults, doesn't even go in range. He might even die. He has to flash. And yeah, I mean, eventually he kills him probably. There you go. But the game is over, so does not matter. Ondo comes back, avoids a charm, but that'll do it. Bro will force a game number 3. And we'll see how that one does pan out.
Yeah, Renekton's beefy, but you can't teleport him into 4 people. He does that doesn't really, he does die if you do that. That must have been a miscommunication because I can't see a world where Rich is like, send me in alone.
Bro.
Love that. A bro lever here at Low Park.
Yes. Unbelievable.
They did get the one, and of course it's a free gamer. I got all worked up over that team fight at bot. It didn't matter. It's fine.
You should have known.
I should have known.
You were the one who declared it in the first place. Bro get a lead. There was a little hiccup at about 24
scary
minutes.
At all.
They actually lost the gold lead for about a minute. And then they just took it right back. Closer and Hype getting the work done. Hype did get caught a couple of times, but, you know, it's Lilia, it's Rise, it can happen. But they were able to turn it around quite well. Shout out to UCal and Lazyfield.
Yeah, his fights were still great. Ton of damage output on the Varus, and you need to in that comp. And we are getting our game 3.
Game 3 on the cards. Cheering for Lord Morgan to see if he can get the job done. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
쉬면서 봐봐. 렐 정면. 야 내가 그냥 다 하는데 이거 나 쉬면서 볼게. 야 나 반대로 돌게. 기다려봐. 나 위치 좋아. 기다려.
나고 있다.
야 먹자 이거.
야 편에 맞았고.
천천히. 그럼 국수에서 먹어도 돼. 먹으면 볼게 이거. 먹어도 돼. 나 이거 2편에 쓸게.
야 레네가 뒤로 갔다 얘들아. 야 레프터
맞아. 레네 볼게. 천천히 자리 잡아.
레프터 빨리지 마. 야 레프 봐줄게. 야 앞나 얘들 라이드 붙여.
야 라이드.
밀고 가. 야 앞나 찍어봐 이거. 야 릴리아. 천천히 릴리아 잡아. 잡고 미드 라인. 릴리아부터 가볼래? 야 끊을게. 다 바텀 가. 내가 막을게. 다 바텀 가. 내가 지금 끊을게. 다 바텀 가 끝나 이거.
오른쪽이 맞는 거 무서워. 그러면 그냥 탑살릴까요? 이렇게 다 해서 그 다음에 일단 무서워. 아니 때리고 있어요. 맞습니다. 아니 교전의 시작 자체가 T1이 이길 수가 없는 수준의 시작이었어요. 딱딱 깎아버렸다. 에이스 띄웠죠. D 플러스 기어.
Lean for a vet, flying like a jet. Always stay to state like the boy was pushing weight. And a back the case, so you know I made the play.
Teve que ser, mas não teve sucesso. Brion quebrou a armaguarda, vai ganhar tempo, vai dar aquela resetada. Morreu, um pra cada lado por enquanto, mas Morteu faz uma bela entrada, garantiu duas eliminações. Fica 2-2. O time da Isurus tenta se posicionar. O Morteu já saindo do Ackerman. Garante a eliminação. É double pra ele. O Summit abandona a brincadeira. E a KT vai pegar a alma.
Put it in a way, but I still make the shot. Splash. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. Killing competition, gotta make it look pretty.
A 了一下，他自己也准备到位了。结尾算是一夹加回鲁网，而下面的阿紫的剑魔妹是开劈往前，再配合无敌一波的阿闪4个人，还有剑魔妹是 Q3砍得下来，一路的往前进，贝蒂斯直接杀手本能飞到了后排，而正面的法术涌动跟超负荷疯狂扩散，让塔隆完美的零换五。
What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're not with it. What you talking about? Boy, you know you're
down
not.
as well. What is his focus going to be? Hans, wrap around here. Will spot Mickey, but perhaps too late. Oh, it's a perfect predict! He's living in his head! He doesn't even pay rent! Oh my god!
Always stay to state like the boy was pushing weight. And a back the case, so you know I made the play. Banging 808, drummer pointing at.
용도 다 스치면서 도란 밀렸어요. 이거 진영 갈렸습니다. 루시드 안쪽, 루시드 고립, 용의 와 이게
내내 손에 잡긴 했는데 용은 또 T1이 먹고
한편 떨어져. 우와, 지우. 역하나 상대 대걸로. 우와, 기자야. 도저히 치면 다음.
근데 에이밍이 아직 있어.
그래도
에이밍이 있어. 들어와.
들어와. 어디래? 그래 우리는 직격하는 너 안 와?
Killing competition, gotta make it look pretty. Hit them where it hurt, oh man, I know they feel it. I can't take a
We'll
loss.
get the shutdown, and meanwhile in the base, Obscuring is met by a pop. Blossom TP's coming in as well by Humanoid. Banana looking for the win. It's all on Humanoid. Humanoid is dead. Koi, nothing left, and Koi have done it. You'll take the win out of their cold, dead hands, and Koi never give up.
What a game!
Welcome back to the space. It is 1-1. The bros tie it on up thanks to the tax against DRX. Digon here alongside Oxen Wadid. And I got to tell you guys, I don't think I've been this stressed in a long time.
There was definitely a point where you could see the funds were starting to run out, but the bro tax came through strong, and they managed to have a resurgence because there were some messy moments. You know, it started strong. It looked like this was going to be a pretty convincing answer back to have that 1-1, but some messier fights. And I think, honestly, DRX had a pretty strong composition for the team fight, so it didn't take much for Bro to give over some of those team fights to DRX.
I mean, it was so impressive that they have Renekton, Lilia, and Misfortune, Rel in the same team. But yeah, I think they knew that they still have the control about the priority in the lane. So I think that's why that's how Bro got the win over DRX this game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the early plays here in this game number 2. Over by the blue bush. Blue buff, that is. Bro, take control of this one.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, this initially looks like it could be really positive for the side of DRX because you have this level 6 Lilia, which is such a huge spike in this skirmish. But ultimately, you know, they end up taking out the Wukong. The Braum survives thanks to Flash, and then these are extended trades with the Ahri resets on the ult, the Braum passive, and the Varus resets on the ult, on the passive, sorry. You end up having a situation where the longer fight goes back over to Bro.
Not gonna lie, I think there are some fights that Sponge could play better. I think Lilia had so many chances to have a good fight in some team fights, but I feel like he was holding too much of his abilities for, like, I don't know, some more super plays than the expected plays, you know. I think they had some tool. I think he got the value of the team comp. So it was kind of sad to see Lilia couldn't pop off.
Yeah, but from that, we got to see multiple comeback attempts here by DRX, including one by the Rift Herald, one down bottom side of the map. But here's the decisive fight.
You know, and we see Rich getting Realm Warped in, and it turns into a scenario where both teams are focusing on the top laner. But with it being a Varus Ahri again, you know, and the Braum, your single target is great, but the resets come in. Look how much damage the Varus is starting to churn out, and the momentum goes so heavily in favor of Bro.
I mean, I think here DRX could actually win the team fight, but one thing was stressing me out here is that Rel position. Rel was facing against Ahri, and what can you do? You cannot do anything against Ahri. Ahri is gonna hold the charm, and you cannot walk up to her. So why would you position yourself in that position? So you can actually go around the blue side, so you can actually land a flank, or you can take the Ryze ulti to land a huge flank with the ability. But I think he was just having no idea how he should position himself in the team fight.
And I think ultimately, the fights that did go in favor of DRX, it was about the AoE, multiple people being hit by a sleep or the crash down or the Magnet Storm, and then the MF ult gets a lot of value, the Renekton gets a lot of value, and I think you kind of saw demonstrated in those two clips the fights that were Bro favored, a lot more spread out, target by target by target. And I think it was just DRX, you know, they had some good fights, but kind of lost track of exactly what they needed to do to win those fights.
Yeah, that was one of the first times we've seen in this series where DRX were split in a team fight where all 5 of them were there. The Realm Warp went in. You tried to push through a Scion. That was never going to work out. Bros closed this one out. I'm stressed because myself and the rest of the broadcast team selected Bro. We were sipping on some of that T1 upset juice, and Wadid, for some reason, picked DRX, and this whole time, he's standing over there, off screen, teasing me, being like, oh yeah, it's over. 1-1, it's over.
Oh well.
Pacing around.
It's not over yet.
Not over yet.
It definitely is not over yet. So the reason why I predicted DRX is that...
What are you doing?
I don't think Bro can actually have a 2-0 week. And I think the chance of DRX winning Bros are higher than the other one. So that's the main reason. And also, I trust in Yukol, my brother. I think he can pull the trigger. He has the ability. He has the key for DRX to win the game.
What's your rebuttal, Digon?
Bros are on the Brion side, not for Yukol. So that's my rebuttal. Let's send it over to 2 bros on the call for our final game of the day, Chronicler and Valdez.
Thank you, guys. Still trying to figure that one out. The bros are on the Brion side. I don't really know what he meant by that, but DRX are on the blue side. So that's what we can expect from this game number 3. I almost said 2 for some reason. And Renekton is already out of the pool. What is Morgan going to play With DRX also having side selection, having the blue side, do they just win it from here on out, showing what they showcased in Game 1, or do Bro have something up their sleeve?
I don't know. I thought I knew. I thought at many points in the last game that I knew, and I just have to accept, and I think we all have to accept, that we just don't know. The only thing that I know holds true is that whoever gets ahead at 14 minutes is gonna win the game. That both games was true. Game 1 was very swift. Game 2 not so swift, but it still held. I saw that teamfight throw and I'm like, it's so donezo. It wasn't. Are we just triple ban? Are we banning Akali as well? Just triple ban? You know you don't want to play against close as Akali when you pick Victor, which is what will happen. Just ban it. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's going to be an Ashe instead. There's a lot of stuff available now because it just didn't get banned. You know, Nefiri, Pantheon, Poppy, Jace were all banned in Game 2, but none of those bans here. We do have Nefiri off the cards, but now Jace is available. Now, we saw that Morgan passed on it when they were playing up against T1, and then Doran passed on it.
Rich should pick it.
Rich should just pick Victor for you, Cal.
Who could have known?
I mean, they know that Morgan isn't going to pick it, right?
Yeah.
They have that
that's
information.
Actually good. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think this is a good call. And then Morgan, he's going to pick Jace, and Morgan's going to pick Yorick. That's actually what's going to happen.
Why did Edgar's face just look so... It looked so like...
You know what I would love?
Well, he's going to play Ambessa.
Not that. Oh.
He's blinding Ambessa with Jace available. Sejuani does get picked alongside of it, which
I
makes it better.
I had this whole scenario where he's going to let go of the Jace and he's going to slam the Malphite because you're playing into Victor and Jace and like both those champions. Nope. We're blinding Ambessa. I don't see it. Rich, you have one. Okay, that's good. You can play Poppy top. That's also fine.
That's fine.
Poppy top, we're okay with. Jace, I think is even better. Sponge on Poppy and Rich on Jace, I think is better.
Or Andal on Poppy. This is probably Sponge on Poppy.
Well, it could be both.
But it's flexible.
We're fine with either. That's the beauty of Poppy. That's why she's kind of broken. She's got the flex at Rich. You got this. There we go.
I like that confident nod. He's like, all right, I'm locked in.
Close or no?
Orianna.
I'm not feeling good about my pro prediction, I'll tell you that. This first rotation is not doing it for me, Veld. We have a hard losing matchup in top.
I mean, what would you have picked, though, in mid lane?
Akali!
Into Victor?
Yeah. Okay. Early laning phase is rough, but okay. For what it's worth, I've seen Zeka do well in that matchup. That is a little bit of cheating. That feels like maybe that's not...
I mean, closer... He is Zeka, just not...
Yeah, he's budget Zeka.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can see it. I think Orianna's just not in a good spot right now. Now, I do like the idea of Morgan... Like, actually, when I think about that combo is cool, of Morgan ulting in and then Closer does, like, the shockwave to follow up. That's cool. Will we see that? Or is this, like, the illustrious Lilia MF combo that never works?
I think it's probably going to be more like that.
It's the second one, right?
The illustrious combo that doesn't work.
The cool combo that casters always talk about, and then it doesn't work. And when you see it, it's when the game is already won or lost. You know, I don't want to see it now.
Well,
what are we playing in the 80 carry? It's okay. So Lucian's going to get picked up here for hype.
Lucian. Let's see what's available.
Well, that's
Ezreal is a very easy ban here. Lucian.
I do think
Aphelios.
No.
Twitch? Play something like a Twitch Lulu or Twitch Yumi or something?
I think it's Lucian here.
Yeah, I think the Lucian is, that's probably...
Well, you pick support here.
Number one.
Can you pick like, Rakan? The Rakan's still open, by the way.
Yeah, got banned second phase both games.
Yeah, I kind of like this more because then you can counter pick.
You're still playing it into Poppy though, but I mean, you need some kind of engagement.
But you have Rakan. You have... the Rakan with Orianna, I think, is a classic combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lazyfield's 100% playing Lucian. That's a no-brainer. So Lucian Nami?
What is Hype playing? Draven?
Maybe.
Elise? Okay. We're not 100% locked into Lucian yet. Lucian Elise.
Where you can go.
I don't know about that.
You can go Draven. Like, what did they go?
Yeah, I don't mind the Draven, actually.
They can go like Jinx. Like Jinx for Khan trying to play for range.
Caitlyn.
Oh, lazy feel.
Caitlyn Elise.
I do think I think this is harder to counter. I think that the downside of Draven is that if you get severely outranged and you don't snowball early, you can really be in big trouble.
I don't think you can pick Caitlyn or Draven here.
No, that's the point. You can't pick Draven.
I'm agreeing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you.
Jinx?
Agreeing with me. Yeah.
We're on the same page.
So, bro, you better pray this is a Bro and Brew game. Because your comp does not come online before maybe even free items. And then you have, on the other side, you have Hoppy Jace, Caitlyn Elise.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 winning lanes and one that probably goes even in mid. You know, just 2 control mages that are probably just wave clearing. Your bot lane wins, your top lane wins hard.
As of right now, I'm not a bro-lever in this draft.
Well, you are a known bro anti,
I am a
so
known
it's not that far of a reach.
When did that meme start? Like 2022?
I think it was 2023.
No, I think it was.
I think it was more recent.
It was?
I think so.
Known bro anti.
2023 was a long time ago.
But it's also the bro hype train started. Like it started to come up in 2021, but it wasn't what it is now.
No, yeah, it was different.
It took a long amount of time for them to be as popular as they are. Which
leads 2 wins.
Yeah, I don't know. I think for DRX, the 2 wins it's an angle. They could do it. I could see it.
I mean, they got blue side. They won draft. It doesn't mean that Bro's draft is unplayable. It just means that, especially the way we've been seeing these games play out, DRX should win early and then win, which is, you know, these teams they've won early and then they've won in both games. And that's kind of the way it goes. But let's see if that actually pans out in that manner. If Bro can maybe turn around some of the lanes here where maybe they weren't supposed to win, but maybe they win it here. As we're ready for Game 3, let's hop into the ring.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, game number 3, match 44. For you guys that have been watching the LCK for a long time, you'll know that match 45 is the halfway point. And indeed, tomorrow, after the first match, that is the halfway point of this block of LCK we have before MSI, formerly known as LCK Spring. But now it's just the end of round 1. Then we go on to round 2. And then there's a round 3 and 4 and 5 later on this year. So, going to be pretty cool to get through all of that and to have a full round completed where everybody has played everybody else after tomorrow's first match of T1 versus DNF.
Yeah, there's really not any sizable difference in this first season. It's just kind of the same.
Yeah.
Which is fine. We just to slowly get used to our new format.
Just got lumped in with the rest of LCK. It's not LCK Spring anymore. So if you're confused, it's just all LCK.
I wonder if all the old... So far, you know, we have a lot of superstitions in the LCK. Is oh my god, he knows.
Sponge. He is trying to sponge all over Humbug.
Uh-oh.
Will it happen?
Well, he has the lead.
Spotted on the minimap. And in goes Sponge. And out goes Humbug. A little bit of a fight over the Gromp, potentially. Let's see who's got the smite. Goes to Sponge. Just better timing goes to him, and he controls the jungle. It's not like his bottom lane, Humbug's bottom lane, can help at all because it's a losing lane.
Yeah, at least also roaming up. And Humbug needs to be very careful about how he plays this because if Sponge goes in, yeah, I think abandoning is the right call. It's Elise. You have double the buttons. Double Veldas. That's too many.
They've got another champ that also has double the buttons in the top lane. It's crazy how many buttons they have.
Yeah, at least with the Elise, I feel like you're paying the price for it. Oh, no, Sponge. Not the forbidden cross.
No, this is the peanut.
No, he's... Oh, my God. He's studying the VODs.
And especially because mid lane is also winning. You know, I mentioned this before where it's like, yeah, maybe Closer can somewhat win, but I think this early on, the Victor just going to push the Orianna in.
I'm 99% sure I talked about Sponge having to watch peanut VODs to learn how to play from behind. he did the opposite. He clearly watched peanut VODs of him on Poppy running the game.
I mean, Hambach, buddy, you're not... You can't fight him. You don't have anyone who can help. And Sponge gets to do literally,
and you don't
not figuratively,
have bio lanes
whatever he wants.
You picked Ambessa into Jade. Okay, to be fair, I don't think there's other champions that...
Even worse, they blind picked Ambessa.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, we both know what's going to happen, Valdez. That was a blind pick. That was a... Oh, my God.
You know, we knew that when we got to Fearless that champion pools would become a factor. I feel like in LCK Cup, we didn't see it too much.
Now we do.
But now we're seeing the most obvious one happen multiple times with Doran and Morgan specifically, where they can't play Jace. Which is weird because Doran has played it a lot.
Oh, and then you have to be able to, like, the only other thing, because I could talk about the Malphite and the Wukong, but with those you still have the same issue of not having any agency early. Hambach's level 2.
He's level 2. He's trying to get a crab. He can't get a crab. Closer has to flash because Sponge is running through mid lane.
Sponge has not touched a single of it. I guess he took Raptors early on.
Yeah, he level 2.
Well, yeah, you had to, right?
Hambach. No, you're not allowed to play the game. Stop trying to play the game. It's level 4, Sponge. And Hambach has 7 CS. He's got like a camp and a half. Meanwhile, Sponge, double buff, running the Rift because he gets to. Because of the draft. He's playing it well.
Any SpongeBob enjoyers feeling great right now?
I'm a SpongeBob enjoyer.
I know.
I did predict Bro, though, so...
That's fine. Predictions don't matter.
You and I both know that's not how you feel. It's okay.
Did you see the whole tweet? Did you also call? I forgot if you also commented on that.
No, I just liked it.
Yeah,
I just enjoyed it from afar.
No notes. This is what you need to do with this draft. I am just shocked to see it actually happen from DRX. I'm going to be very... This team is 1-7. How are we executing an early game draft perfectly? How's this happening?
Yeah. Nameplate's off.
You're like, this is T1.
I'd be like, yeah, it's like a top team who knows how to do it. Like, oh, that's Peanut, you know? Because we've seen games that look exactly like this from Peanut.
He still hasn't touched his top side.
Yeah.
He's just... Okay, I do think you shouldn't go for Dragon here. I'm going to be real. The good thing is that Andel is clearly playing only the roam. So it's fine, but if at any point Hambach like walks into the jungle, there are like 15 camps waiting for it. This is, yes, that's
interesting. Wait, but how did the blue jungler take all of the red jungler's camps? Well, you'll just have to watch the first 5 minutes of this game to find out.
I just love it that when we say something like, it should be hard here for Bro because they don't got it online early.
Yeah.
And then you get the most merciless execution of that concept.
Oh boy, the flash on Encloser doesn't have flash. Yeah, he's just dead, 100%. There's nothing he can do. Imagine getting flash stunned by Victor. That's what he did. And then the Poppy just comes in and takes the free kill. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't see it when I saw this draft.
Ooh.
But then I was like, you know, how bad can it really be? Because DRX is a team that struggled a lot. I know they look better on the day, but still, this is a draft.
Yeah.
The Victor and Jace Poppy part, I don't think is quite as executioner, but that bot lane is not easy to play, right? Because you need to play very far forward. But as it turns out, if there is no enemy jungler, it's not that... It's a lot easier.
Yeah, what if we just had, you know, two 2v2 lanes?
Look at you, Cal. Dude, look at him. That's such a Chad move! His flashes and W's!
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, in pro play, it seems obvious, but you're tracking flashes, right? So the second that closer flashes, he never gets to step up to a wave because that will happen. And guess what? He stepped up to the wave, and he died. So... You know, you can't just give up entire waves and just give up your lane entirely, but at the same time, you will be punished, and that's what DRX did.
level 4! Okay, he's 5 now.
Well, the thing is, like, DRX, they were very proactive and aggressive in game 1, which is what we liked. And yes, Bro kind of walked into it, sure. But I liked the new look from DRX there. And I think, you know, there's that, but also there was that big post by Sponge, right, where he posted on social media, he's like, trust us, guys, we're going to make a big comeback. We have it in us. We're trying super hard. Please keep supporting us, etc., etc. maybe that's part of it here, you know, looking to change up their play style, get a bit more aggressive, a bit more confident.
Gotta love a redemption story.
Yeah, because they're looking a lot more confident tonight. Game 2, they almost even came back.
There was a little bit of help with that, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, still counts.
Still counts.
You got to start somewhere. You're not gonna, you know, take over the entire Rift from your first series back.
I just know that the space is cooking on a time that Sponge has spent in enemy jungle lower third. Like, it's gonna be, you know, it's there.
17 minutes.
He legit, thus far, he has taken his own Raptor spawn like once, his red buff,
his blue buff now,
and his blue buff, and then outside of that, it's just been neutrals on his enemies. No, well, it has to be more because he actually has a good amount of farm. But
67 CS.
He is the same as Closer, by the way.
Yep, same as Morgan as well. There for a moment.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for Morgan because I do think his suffering is self-inflicted with the matchup.
You also didn't have to blind Mbessa there. You could have picked something else. They could have not picked top lane.
If you can't play Jace, which it's really rough, but so be it, right? Maybe you can't. There's no workaround. You got to be able to at least play actual counters to it.
Yeah.
And I think Nidalee is the one that we've seen, and I know the burden of execution is high, but that is where you have to look, because you know it's going to get picked up. You know eventually you run out of bans to play it, and Mbessa just doesn't cut it. It just... You're going to be falling behind. You're going to be dropping way more plates. And if the Jace gets ahead, I don't even feel like your side lane matchup is that good.
Yeah. No, maybe like eventually.
I don't want to get too tunneled on the draft, but this is really this is one of those games where I feel like it's warranted.
It's a very obvious one, right? Even the entire early game played out because the draft was the way it was as well. Like, yes, they had to play out their lanes too, but the fact that they had 3 winning lanes and a Poppy in the jungle, like it's, you know, that's the basics. It's like League of Legends drafting 101. And unfortunately, Bro did not get the memo.
So if they hold on for 25 more minutes...
That is the angle.
We are gaming.
Yeah.
Bro is there. Oh, a trap is being sprung. Or set. I guess it hasn't sprung yet.
I think Rich knows. Yeah.
He's playing very careful. Well, also, look at the bot side vision.
Yeah. Like, where could they be? I don't know.
Wonder. Well done by Rich, though. Playing respectful, knowing that... Because every other lane is winning.
Yeah.
He's the only lost condition.
Just don't die.
Just don't die.
This is actually one of those games where it's like, don't die.
Yeah, just don't die.
You don't have to gap the Mbessa. You just have to be a little bit ahead, keep up.
Exist.
The rest of your team will win.
Fire Shock Blast, farm grass stacks.
Yeah.
And chill. Sit back. Because they're... Particularly if these objectives are starting to be stacked.
You said sit back and do nothing, but instead he's going in looking for the all-in.
I think they might have spotted Humbok, that's why he did that.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him the...
I mean, again, you can't wait forever.
Yeah, well, eventually you have to do stuff, as it's Chemtech. That's good for Bro fans. It's a green dragon. It's not that big a deal. It's not that good. It's not. We can't even cope with this one. Look at the lack of... Well, I guess Victor has a shield, but like, is that really how far we're reaching?
Yeah, no, it's just... It's actually just the worst soul that could have spawned.
It's really good for Morgan.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the angle.
That's it.
That's the angle.
I mean, there's some shields on Bro. I just don't know if they're going to be able to get it.
Oh yeah,
breaks.
Victor has a shield, and so does Poppy, but...
It's more just that DRX don't really benefit from it at all.
No, they really don't.
And Poppy has a shield.
Yeah,
like,
so shield is already harder to kill because of the passive.
Yeah.
Right? Passive on, I think it's W, Staff is present. Passive, where you're very tanky when you get low.
Yeah.
But
you know...
why that's not just her normal passive? But
yeah. You know the plants, the extra plants that spawn.
Yeah.
They're actually really good for denying extra action.
Which is good for DRX, because they can just choke out. Or for Bro, because they can deny.
I think it's just good for DRX, just to make sure they don't get caught out, you know? You're just scouting your own jungle.
You hate it from a philosophical point of view, though.
I think we'll just kind of sit around until... Like, for DRX, they It's good because you can clear vision sometimes, which is something we've talked about in the past. Like, you can clear a lot of vision around the objectives, and so you just begin it, which forces the enemy team to come into the objective, and then an actual fight does begin. Closer, you got to be very careful about how you're approaching that.
Yeah, he has a full item and you don't. I would just chill. That's the angle for Bro. Just sit back. The soul actually doesn't matter. Play for Elder Flip. I'm not. You will have maybe 2 items. Ideally 3. You have 3 items on Jinx and Orianna. You're gaming. It's fine.
Well, Morganson face check into the level 5 Elise, but the level 5 Elise has a lot of friends as he tries to flash over to the disengage cone, and he's going to die anyway. And now Paulo in a lot of trouble, gets knocked up mid-dash. He's got another one, his Recon. But yeah, even the Ambessa not able to do anything there.
If Hype got the kill on Undil, that's actually worth. If you start getting his Jinx accelerated, I actually think the game becomes mildly playable for Brion. But he didn't get it. And now they're going to lose the turret. And mid's getting sieged. And... well, that team is ahead at 14 minutes, fellas. We know what it means.
We know what that means. They've had this lead for quite a while. They just find each other.
On the Morgan, trying to get out and then getting sponged.
I'm so glad that the mega disengage cone didn't work.
Undil might have died if not for the level up from the death, actually. I think he would have. That would have been crazy.
Yeah.
That would have been really good. Hype gets a kill. Trey 1-for-1. Jinx gets excited, shove out the wave and base. Oh no. That is the murder squad!
Yeah, the murder cone. They're not going to go in on that one, actually, as now an engage here from Morgan onto Rich. Ult available for Hambach, but he just holds on to it. Now we got TPs coming on in, and down will go Morgan again. And Hambach still has his ult. Will he use it is the question. No, he's just going to flash away. And now, bro, you can't fight. You need to leave. Stop trying to fight. You need to bro and brew.
The quick cut to mid, getting... beyond that point now, Veldas, I don't think they can. I think they need Hail Mary.
Oh.
That's not the one.
Chronicler,
that's also not the one. Take it away, Veldas!
No, you take it away.
Take it away, Veldas!
Do analysis on whatever just happened. I don't have the answers here.
I think what we're seeing...
We need a bigger brain for this one.
Is DRX. They're back. They're so back, baby. That's my takeaway.
Okay, that's a good takeaway. I like that. It's very positive, optimistic.
Is it time?
I think it's partially true, too. I think the DRX are definitely playing better.
They are. Okay.
Because part of me is like, well, bro definitely had a rough night.
But DRX look cohesive. Their drafts look good. Both games that they won, I think their drafts have been smash hits, right? They're super proactive about making plays. And in game number 2, they weren't that far off a couple of their early plays working out for also having a good position. I think they're actually just kind of back. Unfortunately, I also think the bros are not here. So it kind of coincides.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's kind of happening at the same time.
It's both. It can be both, right? Yeah. I think the DRX of 2 weeks ago would not have beaten Bro, even if Bro are playing like this.
Yeah. That really does show how far down DRX were in the depths.
It was rough. But in themselves, they found we're so back. That's where we are right now. You know, it's not over.
They found it is what it is first.
Yeah.
And then they found we're so back.
So first it was it's so over. Then it is what it is. Yeah. Then back to it's so over. And now we're so back.
Yeah.
I think this game's cooked.
It is. I think we saw the draft and...
So if every LCK team was a dish... Well, I'm joking.
For me, it's a cereal bowl for Bro, for sure. That's my favorite kind of dish.
This cereal bowl? Oh, no.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Why didn't Bro just ban Jace? I wonder. Like game 3, you know? It feels like a very high-level ban. You had to deal with Sponge's Poppy anyway. I'm not really sure if Nefiri is that much more oppressive.
Look at Rich.
And Rich isn't even the main character, but he is part of it.
Knows his job.
Zoom in is here is just
live.
Yeah.
Just live.
And another disengaged Scryer's Bloom. Anti-action Bloom. There we go. I found a new name for it.
The anti-action Bloom?
Yeah. Because, you know, maybe they could look for a dive on him if he didn't have vision. But now he has that, so now he's totally safe.
I do think he knew, because there's currently no response to two of his teammates pushing an inner top. So I'm pretty confident about this, that Rich had an idea.
Well, maybe they just gave up. I don't know. What? Wait. Hold on.
Oh my god, Shelly's a ninja!
She unlocks teleportation.
She learned ninjutsu! She's been watching Naruto! That's cool. Good for you, Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, somebody had to do something exciting in this game. And thankfully, Shelly has got us covered.
You know what my favorite part of this whole situation is? If it wasn't for the one turret, DRX are on pace for a perfect game.
That's
what
true.
Is happening?
An actual real one with grubs, right, chatters? I'm still salty. It's fine. It's fine.
It's okay, Galvis.
But yeah, 6 grubs is cooler. It's cooler. It's a cooler perfect game. And it's not, because as you mentioned, you know, there was the one turret and bot. Rich, he wanted to hold on to it, but he was smarter. He's like, well, the one way they come back is maybe they kill me in the side lane. And he said, no, I'll just use this anti-action Scryer's Bloom. Very handily placed.
Well, just let the plants go. It's fine.
No, I can't. Hype's like, I don't even know if I can take this big raptor.
Okay, well, the clock is still ticking.
True.
And if Hype hits level 16 in IE, I think it's playable. They're down 6.5k gold, so I don't know how we get there. But I know where the goal is. It's also not been a... I know we're both on the Humbug train. It's not been a great day for Humbug.
Yeah.
Even the Zhao game was not great.
I mean, also this game is... This
game, I don't...
Like,
well,
none of this is his fault.
So, I think that I definitely think you can play it better, but I think it's hard. And it's also...
You have to know ahead of time.
It's mostly a draw. But I do think that this is a great learning opportunity for him, how to play from behind.
I actually think the Sadakon is fine for DRX. I think they're ahead enough. We'll see, though, if that actually does come true. As now Sponge goes in, and it goes over to Hambach. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. They are in the backline. Rich going to die. And all of a sudden, the scaling is beginning. Yeah, Storm.
I'm excited.
Doing some well.
I'm dead.
Okay.
We're excited.
That actually happened. I don't even know what to say.
It's fine. He's not dead. He's just retreating.
He's withdrawing. Yeah, he's fine.
Actually a big deal. I hope they don't fight for Soul and just let it go, because I really don't think it matters. But maybe you want to pick one so that your timing window for free items is aligning with the Elder.
I'm glad I got proven wrong on this, by the way. It's never okay to do Otacon in the face of 5 people.
No, just start the fight. Damage comes down on Sponge, and then it's just a 50-50 in Humbug. Finds his revenge. Sponge smites too early. Went down to what, like 400?
Yeah.
And then we do have UCal getting a ton of value. Because if Hype gets like 2-3 kills here, the game actually is actually... It's still not really back. We're not so back yet, bros. Bros, we're not back yet.
Yeah.
But that's how it starts.
They accepted it is what it is.
If they win another fight, they are actually back.
Yeah.
They just need one pick so that...
They accepted that it was so brover.
Hype, exactly. Hype has his Runons. And what a comeback it would be.
Well, maybe a Drake for Bro. A denial? No, it's not going to be denied. But he didn't get Poppy ulted away, at least. That's Chemtix Soul over to DRX. And now Poppy is officially unkillable. Yes, Andil died kind of randomly on the backside there, but that's fine.
Close, I can't believe you stole Hype's kill. Rude.
That was pretty rude.
Well, also Closure needs money desperately, so I think it's okay. 5 minutes, that's enough time to get a third, yeah, maybe a third item on Hype if you funnel in waves. I don't think you're also getting Rabadons for Closure though, so that is a bit of a bummer.
There's still a chance. There's a chance here for the bros.
It's only 5k?
Will Wadded be denied?
Don't phrase it like that. Then I feel bad for him.
I mean, that's what, he took a risk. It's fine.
Let's take another look. Sponge doesn't hit the ult, but does hit the smite, which is the more important of the two. And then Ondale. It's just a burner. No, was it the burn? Not sure.
He autoed
him. He autoed him, right?
Yeah, he autoed him. Yeah.
Chloe's like, that's mine.
It was a chunky Orianna auto.
You're an Orianna expert. I'll take your word for it. Sieging continues for DRX with all that additional resilience and healing.
Yeah, I mean, their comp is very good at sieging too. You know, Caitlyn Jace.
Right, slam that redemption second, Ondale. You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he might actually go McKills though. Like, McKills is actually really high value into the enemy team.
Yeah.
Wouldn't hate it. Besides, Ondale, you're a glorified cocoon bot anyway.
Did Ondale get that blue? Looks like it. There are a bunch of question mark pings on him too. It looks like Lazyfield wanted the blue, but instead, maybe Ondale got it.
Lazyfield, we haven't talked about.
Yeah, he got it.
Is up a ton of... Yeah, we're just a little too early, right, for the... I think it's 25 for the team-wide buffs.
Yeah.
The Voided Up.
The Voided Up, yeah. Sponge? Oh yeah, I forgot. He's unkillable.
He's unkillable.
Actually unkillable.
2 items, by the way. Oh! He got his first stack! For you, Humbug. Clang Gang!
That was a big chunk, by the way. I mean, Sponge, you know, for all of his he's unkillable, he's also very much not building a lot of tanky items.
No, he's still poppy.
Yeah.
Well, he does... His unkillableness doesn't really start until he's below 50%.
Yeah, true.
I'm not even joking. Like, it is actually...
Yeah.
That is when he becomes a lot harder to take down. But, you know, I don't think it's over.
It's not over,
It started out as a meme.
Now it's... Are we back?
Hype. Is that a BT Ferd that I'm seeing? I don't...
Could just be a Vanish.
Maybe that... Yeah, okay, but I really think you need IE.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just we're going to keep Hype safe, and we're going to funnel every single wave into him. That's the plan.
Humbug's here to...
He's a bodyguard.
Yeah, I think he, like, bursted the wave a little bit too much, and Hype missed a couple, but it's okay. Not ideal, but it's okay.
And DRX, maybe just start Nash and then turn? I actually like that a lot.
Yeah.
Because your engage isn't great. Your pick's good, but engaging not so much. So
set up some traps, you know, poppy ult them away if they try to come close.
There's no vision right now, so Bro is going to have to face check at some point. DRX, I do think we need to... Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Maybe a little mindful.
Starting it up.
Still ways to lose this game.
Baron attempt number 1. All right. Okay, Baron attempt number 1 is finished.
Success. You got the wards. You got a note. Now you go again.
All right. Baron attempt number 2.
Sounds like you're, it's against sports ball, you know, it's the announcing.
Let's do it.
Attempt number 2.
Yeah.
Walking up to the basket, pitch, I don't watch
Yes. Walking up to the basket. Does the basketball player do? All right. Attempt number 2 is done.
Generally, it's not that easy, right?
No, yeah. I don't think you can walk up to the basket. There's a lot of defenders.
I don't know if you're playing as the bad team.
Oh. Yeah. Well, he got the Celestial opposition. All right, attempt number 3 has begun officially.
Baron number 3.
Baron number 3 begins now. Okay, it's over.
Attempt cancelled.
Attempt canceled.
So that's what? But
it still counts.
Is that a strike or an out?
3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think DRX are out. They're out of the pit, you know? They're really doing their best to make sure they clear every single thing.
It is Elder Flippy time. That's what it is. Oh, he got another!
He got another stack.
It's Elder Flip time. I'm starting to get worried for DRX.
Yeah, I really am.
I'm not
standing around.
They're meandering. No good things come from not knowing what to do.
They're beginning to brew a little bit
Where's
too
my
hard.
Woodid flow chart for good team versus bad team? DRX,
Yeah.
I swear, if you lose the game from here, I'll be...
I think we'll all be disappointed.
A little... Well, I won't be a little disappointed. And I'm not angry, but I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
That's as bad as it gets.
It's taking the next step.
You don't want that.
Nobody wants to see that.
No.
What they do want to see is an Elder Flip.
Oh, BT done for hype.
He doesn't want to see it. He doesn't want to see anything. Oh, D-Gon. Yeah.
They're holding on.
It's not over yet. I mean, we're 30 minutes in.
Oh, are we just going to keep the cam on for the hold? Okay, all or nothing.
Jinx?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
A Jinx and a Dream.
Free item Jinx.
All right, here we go.
Poke is good for DRX.
Bro. Oh, stepping on a trap there. Closer takes a third of his health and damage. And now they engage on a Ridge, who is level 16, but the follow-up is not quite there. And there goes a bunch of members of Bro sailing away through the sky. 3 of them get sent. And it's just 2 free kills for DRX, and that should be the Elder Drake. And there's not much that Bro can do about it.
No! Oh my god, Wadid is such a good jester. Look at him. No wonder he was in G2.
Yep.
Dancing.
He fits.
I wonder, my real question is, where is Ox in all of this?
He's asleep on the floor.
What's he doing? All right, taking a look at this fight. It's you can't turn onto Jace. He's too beefy.
Look at this Poppy ult.
Ooh. Yeah, the Poppy ult was juicy, and even with that ultimate, it wasn't enough. Jinx was out of the fight. And now they get the Elder. They get the Baron.
네, 다 날라갔어.
They all.
하면서. 네, 3명 날라갔어.
They all got.
That was the. I mean, Sponge kind of won the game before, but that was another game-winning moment. That was big. I already put in my POM Sponge vote a while back.
Yeah, makes sense. And now we have Exodia here for DRX.
Okay.
Exodia is, of course, Elder Dragon
DRX.
buff and Baron. You can see the very cool, flashy portraits on the left.
Isn't it cool? It's a serious Rainbow Road vibe.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's very celebratory.
I like the
feels like you've achieved something.
I know.
With that.
So much dopamine.
Yeah, you've unlocked Exodia.
All right, DRX, we have 1 minute and 15 left. Please, actually push. Don't be afraid. Do not stand afraid near the Bro gate. Just push on. You got this.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. You know, they sit Cal in mid, and the rest of the team just pushing bot. Don't even have to send this pop ult. Just cancel. They take down the turret.
Yeah, the fact that you can do that is still kind of insane to me.
Yeah, it is. Still no IE for Hype. As you pointed out, he did go BT third. So will he get an IE in this game on his hyperscaling carry? I think the answer at this point is no.
It's a pretty big spike. Would have been good.
Yeah, not meant to be. 30 seconds still on the Elder Dragon buff. And they can just begin to push in both mid and box and try to end this game. And the Chaos Storm is going to tick away and do an insane amount of damage to Hambach. I mean, there's just so much continuous dot damage. The Elder, the Leandries, the Chaos Storm. The Poppy ult get denied. Adil is going to get pretty low. But Closer, I mean, he's barely even alive in this one. We have an arm guard for Adil. He might go down. Down he goes. But so does the enemy support, Rakan. And now DRX, all they got to do is hit the Nexus and end the game. They'll take some kills with them. Cal not going to go down, just goes into his Zonias. And DRX win their second series up against Bro.
And you can see the sigh of relief from Rich there. Cal immediately tapping his buddy Sponge on the shoulder. This was a really, really important win for DRX. This team felt like they were in free fall. Now they weren't quite at DNF free fall level, but they were approaching terminal velocity. It was looking rough, and I don't think the Bros had a great day today, but credit where credit is due. DRX, extremely proactive, very, very cohesive compared to a lot of games where there was none of that. This man knew his job, and he performed it admirably.
Yeah. Also had LazyField coming in, you know, subbing in. They get the win. Wasn't really about LazyField in this one, but still, fantastic job done by the entire team. Sponge, he implored us, please, give us a little bit of time. Give us time to brew, to DRX and brew. His exact words, not really. But they did. It took some time, and they looked great tonight. So I'm just glad that, you know, at least one of our bottom teams was able to shore it up and get something done, change it up. Even Andil looking pretty decent today. Was able to play the Elise to an acceptable level and get the win. I do think that Pro really need to re-examine their draft priorities and how they're going to deal with the fact that Morgan can't play Jace and their red side draft.
It's a fearless issue because that final red side draft was basically a capitulation from the beginning. You accept that you will not have any agency in that game. There are moments where we can nitpick and be like, you should have done this better, should have done that better, sure. But realistically, like, Humbug shouldn't have died here, but he was always, if they played well, gonna be like 3-4 camps behind early on.
Yeah.
Not a lot you can do about that.
All the lanes were gonna be losing.
All the lanes were gonna be losing. Legitimately, not a single winning lane. It's unplayable. And moments like this, again, that's what we're gonna focus on, but I'm with you. I think the core issue starts from the fact that we need to, or Bro rather, needs to bend itself in all kind of weird shapes just to make sure that it can work out. I don't, like Morgan not being able to play Jace, which is the kind of the focal point now, that's not the core issue, but we need an actual answer. We needs to play Nidalee, needs to pull out something crazy like the Wukong, like the Malphite. Like, it's not like Jace doesn't have any counters. The champion is strong, yes, we've seen people answer it. But when you see a pick like Ambessa, I think you generally, you just kind of know what's about to happen.
It sets the tone.
It sets the tone.
Yeah.
And not a good one, Valdez. But DRX, what a resurgence here today. Sponge with, again, Sponge's law. If he is winning, he will stomp. And stomping today he did.
Yeah. He was really channeling that peanut energy today in this Game 3. Game 3 specifically. He's literally playing Poppy, running into the enemy jungle, just doing whatever he wants. All lanes are winning, and he played it excellently. Seemed like a pretty straightforward POM. These are the final moments where DRX put the nail in the coffin.
You can see how tense it still is, despite everything, which is, I think, also the reason for the inertia that we saw in mid-game.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal for this team.
I'm glad they were at least starting Barons, you know? There have been teams in the past that are like, nope, too scared, can't do it. Basically just saying stay alive, hit the Nexus. Yukal starts screaming there at the end. And yeah, those aren't the greatest numbers on the side of Pro, but again, they never really got to play this game. So shout out to DRX for taking down the 2-1 victory. That is their second victory of the LCK so far.
Again, this win a necessity for DRX. And there he is! Lord Sponge. The Nocturne, also, I think, a wonderful performance. That one did feel like it was a 1-2 between him and Yukal.
Yeah.
But this final game, it's all Poppy. It's all Sponge.
All Poppy, all Sponge. The Poppy Sponge.
That was a clean sponge. That was one of those sponges that have been treated with...
SpongeBob.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I was going to go with, like, you know, they never get smelly. They're just always clean. Never washed. Only used for washing.
True. It's like Beyond Sponge, who has Sponge's law, where either he's stomping or he's very much doing the opposite. So, nice stuff from DRX. Glad to see them get a win. We are going to go over to the POM interview. Let's hand it off to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation. We are here with Sponge on the side of DRX. The fans' energy is incredible here. You got your long-awaited victory. How do you feel? We lost a lot of games in a lot of matches in round 1, but I feel great being able to win today. And for the remaining round 2, we'll make sure that we improve little by little. And with today's victory, you ended the lengthy losing streak. And your head coach had mentioned that he'll identify the issues properly and address them step by step. So what did you do to stop the losses? I think we were able to pinpoint our problems and issues in the team and try to fix them. So do you think that today we were able to see the reflection of those issues? Yeah, I think so. I think we were able to showcase that we are better. And in game 1, you guys gave the Rumble Xin Zhao Azir to the enemy despite them being a high priority bans. So what was the game plan? I think our main mindset was that even if we give them those picks, that we would be able to play it out well and that we could win. And in game 3, your Poppy's counter jungling was so effective that it snowballed the game all the way to the end, and you got a huge lead in CS and the enemy jungle control. So how were you able to pull this off? So starting from the draft, I think this was pretty inevitable because we were able to pull off what we had planned ever since the level 1 setup. And another occasion to celebrate, it was also Lazy Field's LCK debut. So what did you guys talk about on the way to Low Park? On the way to Low Park, we didn't really particularly say anything special. I think we were just talking about the usual, talking about the game mostly. And we heard him speak Korean. He said, I got carried at the very end of game 1. Which player teaches him Korean? Well, first of all, I think Lazy Phil, as a person, he tries really hard to try to learn things on his own. And we don't go out of our way to try to teach him Korean, but I think our coaching staff does really well regarding trying to teach him all the necessary words that he needs to know to play out the game as a team. And that was the end of round 1 for you, which may have been a bit underwhelming at times. So what can we expect from you in round 2? I think our overall direction regarding how we want to play out the game is pretty solid now. So I think for round 2, I think our goal is to make sure that that actually reflects on our match and do well. And in the team's community forum, you left a long message to the fans saying that you're improving little by little so that the fans should kindly wait for you. And we could really tell how heartfelt that message was. So would you like to share a message with the fans? No, we put in so much effort to try to show you and give you this victory, just like today. And I feel like we are definitely feeling that improvement as a team. So please be patient with us. And thank you so much for your support. And that's the end of the interview with Sponge, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is a win for DRX, their first one since the beginning of the season when they beat the winless DN Automotive Freaks. They get it done here, 2-1, and there's one man that reigns above all.
What a great prediction, honestly.
I knew it. That's how I predict.
I know, you were yelling at it all of game 2 and all of game 3 we did. It was great.
You know, we normally talk about 1v9.
Thank you so much.
This was 1v10.
This was 1v10.
Yeah. I mean, definitely they had the fundamentals, you know, and I didn't see Lazy Phil coming in though. I thought they still have the ability to kind of overcome the issue that they have, but it was kind of satisfying to watch them play good.
Oh, huge pick here we did, and a big upset. As we take a look at some of the POM comments for Sponge, who was critical in this win. And it was 12 out of 13. I was surprised. I thought the VN cast would just vote for Lazy Phil no matter what. But Jonah Strong with the base to UCal vote there. Well deserved here by the jungler.
I mean, I feel like he was good in game 1 in the first game win in game 1, but I feel like game 3 was just, it was all him on the Poppy.
Yeah, he was definitely making a huge difference in the jungle, especially with his early invade. I think he couldn't able to play the game, the opponent, so I think it was kind of an impressive game from him.
All right, let's take a look at the comments here. What did you have for us, Ox?
I can't do the SpongeBob voice. Can you do a Dagon?
No, not off the top of my head. I need to hear it first.
Yeah, it's you know the reference, right?
Want to see me do it again? Yes.
Yeah.
I got it.
Dude,
Want to see me run into the enemy jungle and back? Want to see me do it again?
There you go. I knew you could do it, Dagon. I knew you could do it.
Oh my God.
This is why he's here. This is why we pay him the big bucks.
This is why I'm here. That and to see the reactions when bro just don't do anything and lose. They bro and brew. All right, go ahead, what did? It's your turn.
I mean, his name is Sponge. He's born to wipe out enemy team. So it was clean game overall, and it was really risky at the same time. But he's the guy who can actually pull the trigger at the last. So it was really impressive.
Yeah, it was. Let's see what we had from Cronny on the cast. Lord Spongius takes his
Spongius?
Spongius. Jisun, do you want to help? Nope. All right.
No idea. Jisun even says no idea about it.
It's probably a Dutch thing. It's probably a Dutch
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
He laughed.
Thank you. All right, let's see what the KR side had for us here in terms of their comments. Fully absorbed Hambak. He did.
That was pretty similar to Witted's comment. I feel like both in the same minds.
Yeah, wiped out, cleaning, jungle like a sponge. Yeah, I think that one was good as well from Go. All right.
Sponge jungle.
Yeah.
Well, we saw.
He soaked it up.
Wipe out a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Saw a comment like that earlier.
I remember seeing that one too. Man, what did is just loving life right now. So are DRX as we take a look at the standings. They move up the leaderboard. Actually, no, they don't. They get themselves a win. They don't move up. They just knock Bro down. And that gives us an opportunity to invite the special guest of honor, the man making history in the LCK global broadcast and VN broadcast. Please welcome Lazy Phil. Lazy Phil, welcome. All right, so with that, you are the first ever non-Korean player to debut in the LCK on a Korean team. What does that title mean to you?
Chúc mừng bạn với chiến thắng ngày hôm nay á. Thì bạn là tuyển thủ người nước ngoài đầu tiên được debut chính thức tại sàn đấu LCK. Thì không biết là cái danh hiệu này có ý nghĩa như thế nào đối với bạn?
Danh hiệu này danh hiệu rất là đặc biệt nên là em nghĩ là có đó thì em sẽ cố gắng hơn để có thể thi đấu tốt hơn ạ.
This is such a meaningful title for me, and it's such a big motivation for me it's motivating me to work harder, to study more, and to become a better player in the future.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, DRX was on a big losing streak since the first day of the season for them, and you had to step in. What were your feelings, especially in the tunnel before you walked out?
Thì hiện tại là trước trận đấu ngày hôm nay, mình đang ở trong một cái chuỗi thua và em bước vào và ngày hôm nay team giành được chiến thắng. Thì không biết là bạn cảm thấy như thế nào?
Em nghĩ là em rất là vui vì lại một lần nữa em được cái anh trong đội gánh ạ.
Actually, I'm feeling so happy because my big brothers carry me. Thank you, Hyungdul. Thank you for carrying me.
Yeah, all the big brothers there, Hyungdul doing the heavy lifting. Now, you joined the team last January. January 2024. Did you think that you would get the opportunity this soon?
Bạn chính thức tham dự vào team là vào khoảng cuối tháng 1 năm nay. Thì có bao giờ bạn nghĩ là mình sẽ được debut một cách chính thức sớm như thế này không?
Vì ước mơ của em luôn là thi đấu tại LCK cũng như là vô địch thế giới, nên là em luôn nghĩ rằng một ngày nào đó em sẽ thi đấu tại LCK. Và ngày đó tới thì em cứ chuẩn bị lại, mặc dù nó khá là nhanh so với suy nghĩ của em.
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect to play on the LCK stage this soon, but to be honest, my big dream is to play in the LCK and also win Worlds. So I always be ready to, for these opportunities.
Yeah, well, step one done. You did play in the LCK and had your first game deathless. That was so cool. Your LCK Cup experience, did it help you prepare for this moment?
Bạn có nghĩ là cái kinh nghiệm của mình có được trong giải LCK Cup lần trước đã giúp được gì cho mình trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay?
Kinh nghiệm tại LCK Cup đã giúp em tự tin hơn trong phần xử lý trong game, cũng như là khi ban bích thì em cũng đưa ra ý kiến của mình nhiều hơn.
The experience I gained from the LCK Cup that make me feel more confident when it comes to the game, to the gameplay, to the landing, and actually my current speaking is it's getting better and better. So now I can talk to the coach when we, talk about pen picks before the games.
Awesome. Yeah, it really showed in today's matches. And finally, you getting the opportunity to play was such a huge history-making moment. What do you have to say to the English-speaking fans and Vietnamese fans around the world supporting you?
Cuối cùng thì bạn có thể gửi một cái lời nhắn đến các bạn fan quốc tế và đặc biệt là các bạn fan Việt Nam ở khắp nơi trên thế giới đang ủng hộ cho bạn lúc này không?
Em xin cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi em cũng như là team. Em và team sẽ cố gắng hơn để có thể thi đấu tốt hơn. Em xin cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều ạ.
Thank you, you guys a lot for support me and my team. We will prepare better and show you the better performance. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Lazyfield. Congratulations, Gaul. Thank you so much for the translation. All right, so with that, that closes out the day. Let's take a look at the matches that we have tomorrow. T1 versus DNF, then Hanwha Life Esports against Nongshim. Those are the big matches tomorrow, and if today's matches say anything, upsets could be abound. I mean, you know, you never know what could happen here, Ox.
I mean, DNF still hunting for their first win and an out-of-form T1. That's not the craziest upset, but also Nongshim just took down D+. HLE is a definitely bigger fish, but again, it would be upsets, but it's not impossible.
I don't even want to imagine what's going to happen if DNF actually pull out win against T1, you know. That will be so crazy. I mean, yeah, maybe it's coming. Who knows? Let's check it out tomorrow, you know?
That's right. History made today. DRX get the win. Lazyfield making his introduction into the LCK. And bros, there's always next time. Y'all, it's been a great, great day. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.